You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's October the 7th, and from the Legacy420.com news desk, welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. Welcome back.
Good morning, Al. Thank you.
And how are you? How are you doing?
I am. I'm well. I am. Actually, what I found funny about this whole trip is when I arrived back in Toronto last Thursday, I immediately went into allergy attack. Being down in a little tiny town of Tepoztlan in Mexico, there's no pollution in the air. There's like everything is very clean and very pure. So when I landed back in the concrete jungle of Toronto, I was hit with like all of the allergens that I didn't have to deal with in Mexico, and I've been kind of sick since.
You do sound a little bit stuffed up there,
Yeah, it's crazy.
Great. All right. Well, I'm sure tomorrow on the Mushy Moment, I don't know, I'm assuming you're going to probably talk about your trip. So I don't want you to give out all the details, but as you said, you had a great time, and and look at that. Got the certificate. Nice. Here, hang on a second. Bring that back up again. There you go. Good. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
All right. And now you're back doing the news. You've been off for a month. So let's see how things go. All right. First story of the day is up.
Coming to us from Phelim today, research unpacks impact of cannabis legalization on medical sales.
I was curious about this. I see it's from Brock University. On October the 7th, marking the 6th anniversary of Canada's legalization of recreational cannabis, a Brock researcher says it's time to examine how the process has impacted the medical cannabis market. Associate Professor of Operations Research Michael Armstrong's new study shows that while the shift to nationwide legalization was accompanied by fewer patients in the medical market, access to recreational cannabis hasn't made the program obsolete.
Overall, many patients did leave Canada's medical cannabis system around the time of legalization, but that decline may not have been all bad news. It might partly have represented a right sizing of the system, with some people exiting who maybe shouldn't have been there in the first place, Armstrong said. The data also shows patients who remained in the medical system stabilized their purchasing rates and increased their purchase sizes, suggesting there is still a legitimate appetite for the medical cannabis system. In a newly published Associations between Canada's Recreational Cannabis Legalization and Medical Cannabis Patient Activity 2017 to 2022, Armstrong examined Health Canada data regarding how many patients registered to use medical cannabis, how often they purchased, and how much they bought per order.
He then looked for behavioral patterns coinciding with the passage of the Cannabis Act in June of 2018, the launch of recreational cannabis in October of 2018, and the arrival of edibles and other processed products in stores in December of 2019. While patient registrations have been increasing prior to legalization, the study showed the number of Canadians seeking medical cannabis licenses from Health Canada began changing in July of 2019 or 2018, right after the law was passed and months before it took effect.
Alberta saw the sharpest decline in registrations in the country when the act passed. In Ontario, by contrast, registration rates merely slowed down around that time, gradually leveling off later, said Armstrong. The study also showed there was little change to registrations or purchase sizes after cannabis stores first opened and sales officially began in October of 2018. Medical purchase frequencies, however, did decline. Armstrong says this may have been due to the retail stores offering the same product as medical suppliers at first, providing additional access to the product, but no real incentive to leave the system entirely.
Just easier to go to the store. Mm-hmm.
Quicker.
Yeah, quicker than waiting for it in the mail. Perhaps the biggest change in patient behavior came when cannabis offerings expanded to include products like edibles, beverages, and vapes. Registration numbers also fell during this time, but the frequency of purchases stabilized and the amount purchased per order grew. Now, Armstrong says, it seems the remaining patients became more active after those products became available in late 2019. Producers with good selection of edibles, they have started getting larger orders, while other producers lost their patients to the recreational market and its wider selection.
As for what the future holds, Armstrong doesn't anticipate major fluctuations in these trends for the foreseeable future, unless the government were to make changes to the pricing structure or accessibility of medical cannabis. If the excise tax or sales tax on medical cannabis was removed, that could potentially make it cheaper and more attractive than recreational cannabis, he says. If medical cannabis was available from the local drugstore, which also gives the buyer access to a pharmacist and some medical guidance, that could also lead to increased interest in the medical route.
Yeah, Canada's long history with medical cannabis and being a leader in cannabis legalization also makes it well equipped to serve as a model to other countries on what to expect as they navigate the legalization process, Armstrong says.
Yeah, simply put, the message would be that you should expect big changes to your medical market after legalization, but you shouldn't expect it to suddenly disappear. And that partly depends on variables like the product selections you have and how competitive the two systems are.
There you go. Yeah. I know the numbers have dropped as far as the patients. They report those numbers going down. But it's nice to me that they've leveled off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, there's so many patients that shouldn't just walk into the store.
No, it would be nice to see pharmacists trained a bit more and able to sit with say a new patient, that, is elderly and help them figure out which route they should go and what they should try.
Yeah, and there's Dr. Daniel Baer from college in Toronto. He was working on something along that line.
Nice.
And yeah, it's people still have questions that they need to ask, and don't have the answers. But there is some talk about it ending up in the pharmacies, or request. But will they ever get there? Who knows? So, because it's a spot where, like you say, the elderly people go in, they get their medication, and they can also get the cannabis at the same time. And just good points and bad points. But I also know that they were against that in the beginning.
Isn't Shoppers Drug Mart?
But they were a producer of cannabis and all that stuff. But they've sold a lot of that stuff. They were originally. That's what they did. They were. I think that's what their goal was. But now, they've sold a lot of the stuff off. So
okay.
All righty, on to the next story.
Yes, coming to us from Green State Field Guide. Oh, listen, cancel that Guide newsletter. Psychedelics may be the answer to this high stress job.
Yes, first responders are there for people during some of the worst moments. Police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and all those who work in this sector experience high stress on a regular basis, which may lead to maladaptive anger or even occupational burnout. Resilience training has proven promising for offsetting the stress, but one recent published study suggests a trippier approach. The Journal of Psychedelic Studies published a paper expanding on the positive experience of first responders who consumed magic mushrooms.
Results can constitute an initial first step towards finding alternative solutions to address high rates of mental distress and illness, and all that cascade, of cumulative negative effects, the study authors wrote. The paper had promising results for emergency service workers seeking alternative treatment for occupational stress. There are notable limitations, most glaringly the 5-person sample size.
This sample number of study participants does not provide adequate data to test the research hypothesis or represent all UK first responders. Information was also self-reported, which can lead to issues. Researchers also stopped checking in after 2 months, so long-term feedback is lacking. But despite these limitations, this study marks an initial inquiry worth dissecting.
The paper focused on 5 emergency medical service workers who were already planning on taking a therapeutic dose of psilocybin for post-traumatic stress disorder. The amount of psilocybin consumed by each participant in the study is never listed, but since the article states that each person was already microdosing magic mushrooms, it's likely higher than a microdose. Each participant also answered survey questions to measure their occupational stress levels, PTSD severity, and quality of life. After the therapeutic trip, participants answered more survey questions regarding the experience. Surveys were completed before the therapeutic dose was administered, 2 weeks after consumption, and again 2 months after consumption.
On average, the first responders surveyed believed themselves to be at a moderate level of occupational stress. When asked to rate their quality of life out of 100%, 100 being absolutely fantastic, the average response settled at 60%. They were reaching burnout and had a low capacity for compassion. Each experienced improvement across the board after the therapeutic dose of magic mushrooms was administered.
According to survey responses, the group's average subjective stress dropped from a 2.2 moderate to 0.5 at 2 weeks and 0.3 at 2 months. Core PTSD symptoms dropped from an average of 2 to 0.5 at 2 weeks and 0.4 after months. Average quality of life rankings jumped from 60% to 92 and then to 95%. Feelings of job burnout and chronic occupational stress collectively decreased over time following therapeutic psilocybin. As for emotional and psychological breakthroughs, the participating first responders left feeling mildly more equipped to get back to their jobs. Few review their experience as an emotional breakthrough, but many reported facing difficult emotions they had been avoiding since receiving the dose. Most participants also expressed feeling a sense of closure following the magic mushroom trip.
4 out of 5 EMS workers returned to the job after the study. The one participant who did not shared an increased emotional sensitivity, leading to issues completing work as a first responder. This participant informed researchers they would seek alternative employment following the psilocybin. Researchers noted that the same first responder chose to take the compound while on prescribed selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which may alter the mushroom experience. They ceased taking the SSRIs after 2 months and were the only participant to express a desire for another therapeutic dose after 2 months.
That makes sense. Yeah. Follow-up interviews with the other 4 participants concluded that each was positively overwhelmed that the experience allowed them to have life-changing psychological insights. They faced adaptive and maladaptive patterns and complex feelings. Each explored memories and emotions they used to resist, finding closure and solutions for previously enduring issues. First responders support people in life-changing moments, taking on the stress of the many situations they face. Given this new research, it seems worthwhile to continue to evaluate the effects of psilocybin on occupational stress. The limitations are many, but preliminary data indicates that magic mushrooms may have the power to relieve some of the burden on emergency workers.
There you go. That's good news, eh? You know, it all starts someplace, right? They always start with a smaller study and go up.
And even the person that was taking SSRIs, like, I mean, they're going into a different line of work, but they were feeling better. And SSRIs mute the effects. So they should have taken about 30% more to get the full effect.
To get the whole full effect, eh? And the fact that the person maybe did not return to that particular job, but the person was able to return to a job.
To work. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then asked for a therapeutic dose to do it
they
again.
They got off of their SSRIs and now are wondering, would it help me more if I didn't? Like if I did it now, and not on SSRIs. Yeah.
Yeah. Correct. All right. On to the next story.
Oh, yes. Coming to us from the Recorder. Amsterdam forms committee to review cannabis smoke shop zoning rules.
People think it's already legal there. What do they mean, rules? Well, here we go. It's not legal there. A committee has been formed to review Amsterdam zoning laws for cannabis businesses and smoke shops in order to recommend potential updates to regulations following concerns within the city about recent proposals. Now, according to Mayor Michael Cinquanti, he says, we just want to make sure we have the controls in place necessary in our codes to help us control the growth of this industry in our city.
A 3-month moratorium was enacted on new applications for cannabis dispensaries and consumption lounges and smoke shops by local law last month to provide officials time to perform the zoning review and propose updated regulations. Volunteers on the zoning review committee include 2 ward aldermen, Rich Holiday, 2nd ward alderman Rich Holiday, 4th ward alderman Christopher Carpenter, planning commission chairwoman Sandy Griffin, zoning board of appeals member Pam Stewart, housing inspector Grant Eagleston, and fire chief Anthony Agresta. Corporation counsel Anthony Casale will also advise the group.
The committee is expected to consider whether existing regulations provide sufficient safeguards to protect against oversaturation and inappropriate locations for cannabis businesses and smoke shops. Participation from planning, zoning, and code enforcement officials was considered critical as they are responsible for reviewing proposals and have insight into recently encountered issues.
They can share their opinion and thoughts about what they feel needs to be addressed so they can effectively do their job. If deemed necessary, the group will recommend updates of zoning laws for potential adoption by the Common Council, subject to a future public hearing.
Cinquanti, Holiday, and Carpenter have previously said existing regulations need to be revisited to consider changes given the city greater control over the location of cannabis businesses and smoke shops. They've raised concerns about the impact of such establishments opening in heavily trafficked areas and residential neighborhoods. Heavily trafficked areas? We keep encouraging things that are new to us that were not contemplated, since Cinquanti says.
Those concerns follow the approval over the summer of a controversial micro-business dispensary planned in a former bank building at 161 Church Street, despite widespread opposition from neighborhood residents and officials. Although they raised a number of issues related to the proposal, Planning Commission members questioned their authority to reject it when a license had already been issued by the State Office of Cannabis Management.
The board voted 4-2 to approve the application, although some members who ultimately voted yes expressed unease over the situation and said they were struggling with the application due to the steps completed during the state licensing process. City officials had believed requiring cannabis businesses to secure special use permits would provide the Planning Commission latitude to consider quality of life issues and other concerns posed by proposals when reviewing applications under zoning regulations adopted in June of 2023.
They have since concluded that that is likely not the case and generally found the state's regulations have not provided the level of oversight or local input originally expected following the legalization of adult use cannabis. We don't want to leave it to the state. We don't like the way it's happened so far, and we want to put the controls on it before the problem continues, he said.
Existing rules allow dispensaries in the downtown core, employment, commercial corridor, and light industrial zoning districts. Consumption sites are allowed in the employment and commercial corridor zones. Manufacturing is allowed in the employment and light industrial districts. Marijuana businesses are not permitted in especially residential zoning districts. There are no zoning regulations specifically addressing smoke shops or businesses selling vape or tobacco products at this time. They currently fall under the same regulations as other retail sites. An ordinance adopted at the same time as the moratorium added definitions for smoke shops and related businesses to the city code. They don't have any regulations for tobacco products.
I don't know.
I found that odd that they wouldn't have that by now. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. The newly formed committee is expected to develop recommendations over the coming months for possible adoption before the moratorium expires, although it can be extended if more time is needed to complete the review process. We need to make sure, for the sake of investors and our city, we have this set of rules in place we can use to let investors know before they make commitments how Amsterdam is regulating this, he said.
Yep. No, meetings happen every month. So there you go. See what happens in Amsterdam in the coming months. I'm sure there's always something that's coming out of there, and I'm sure that something else will follow up down the road. So. All righty, last story before we go to break is
coming to us from cannabis.net. Ashamed of your body and feel uncomfortable in your own skin? Try shrooms. Psilocybin for BDD study released.
Wow. Pioneering research from Columbia University in New York suggests that psilocybin, the key component in magic mushrooms, may help people with body dysphoric disorder, BDD. The study, published in Psychedelics, looked at how psilocybin affected the brain activity in BDD patients, and it found significant alterations in brain connections that might help lessen the disorder's obsessive thinking patterns. A severe mental illness known as body dysphoric disorder is typified by an obsessive, illogical fixation on perceived physical defects that are usually undetected to others. Undetectable, yeah. Extreme emotional anguish brought on by these compulsive worries might result in social isolation, anxiety, and depression. BDD sufferers frequently get fixed on characteristics like body types, facial features, or skin texture. They continuously try to correct these flaws, usually by over-grooming, cosmetic surgery, or social distancing.
For many patients, especially those with severe instances, traditional therapies, including cognitive behavioral therapy and antidepressant drugs, have only patchy success. This has left a major percentage of the BDD population in search of more effective treatments. In this recent study, a single 25 milligram dosage of psilocybin, the hallucinogenic ingredient in magic mushrooms, was given to 8 persons with moderate to severe BDD using a Comp 360, which is a synthetic formulation made by Compass Pathways. Brain imaging and symptom evaluations were performed on individuals following treatment to better understand how psilocybin can help those who are caught in obsessive thinking cycles. The study found that a single dose of psilocybin improved brain connectivity significantly, especially in networks involved in cognitive control and emotional regulation. One of the most significant findings was increased activity in the executive control network, a brain area that controls decision-making, cognitive flexibility, and goal-directed behavior. The increased connection in the ECN implies that psilocybin may aid patients in breaking away from the inflexible and compulsive cognitive process that defined body dysmorphic disorder.
Additionally, the ECN showed strengthened connections with the default mode network, a brain region involved in self-reflection and internal thought processes, often hyperactive in individuals with BDD. The improved communication between these networks may reduce the intensity of negative self-focused rumination, allowing patients to see themselves and their perceived flaws in a less critical and more objective light. Another key player, the Silence Network, which helps the brain prioritize important stimuli and emotions, also demonstrated improved cognitivity. This shift could potentially allow individuals with BDD to redirect attention away from their obsessive concerns towards more balanced and healthy thought processes. Crucially, these alterations in brain connections were long-lasting. Following a single psilocybin session, research participants reported continuing remission from their BDD symptoms, with benefits lasting for as long as 12 weeks. This prolonged duration of symptom alleviation is especially significant since it implies that psilocybin's effects on brain activity may provide long-term advantages, in contrast to traditional therapies that frequently need ongoing usage in order to preserve improvements.
These results demonstrate the ability of psilocybin to support long-term, more permanent changes in brain activity that promote emotional resilience and a healthy sense of self, in addition to its ability to reduce symptoms in the short term. While psilocybin therapy for body dysmorphic disorder has advanced significantly with this trial, the researchers warn that more thorough research is required before it can be widely used. Although there is cause for optimism, the results also point to significant shortcomings that need to be resolved in more research in order to properly comprehend the safety and efficacy of psilocybin for this particular issue.
The small sample size of this study, just 8 participants, is one of its main shortcomings. Though these were encouraging results, larger and more varied studies are needed to demonstrate that psilocybin may reliably provide comparable benefits in a broader population of BDD sufferers. It is also challenging to ascertain whether the claimed benefits were caused by the effects of psilocybin or were affected by other variables such as placebo effect or the controlled atmosphere in which the individuals were treated, because the study did not include a placebo-controlled group. Dr. Zhu, the lead researcher, and his team underlined the need for randomized controlled trials in appropriately assessing psilocybin's treatment potential for BDD. These studies would compare the effects of psilocybin to those of placebo or other therapies in a double-blind environment, with neither the subjects nor the researchers knowing which therapy was given. Such thorough research would give greater proof of psilocybin's efficacy and aid in the development of standardized dose regimes, both of which are presently missing in the area of psychedelic-assisted therapy.
Furthermore, the precise processes behind the long-lasting alterations in brain connections that psilocybin appear to bring about and which are correlated with the alleviation of symptoms remain unclear. It will take further investigation to learn how psilocybin interacts with the brain at the molecular level and why its effects tend to last long after the substance had left the body. Comprehending these pathways may aid in the improvement of psilocybin-based treatments and may augment their efficacy. The results of the study represent a significant advancement in the search for new treatments for disorders like BDD, which have traditionally resisted standard medical interventions, notwithstanding these obstacles. With the ongoing advancements in psychedelic research, psilocybin may prove to be an effective treatment for a variety of mental health conditions marked by compulsive thinking and skewed self-image, including BDD.
In summary, much more research is needed to confirm psilocybin's promise as a therapy for BDD, even if the current study offers a promising basis. Progress in this study and the realization of psychedelics' full therapeutic potential will require larger trials, placebo controls, and a better comprehensive of the medicine's effect on the brain. This groundbreaking study demonstrates that psilocybin's potential as a unique therapy for body dysphoric disorder, which can provide long-term symptom alleviation by modifying brain connections. The increased connection across brain networks involved in cognitive control, emotional regulation, and self-reflection shows that psilocybin may help lessen obsessive and negative thinking patterns. While the findings are encouraging, particularly for individuals who are resistant to standard therapy, further research with bigger sample sizes and controlled trials is required to validate the efficacy and safety of psilocybin for BDD. So there you go. Hey, they're finding new stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, maybe it's just another small study, but that leads to a bigger
studies. Yeah,
that's right. Not everybody wants to go right in there with that big study right off the bat and not find any results. They want to see it in a smaller study and then go up, right? So, all righty, it's time for us to take a break. Time to let people know who we are, not who we are, but let people know who makes their voices louder so they can hear what we're going on here with the news. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. We'll see you shortly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education. Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back from a medication session. Crash. All right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll just keep on talking here while you finish whatever you were considering your break, so that you don't have to speak with your mouth full.
I'm good.
All right, you're good. Maybe I'll just get started. How's that? All right, here we go. Next headline.
Yes, coming to us from The Guardian. Some vapes claiming to be cannabis contain synthetic cannabinoid.
Ooh. A new study from the University of Bath revealed that 7 vaporizers claiming to contain cannabis actually contained a much more dangerous synthetic cannabinoid compound. Earlier this year, the same lab published a study showing that over 1 in 6 vaporizers confiscated from school children across the UK also contained SCs.
Sam Kraft, an author on both studies, said his team decided to investigate the contents of 7 vapes that one person presented to a drug and alcohol service after experiencing strange effects. The person was an experienced cannabis smoker, says Kraft, and they had decided to switch to vaping because they thought it would be less harmful.
Cannabis is illegal in the UK, but this person got their vaporizers from a friend who sourced them from the US. When the person first started using these vapes, they described the effects as strong but enjoyable, says Kraft. But after a while, they started developing stomach cramps and irritability. Then, when they tried to stop, they started experiencing symptoms that are really consistent with synthetic cannabinoid withdrawal, panic attacks, severe anxiety, things like that.
Analysts of the vapes revealed that all of them contained the SC, 5-FMDMB-PICA. There are hundreds of different SCs officially named with these letter number combinations and referred to colloquially as K2, spice, and other slang terms. Unlike natural cannabis, they are frequently associated with severe negative outcomes, including seizures and fatal overdoses. In England and Wales, SCs were responsible for nearly half of unnatural prison deaths from 2015 to 2020.
SCs are also illegal in the UK and the US. Still, they are showing up in the unregulated US hemp market that emerged as the result of the 2018 Farm Bill, which inadvertently legalized all cannabis-derived products containing less than 0.3% Delta-9 THC. Cannabis is most well-known psychoactive compound. SCs are distinct with semi-synthetic cannabinoids like THCO and sometimes HHC and delta 8 THC, which can be made by combining natural cannabis extracts with synthetic materials and which are legal in much of the U.S.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they are without risk, according to Michelle Peace, who is a professor in the Department of Forensic Science at Virginia Commonwealth University. Peace's lab has studied the contents of vapes seized from a person who was arrested after experiencing schizophrenia-like symptoms. Her lab found the vapes contained semi-synthetic cannabinoids like THCO. Jim Crotty, a former DEA deputy chief of staff, says that SCs are appealing to illicit manufacturers because they are incredibly cheap to make and to sell. Instead of growing fields, manufacturers can make SC vapes with packets of powders they buy online.
Crotty says these products could be appealing to vulnerable populations with limited income, like youth and unhoused people, who might find legal dispensary products unaffordable. It's unclear how big this problem is, partially because consumers themselves are unlikely to know they are using contaminated products. P says most consumers will walk into any store and assume that someone has made sure whatever they are buying has been tested for safety, but there is not yet federal regulations for the legal hemp market. Nobody's watching what manufacturers put in their products, says Peace.
Crotty adds that cannabis is an easy drug to fake because it's so unpredictable. It doesn't fall neatly into any one of the drug categories, because depending on the amount, the potency, the individual that's using it, it could lead to different effects, he explained, adding that cannabis can feel like a stimulant, a depressant, a hallucinogen, or a little bit of all three.
Kraft says the SCs can seem similar to natural cannabis, especially in very small doses, like in the vaporizers they studied. But he said the risk of cardiovascular problems, the lack of consciousness, and the acute psychotic symptoms are going to be far higher. At the moment, it is very difficult to tell if unregulated hemp products are labeled accurately in the U.S. P says that if you live in a state with legal recreational cannabis, you are much safer buying products from an authorized dispensary, although these are not entirely without risk either.
Legal and industry efforts are underway to bring safety standards for currently unregulated hemp products at least up to par with the state legal cannabis industry. The Cannabinoid Safety and Regulation Act, introduced in Congress this past September, would empower the FDA to regulate hemp products. Some cannabis brands are taking it upon themselves to ensure products only contain what they say they do.
Recreational cannabis brand Wana launched a direct-to-consumer platform that sells vetted hemp products and also educates consumers on what products are safe. They say that we apply the same vigors of testing transparency and ingredients to the hemp side as we are to the regulated market, says Joe Hodas, the Wana CMO. But he says it's a tough and lonely road in a side of the industry that seems largely unconcerned with safety.
Wow.
Yeah. There we go. That's the end of that story. That's all she wrote. Yeah, here I got the vape pen.
Yeah, I got one here too.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Alrighty, on to the next story of the day, and this one is ready to go. Add to the stage. I clicked on the button.
Yes, coming to us.
Come on.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Trump and Harris need to stop pandering on marijuana and offer concrete plans for an equitable industry.
This is an op-ed which comes from these people here. As the 2024 election approaches, presidential candidates are scrambling to appear cannabis friendly. For the first time, cannabis is popular enough to warrant election season attention from both parties, but both campaigns are missing a crucial point. Most Americans oppose corporate cannabis monopolies. Going to jail for smoking weed.
Yeah. This view was groundbreaking, say 15 years ago. But in 2024, candidates don't get a gold star for just recognizing the obvious. Of course, no one should go to jail for smoking weed, and nearly no one does. The number of federal offenders sentenced for simple possession of cannabis is relatively small and has been declining steadily for a decade, according to the U.S. Sentencing Commission. But the Last Prisoner Project estimates that more broadly, over 40,000 people are locked up for cannabis. What's the candidates' plans to free them? With 24 states plus DC having legalized cannabis, it's time for candidates to focus on what's best for millions of cannabis consumers and hundreds of thousands of workers, not just big company CEOs and shareholders.
My screen's bouncing around a little bit, but I think I got it under control. Voters came about equitable legalization that benefits consumers and workers, not wannabe cannabis monopolies. Recent research by our organization, Parabola Research, or Center for Law and Policy, revealed insights into Americans' views on cannabis legalization, going beyond the well-established fact that they don't support prohibition. In partnership with the RTI Institute, we found that 68% of American adults cared about social equity in cannabis policy, tied with ending arrests as their top concern. Less than 1/3 of those surveyed believe that cannabis legalization should benefit large corporations, including pharmaceutical, alcohol, and tobacco companies.
This aligns with broader attitudes. According to new polling by Public Policy Polling, 80% of Democrats think that the government should be doing more to take on corporate monopoly power. A separate survey by the market research company YouGov in 2023 found that 67% of those surveyed support antitrust law across industries. Meanwhile, Republican nominee Donald Trump was the first presidential nominee this cycle to endorse cannabis legalization. Trump, who has sometimes criticized corporate greed and whose administration originally brought the landmark monopoly case against Google, missed a major opportunity. Instead of criticizing big tobacco, alcohol, and pharma's involvement in cannabis legalization, a popular stance, he supported Florida's Amendment 3. This measure, primarily funded by cannabis giant Trulieve, would legalize possession for adults over 21 and give extraordinary market advantages to current medical cannabis operators.
Trump's change of heart came shortly after a meeting with Trulieve's CEO Kim Rivers. Trulieve has been no stranger to controversy. Screen jumped. From multiple alleged efforts of union bustings to the tragic death of employee Lorna McMurray at a now closed Massachusetts facility, which resulted in a combined $364,500 in fines from both federal and state authorities. But these fines pale in comparison to the $92 million that Trulieve has thrown at the campaign behind Amendment 3. As Rivers stated in an earnings call last year, the adult use opportunity in Florida is the most significant near-term catalyst for Trulieve. The result, the company's oversized market share of 40% eclipses the next three closest competitors, she told investors.
Along with the other medical licensees, Trulieve would be allowed to sell recreational cannabis if Amendment 3 passed. Florida's legislator could license additional adult use businesses. However, it wouldn't be required to. The opposition campaign has frequently referred to the amendment as the Monopoly Amendment, which led True Leaf to file a defamation lawsuit. A fact checked by Polyfact suggests that oligopoly would be a better description than monopoly, a market dominated by a few sellers rather than one. Whether it creates a monopoly or a few sellers rather than one, the potential dominance by a funder of measure like Amendment 3 raises serious concerns about market fairness and consumer choice. Amendment 3 lacks provisions for social equity, home cultivation, or restrictions on industry consolidation. The measure's passage would permanently alter the Florida medical market, impacting patients and workers and creating broad implications for future cannabis policymakers.
Just so you know, my screen is jumping all over the place. So
I hate it when it does that.
Oh, that's the end of it. Well, I think I saw that the story was over before it jumped again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut that down because I can't follow it along. So it may happen again before we're done here. So let's go on to the next story as I get it ready here.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Just so many pop-ups, eh? So.
Oh, I know. Marijuana Moment's bad for that. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Basketball great Carmelo Anthony enters new arena with cannabis brand Mission.
Carmelo Anthony wants to refine celebrity brands in the cannabis industry. The former professional basketball player has defied expectations throughout his career, from being chosen the NCAA Final Four's most outstanding player at the age of 19 to becoming one of the most dynamic scorers in the NBA, where his versatility on the court was always on display.
And while Anthony's 19-year pro career, which included 10 NBA All-Star selections and 3 Olympic gold medals, will likely lead to a first ballot induction to the Basketball Hall of Fame, today he's building a new legacy in the cannabis industry. Anthony launched the Grand National Agency with CEO Jesky Horton and co-founder Brandon Drew Jordan Pierce to improve community engagement and cultural inclusivity while helping new operators and smaller cannabis brands enter strategic markets.
Horton, a licensed cannabis cultivator in Portland, Oregon, co-founded the Minority Cannabis Business Association in 2015. Anthony says that it's about being intentionally with all growth and making sure we're creating opportunities for others. The NBA legend and cannabis entrepreneur, who will be a headline speaker at MJ BizCon on December the 4th at the Las Vegas Convention Center, addressed several other topics and initiatives with MJ Biz Daily, including the launch of his brand, the importance of cultural ties, and life after basketball.
What has been your journey with cannabis? It's evolved over time, but I have always been curious about the science behind cannabis. Over the years, I found myself studying and researching the many potential benefits that cannabis can offer.
It opened my eyes to the different ways people approach their health and how cannabis can be part of the conversation. Now, with Grand National, we set out to create something impactful by blending the different expertise of Brandon, Jesse, and myself.
One of my main priorities is to push for authenticity and to make sure we're not just another brand, but one that's rooted in quality education and community engagement. I spend a lot of time with our team discussing product development, marketing approaches, and how we can use Grand National as a platform for social equity initiatives.
They asked him, what diversity and inclusion initiatives are you championing in the industry? He says that we created Grand National to empower cannabis companies to share our same passion for culture, cultivation, and community.
With our first brand under the agency, Stay Mayo Cannabis, we partnered with Black-owned dispensaries in Oregon to carry the inaugural launch products. This company's name stems from Anthony's Milo nickname and the number 7 he wore for 9 of his NBA seasons.
Promoting the inclusion and diversity in the cannabis industry is something I'm passionate about, especially knowing how historically marginalized communities have been affected by cannabis laws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They asked why this venture is important to him and why did he decide to join one of the country's most challenging industries. He says that I chose to enter the industry because I ultimately wanted to leverage my platform to create more opportunities and lower the barriers for entry for communities of color. Since launching our brand and agency, our commitment to promoting inclusivity and diversity is a thorough line in everything we do.
We are focused on creating opportunities for people of color to enter and excel in the cannabis industry, whether through entrepreneurship, employment, or education.
Mm.
There you go. There is one more question. Do you place added importance on former athletes entering the cannabis space and helping to normalize use?
Of course, whether these athletes are investing in companies or just speaking out about how cannabis has benefited their health and wellness, these conversations are helping to open doors. The more we push to bring cannabis into the mainstream, the more we can normalize it to use and create opportunities for broader acceptance and understanding.
There you go.
Interesting.
All righty. Last story of the day. It's hopefully we can do it.
Hopefully it won't go jumping all over the place for either of us.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here we go.
Heading back to marijuana moment, the DEA tries to disqualify witnesses for psychedelics ban hearing in a newsletter from October 7th, this morning.
Oh, did you get the newsletter page? I hope you didn't get the wrong one. The Drug Enforcement Administration is seeking to block certain experts from testifying in an administrative hearing about the agency's proposal to ban 2 psychedelic compounds that scientists say hold significant therapeutic potential. Ahead of the 10-day hearing that a DEA administration law judge scheduled for next month, the agency pushed back against the inclusion of multiple experts in the proceedings on the basis that the proposed testimony and exhibits are incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, and or unduly repetitious.
Yeah, I've got something different than what you're reading.
You got the newsletter, correct? You're on the newsletter. If you go in about the second story, you'll find this one. I'll continue. Okay, you read down, you'll find it. DEA further asserted that while the head of the agency can consider arguments on barriers or hindrance to research in the event that the psychedelics, boy, those are big names. I'm not going to replace them. DOI, DOC are placed in Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act, allowing scientific experts to testify about the potential research harm without qualifying evidence, would result in a waste of judicial time and resources. You getting anywhere?
Nope.
No? Okay. The government argues the research harm evidence is not relevant to the issues and factors discussed above. DEA says that it's in spite of the fact that the federal officials have repeatedly discussed the barriers to research associated with drugs placement on Schedule 1. Yeah, they've done that in the past. They get in the way of things. And just so you know, I'm trying to send you the link, a new version of it. But this resource hog is just taking over everything here. and I don't think I can do it. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. It's working now. There. I sent it to you in a private chat.
Got it.
It's because you got the newsletter link. You got ended up with the wrong link. Yeah. Following a public comment period, DEA ALJ panel or Paul Schulfing in August set an administrative hearing on the issue with November 12th to 22nd, with a final meeting on November the 25th, according to shared with marijuana.
Okay.
Saying that agency is purporting much of the testimony and exhibits are incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, and or unduly repetitious, despite the less rigid evidentiary rules that exist for administrative hearings, where courts have repeatedly established that in deciding what evidence may be permitted. How you making out? Find it?
I'm good. I'm in. Yeah. What
You're
is the
in.
DEA so scared of that these leading scientists must be muzzled? Robert Rush, a Denver-based attorney who is working with the SSDP on the DOI and the DOC case, said in a press release, by trying to silence the world's leading experts in neuroscience and pharmacology, the DEA is attempting to prevent the tribunal and the public from understanding the true potential of these substances. We vigorously oppose the DEA's efforts to stop scientific research and call on the tribunal to reject the government's motion to ensure that all relevant evidence is heard.
This all comes as DEA separately scheduled a December hearing to gain additional input on the Biden administration's cannabis rescheduling proposal, a move that will delay that reform from potentially taking effect until after the presidential election. Meanwhile, SSDP was among stakeholders who requested the psychedelics hearing in hopes of challenging what they view as a lack of evidence justifying DEA's proposed ban. Researchers have pointed out that DOI and DOC, as currently unscheduled substances, have been key components in psychedelics research that show potential in the treatment of anxiety and depression, for example.
Researchers have also argued that DEA has failed to meet the statutory burden of demonstrating that either psychedelic compound has high abuse potential. There are no documented cases in medical literature of distressing responses or death related to human consumption of DOI, nor has there been any established evidence of high risk or of dependence, SSDP said in a pre-hearing filing in July. Additionally, the research has been conducted over the last 35 years on these psychedelics, including studies funded by federal health agencies, has yielded evidence that they may be effective treatment options for chronic, acute, and neuropathic pain, addiction to opioids and alcohol, and other mental health disorders.
And whenever it help with a jumpy screen. Yeah, that's nasty. I unfortunately I'm gonna have to stop it there. You keep, if you want to keep reading along, go ahead.
Oh,
but
that's
unfortunately,
okay.
it's just bouncing off it.
All over the place for you.
I couldn't even see where you were at. So,
yeah.
But the DEA not allowing evidence to come through because they just don't like the evidence. Shouldn't that be up to the panel or the judge, the people to decide?
Yep.
Where that is, and not the DEA.
Yeah, that's quite controlling of them.
Yes, it is, exactly. All right, as I can hear the cat wants in during the broadcast. The cat wanted in, cat wanted out, the dog wanted in, dog wanted out. So whenever you were reading, I was running to the door. So, all right. Anything you want to say before we shut things down?
No, I think it's good. Have a great week, folks.
All righty. Everybody have a great week. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And to our viewers for tuning in the broadcast. And don't forget to educate, medicate, do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, well, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws, because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as Taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients could have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. Well, it's Monday, and it's going to be an interesting show because we are going to talk about substitution programs and what it entails to actually put the programs together and what teamwork it actually really is and what it all entails. So we've advertised that we were going to have a different show, and that topic now has changed. So today we're talking cannabis substitution rather than fuck around and find out, because we've decided that we're not going to feed the trolls. So that's over. Done. Ends today. No more bullshit. And that's where I'm leaving it. So I'm going to welcome my guests, who are Dan, Adam, and Rosie, and we're waiting on Asia. But we are going to be here and talk about cannabis substitution and how it works. Good morning, folks. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. And yourself?
Good
morning, everybody.
So we're going to talk about what you guys have all been doing and why you guys are doing it. And first of all, we want to shout out to the start of it, because if it wasn't for Neil Magnuson, none of this would be going on. Now, unfortunately, we no longer have.
We have a reverberation or something.
There's an echo.
Yeah, I got no echo.
It may be because maybe, yeah, it probably could be a headset thing, but again, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out along the way, because it's just with the room sizes, because I don't use a headset most of the time. But yeah, it could be that issue. But yeah, okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. This is like a casual conversation. Like, it's not like, as you can see, the professional studio I'm in. Al has actually, when we do Pace Radio, he's got stuff behind him. I don't care. I'm here to talk about awareness for people not. All right. So again, Neil was somebody that most of us knew. I knew Neil for 18 years. I met him way back in 2000, and I believe it was 8 when he first did the Freedom Tour and he first came through Alberta. This is long before the substitution program ever started, right? And then over the years, he then progressively was fighting for freedom for everybody. And he did 3 tours or 4 tours where he actually roller skated across the country and got himself to Ottawa to talk to the politicians in Ottawa. So that's how I first met Neil. Now, the substitution program is something that I think was absolutely fabulous. We started it, I believe, with Van Duke in downtown Vancouver. Now, right around the same time as when Dina got his first machine for the drug testing as well. So that all kind of went hand in hand too, because everybody was working kind of together back then. Now we all see how that's progressively changed with legalization, and people got into the legal industry, and then we've got us, right, and other people that are doing other things. So in that time too, fentanyl was introduced to Canada. And when I first started this in 2008, we were worried about cocaine and meth and heroin and those kind of hard substances. And then all of a sudden we had fentanyl. And then all of a sudden we had carfentanil. And we have all these substances. But to be clear, this is not a new problem in downtown East Side Vancouver. When I was a kid in the 70s, I was told that if I did drugs, I would end up on the east side of Vancouver. Social media has really put a spotlight on East Hastings and East Vancouver when the problem has been there for decades and decades. This is not a new thing, right? So, cannabis substitution, we all know works. Me, I'm a living proof of that because I started, using cocaine when I was 17 years old. And I was 35 and finally decided that enough was enough. When I smoked cannabis for weeks straight, up to a quarter pound a week, to get off of the cocaine, right? And it worked. 19 years later, here I am. So, Rosie, we're going to start with you for a sec because you've been running CSP Surrey for how long now?
So I started December 17th, 2022, middle of winter time. And that was after having a conversation with Neil and talking to him about it first and seeing what his thoughts were. And he did say to me at the time, I remember him clearly saying that there was, maybe Adam can attest, I don't know, but there was a couple, I guess, that did it before in Surrey. There was 2 people that started it in Surrey. They did it for a very short time. I guess they got a lot of backlash. They said it was really extremely hard to do, and I guess maybe the RCMP had a factor to play in that. I don't know, because the RCMP was here when I started. I think the difference though is that, like, I know I've only been around the cannabis community since 2020, 2021 maybe, but I've been a harm reduction activist for 15 years, and I was giving away edibles to overdose prevention sites before I even met Neil, and that's how I met Neil. Was because someone saw what I was doing in Surrey and said, "Hey, have you ever met Neil Magnuson on the downtown east side?" And I'm like, "No, I've heard about him. I never really met him." And so I went to meet him, right? And I never did anything without consulting with him first. I wasn't trying to overstep what he was doing. I really, what I said to him is like, what you're doing here is amazing, and we need to expand your vision to other cities and other places, and start to raise further awareness. And it basically was just like a way to become part of the family and start another division, right?
Right. Community, and that's, I think, where we all
that's
all are at with cannabis, is we all want a community that we can all kind of stick together with, right? And just kind of like all work together. So Adam, I'm going to bring you back in, and you can talk about, because you worked with Neil downtown, right?
Yeah, it's been better part of the last 3 years with him.
Making noise for everybody.
I'm going to mute the mics, because if I mute your mic when you're not talking, it seems to shut down, Rosie.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've spent the better part of the past 3 years with the man. And not only was he a great friend, but he definitely was a great mentor, both in the cannabis industry and just, as a human. Taught me a lot about compassion. And, it's, everybody talked about the fact that there was money being made there, but all of that money went right back into what we were doing. Whether it be that tiny little bit of profit at the end of the month, it went into the next event, or, you know what I mean? He lived well below his means. He lived upstairs in the shop Like that's dedication. When I first, like, I donated to him for since I guess 2018, and then I think it was the beginning of 2022 he got raided. And so I seen it online, and I'm like, you know what? I got to go and bring him a big box of stuff in the morning because I know that he's going to be outside doing his thing again. You weren't going to stop that guy. And so I brought him a big box of stuff, and he's like, hey, because usually I would just, bring him a big box of stuff, and then I would take off back to Surrey. But he asked me to stay that day. He's like, oh, come help us set up the tents and whatnot. And I never really left after that, Yeah. And so I got to see the inner workings, and I was proud to say that I was kind of his right hand man towards the end, and yeah, he taught me a lot.
Well, that's the thing with Neil. He was always a great educator, a great speaker, right? And he would, like I said, he'd stand up and sing "No Cannabis" at every event. I remember him singing that
right.
Saskatoon when we were at Harvest Fest the first time I went out to Saskatoon. So we're gonna bring Dan in now, and let's see what you have. Like, so when did you start, Dan, and what inspired you to start playing?
I used to work for Street Saviors a long time ago and do a bunch of stuff on the streets in downtown Vancouver. I did that for a bunch of years. And then I have a company that it just sells weed, and we used to go down to 420 stuff. Of course, I'd listen to Neil. He was really inspiring. Not just Neil, there's a lot of people up there who were inspiring, but Neil is obviously a speaker. After doing it for a bunch of years, we started doing at those places. Neil would come in, sit down and talk with us. All these other, and they come down and chat with us. And I started to get more interested in the side of helping than the side of making money. Anyways, I just always felt like I could give back. So I started joining the CSP with Rosie once I met her. I didn't do that until I think it's been about almost 2 years, I guess. A year, like a year and 8 months or something. Anyways, and I started working with her, and our team came out, and they all loved what we were doing, and so they started working with her too. And then eventually we expanded to Langley. So now we've been doing that actually just the other day for a year. We've been doing Langley, and then we Adam and I got lucky, and I started having some, good, reasonable conversations with some of the people from the other side of this, dilemma, and it led us to, decide to go and talk to the mayor's office. And now I'm actually at the stage where, even though I'm committed and will continue to do CSP forever, as far as I'm concerned, or until the problem's solved, but I've got a really strong interest now in and talking to the people on the other side and trying to get through to them as well.
Right.
We've got a team of people now. It's not me. I'm no genius, but I mean, we have a bunch of people. My dad used to tell me, surround yourself with smart people if you want to be smart. So we did that. We found a bunch of smart people. We've got our ducks in a row, and we're going to go back and talk.
Right.
There's been a lot of rhetoric. There's been a lot of, and everything, but we are focused. We know what we need to do. The government is waiting for us to respond, and we are doing just that. And it's going to get us to the next stage and the next stage and the next stage. And eventually, hopefully, there'll be no need for CSPs if it gets done correctly.
Right. Exactly. And I often have said this over the last little bit, because we've got such an opioid problem. If they would have rolled out safe supply the way they rolled out cannabis with manufacturing, putting it behind the storefront, making it 19, and that would have maybe made things not so hard with the safe supply, where people actually could use it recreational. We all know that a lot of people are dying because they use it recreational. It's not the addicts on the street that are always dying. It's people that go and grab a gram on the weekend and end up with fentanyl in their cocaine, and they end up dead with 4 kids, waking up with mommy and daddy dead on the couch, right?
If we're honest, I don't mean to interrupt.
So 80% of people who are overdosing are dying alone in their homes.
If we're honest with ourselves, system has been set up deliberately, like all of our healthcare system, to milk the most amount of money out of any situation. Yeah. This is the problem with our healthcare system. Cannabis is an issue, but it's like a point of the spear. The spear is long, and there are many problems with the way in which the government has decided to turn the people of Canada into customers in the healthcare system. This is another example of that. We have a medicine that is perfectly designed to fight this problem, And sure, maybe it won't work for everybody. Heck, maybe it only works for 40%. But if 40% of the people out there were out of the way and had a place to go and work on their issues, then we would have mental illness and the severely addicted left over. That's a lot less energy and money to pour into a problem if you've removed 40% of the problem. And all they have to do is change the law to say we can use the stuff that the large producers throw away. It's a
Yeah.
real simple thing. It's
Yeah.
small.
And what a waste, like, for all of that. Like, what a waste of materials, like, through going to all kinds of people, like, and let's face it, like, how many people, we don't get discounts as patients anymore because they don't do that. I don't buy full license producer anymore. That feedback's bad. Hang on, I'm gonna mute. Maybe it's me that's the problem. Maybe I'm the problem. I'm the problem. But there's no staff, like, there's no discounts for patients, and I don't know how many patients are actually accessing, like, through the mail anymore, right? And even when I was accessing through Broken Coast when we first came out with this MMPR program that we got thrown into, there was no discounts. It was still $10 to $15 a gram all the way up. And when you get a 15 gram a day prescription or a 20 gram a day prescription, let's face it, you cannot afford that. The affordability. So even when I went for my last one through at Namaste or whatever, 420, so it wasn't going to cost me anything because I wasn't able to grow anyway. They refused to up mine to 20 because they told me that they couldn't see me being able to afford it, which is none of their damn business. But that's what I got from the license, or from this whatever group that I had to get my licensing through, right? So people need to access it, and that was one thing we fought for way back, was dignified access. You probably heard this term. If you're working with the people I think you are, you've probably heard that several times. And that's why legalization was easy for us to process through, because with all these dispensaries and all this recreational use, there was going to be dignified access for patients. Here is where they went wrong. They put our edibles at 10 milligrams, and that's it. If they would have kept it at milligram level, like, wide open for patients to be able to access, because my question is too, what's recreational about salve and caps? But they're allowing those to be accessed in the stores. You can buy capsules with 250 in a thing at 10 milligrams each. That's 2,500 milligrams per package. You can buy them here in town. Oh, were you down here? We've got them on the shelf.
Yeah, they were supposed to be taken off the shelf like probably
I
2
haven't
months ago.
them down. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but again, what's recreational about salves? Nothing. What are you gonna do? Rub lotion on your hands for around a campfire at night? Like, that's not recreational, right? But again,
if you have to pay a huge amount of money for your medicine, you've already taken out half the people who need it because they don't have any money.
Right.
Their system of things to is what that is. Even if they raise the amount of the allowable THC in the edibles in the stores, the homeless not buy.
Well, and you know what? Most people can't afford it either, even if they're not homeless. Let's face it. I mean, the affordability price point in the stores has come down. Like, you can buy an ounce for under $100 now in the stores. Now, the quality isn't top end either, right? But here's what I was talking to Asia about this morning too, and I was talking to her. The problem that, when we're talking about what we're doing, and we're giving away cannabis to patients and people on the street for whatever reason, and we're giving it away, they're not worried about us. They're worried about how we're accessing it and who we're accessing it from, because they know that there's a huge online present market, and that's what they want to catch. They don't care that we're giving cannabis. They don't give a flying fuck about that. They want to catch the people in thousands of plants underground, because they know that they're still there, and they're producing under the not under the legal labels, right? And that's again back to Dan. They're not getting the money. Right? So they couldn't get everybody into the legal market. And they know that, because there's a lot of us that don't qualify for legal market. 90% of the people that are doing online business would not qualify under the legal market, and they're not going to stop what they're doing. And they're doing it and undercutting and being more affordable. But that's where we're going to run into where they think they're going to catch and nip us, right? So we have to, start, instead of outing, we need to start wrapping ourselves in protecting. And I said that before. Instead of, flapping all over fucking social media, we need to fucking do the hug so nobody gets arrested.
That's the
Yeah,
goal.
it's kind of hard to do when your own brother Doctors want to call the cops on you, though.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Supposedly.
Exactly.
But this is the
People
thing.
you're supposed to trust.
But this is the
Like you
thing.
can,
They
you know,
don't
you
want,
cannot. Why throw away their livelihood? You know, or put their.
they don't
I
want,
just social media is a weapon, and I.
they
Go ahead,
don't
Jack.
want
What
to.
were you saying?
Social media is being used as a weapon. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just trying not to talk.
Anyway, sorry.
It's okay. Listen, the problem I feel like is, which is the government is trying to figure out a way to keep making money on something that frankly they never had business in taking. And they're doing it through legislation sneaky ways. And it's up to us, but it isn't the people made happy, which is the bulk of people. They're like, okay, it's legal now. Perfect. What they don't understand is it's not regulated in the sense of you don't know what you're buying. A lot of times you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't return it. You know, you can't go in there and purchase enough of any edibles to be discernibly important. Like you're not going to get high, and you even if you do, it's a trick because your system actually isn't getting the benefits at 10, 20 milligrams anyways.
No,
So
exactly.
so if they really wanted it to be fair, the first thing they do is they'd say anybody who is on fixed income, who has a prescription for medical marijuana, should be getting all they need, just like any other prescription. What is the dose? Boom, all you need. Do the patients pay for methadone?
Yeah,
No,
they do. Yeah, they do.
but
My daughter,
not.
yeah, my dad had to pay for my daughter's Suboxone. So yeah, they do
But
actually.
commonly, our healthcare system, once you have commonly your medication, at least most of them, are covered under our Canadian healthcare system.
No,
Cannabis isn't expensive.
that's
Well,
the
I
thing.
mean,
I disagree with that statement because I have some very expensive medication where I don't even know how any form of government can expect me to pay that much. In fact, there are some medicines where I can't afford them, so I just don't take them.
And
There's
yeah,
one where
pharmaceuticals are
my
not.
whole life would be dramatically improved for $1,800 a month, but they can't seriously expect me to pay that much for medicine.
but nobody takes medications.
No,
Nobody here ever gets
our medications are not covered by any pharmacare unless you have private
no
coverage insurance.
Is I covered lots of them.
From who? You must be on like benefits of social because we're not. Like I'm not.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not getting any help.
No.
I'm on disability. That's why.
No,
That's
why,
what this is.
right?
This is what I'm
If you're not on any disability, if you're not on any social services, if you work like if I worked without my husband's job, my medication alone is $600 a month. That's just for my Vyvanse alone. If I didn't have
saying. But
benefits,
I'm not talking about us. I'm not talking about us. We are the CSP. I'm talking about the people who can't get access. That's what this is about, right?
Oh, okay.
And I get what you guys are saying, but we have money, we have jobs, we'll find a way to get what we need, whatever. That's what the government thinks. But the people on the street, they know they can't. There is no system of figuring out a way to come up with the money if you really need the medication. And that's what I'm saying is it's one thing to say to people who have jobs, listen, you can go out and get privatized healthcare. It's another thing to say to people who don't even really know what they're doing through most of the day to say, yes, there is a solution here. Go ahead, apply it. Go out there and
here's the
buy.
thing with that. Most of those people that at least I know that my daughter's addicted on the street, she gets AISH, which is in Alberta. So she's covered by all her pharmaceuticals too. What they need to do is make cannabis
That's what I'm
on
saying.
the list with a DIN number so that you actually have that covered as well, right? Rather than having it just not have any, you can have as a tax credit if you're buying it from a licensed producer as a patient, you can write it off as a tax credit, which doesn't give you money in your pocket, right? But at the end of the day, it should be covered like any other pharmaceutical medication on anybody's benefits. And if you're on disability and on living like rough or on the streets or whatever, and you're getting covered by social assistance and all your benefits are being covered, you pay $2 or whatever it is for your prescription, right? Even with my benefits through my husband's job, I'm still paying a portion of my prescriptions. I'm not getting them for $0. The distribution fee alone is $10.99 per fucking prescription because I just got them filled on Friday. And the pharmacy's charging me $10.99 per prescription for distribution. When you get 6 of them, that's 60 some odd, $65 just for them, administration fees for them. Like that on top of it's fucking ridiculous, right? Like nuts. but it should be covered cannabis. And I think there are a couple actually, London, there's a couple Blue Cross, and I think there's a couple insurance companies that actually do cover cannabis if it's medical.
Right. But for the most people, and I see them every single day,
yeah,
all the time, there's no coverage. There's no
Yeah.
help, and there's no direct. And if it would be, they offered some sort of go to clean injection, that stuff. They're not offering you the concept of using cannabis at all. It's not even on the. It's not even the conversation.
I think the most disturbing thing I hear is that people don't like the fact that we're even that harm reduction is a thing. They don't like the fact that there people are being able to access clean needles and clean pipes, and I think that's appalling. Never mind that they're worried about what we're going to be giving out for cannabis. Like I'm
So we
wondering,
go
do I have to write in the bag? This is how many milligrams. So if something happens, I'm not liable for it too, right? Because you always think in the back of your head, like, what if somebody greens out and ends up at the hospital and
Yes,
says,
you
"I
do.
got this bag
Yes, you
from."
do. Yes, you do. I write down the milligrams and all the edibles I give to my clients because if they come back to me and say something happened, I have to. They could say, it wasn't
Right. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of like wondering. Like, should I put stuff in the bag with the amount of milligrams and stuff so that nobody
as far as the harm reduction goes, I've been listening to the rhetoric, and it's because here we go again with assumptions. Like when you're going politically going public saying that we give people drugs and safe injection sites, not the truth, actually, or that these shelters are drug dens for addicts, not the truth. In a lot of cases, these are the vocal points where people are coming from an ostracized place to having some sort of resource and help that maybe can intervene. And you come to a safe injection site, you come with the drugs you bought off the street, and we're there to help you. We can test it for you. We can give you a clean syringe. And if you overdose, well, fancy that. We can bring you back to life.
Right.
And I think for them to say that the safe injection sites are the reason why the overdose epidemic has skyrocketed is here we go with misinformation and assumptions of what they think we're doing in these places, which is not what we're doing.
Well, there's two conversations there. I mean, I love the concept of harm reduction, and I think it's stupid to try and shoot it down because that's the same thing as saying don't get. But the truth is what we're trying to do is bring comfort to people who have none. It isn't just a matter of getting them off the drugs, although I'd love to get everybody off all the drugs.
Not that easy.
Is if you go out there and you spend a day out in a field in the rain, in shoddy clothing, with no shower and no food, and somebody comes up to you and they give you a joint or a edible or some food, that can be the difference in your day of whether you decide to kill yourself or maybe go another. Somehow people think, well, that's not important. Let's instead treat these people like animals and sort of push them into these other places where they're not in our eyesight.
We've always maintained that quality of life is something, even as a medical user, we need. And the cannabis is a therapeutic quality of life, right? And giving it to people that have lived with trauma. And that's it. Like, let's face it, we're all dealing with it ourselves. Never mind the fact that we've also got that now that you're out there dealing with people with trauma on a weekly basis, right? And then Adam, you are dealing with them on a daily basis. So, I mean, dealing with these people on a one-on-one, you finally get to hear their stories. And then you take that back and you bring that back. And then you take that back to, and that's when that's when our activism side comes in, and that's when, like Dan says, we got to go see the mayor, and you got to go sit in that MP's office, and you got to start that campaign to write letters to your MLAs. And right now we're in a goddamn election in British Columbia, and we should be standing in front of those candidates asking them the hard questions. Why are we not introducing this? Why are we not doing this? And I don't know how many of you are political on that end of things. I know I'm very political. Asia's done her, part along the way too. But we need to be standing in those MLA's offices now. Or they're not MLAs right now. We're standing in front of those candidates. And stand in front of that conservative candidate and ask them as he's breaking down healthcare and he's going to, start incarcerating people for addiction and taking tents down. What is the aftermath of the trauma of that? Because you're already dealing with people with trauma, and then you're going to cause them more trauma, and then what are you going to end up with? And I'm not saying that there aren't some people that are that are mental health and that are harmful to themselves and others that should not be helped. That is something that there are a very slim, small percentage of people that are on the streets that are that harmful to themselves and others. A very small portion.
So Tamara,
well, that's why I would start with cannabis, and then you move there, right? You remove the 30% or 50% or whatever you imagine it might be, people who would take that path. And trust me, because I talk every day. I see I'm saying I would do it if it was available. And that is 10 to 15 days straight of sitting there just getting hit with edibles, sleeping and getting through that sickness, and then moving your way past it and starting a different lifestyle, which, believe it or not, part of the allure of cannabis is the fact that it is, in fact, not just something to do, but a lifestyle and a family of people that expands the globe. And once you become part of it, you actually don't want to go back to that other lifestyle because you feel comfortable with your life. To get to that point, though, you have to know someone is going to be there for you and that there's going to be enough. Because if you run out, if you don't have enough supplies, they're going to get a third of the way there. They're not going to believe it's working and they're never going to try it again.
So I'd like to point out that currently with all the provincial parties that are running, the Conservative Party, the NDP, and the Liberal Party all plan to take the same approach with
Yes.
drug addiction and
Involuntary
expansion.
treatment.
So it doesn't matter who you vote for. That's what's going to play out.
I know. So that's why we need to be starting to be, like I said, standing in front of them and telling them this is wrong. Their policy needs to change before they even get elected, because we've got 15 days to change their minds.
But I would also like to point out that when I went to the federal NDP convention in in Hamilton last year, MLAs, but some MLAs, because they were actually present, but also MPs are discussing how cannabis substitution can be used in drug rehabilitation, and it is coming to fruition. It just takes time. And I heard you, Dan, discussing about how you wanted LPs to be able to give out their weed that's gone to expiry to be used for said sources. That's something that will probably, unfortunately, never come to fruition. However, those LPs providing good, viable weed to said cannabis substitution programs would be considered what they would put in place. So I don't know how long this will take, but I believe at some point every province by a federal rule will be given permission to substitute it with that versus, say, I think it's called Naboxone. There's a whole bunch of different alternatives to opiates.
We got Suboxone, we got
Suboxone, thank
methadone,
you.
we got Methadose, and we got Cadian.
Sure. So they would probably offer that in the list of those items that you could choose to get off of it.
They don't use them now.
Be a viable option.
There's viable options, but they told Brianna that she had to quit using cannabis at least 2 weeks before she hit Eventa, because they were not allowed to use any substances at all. And if they had to even smoke a cigarette, they had to leave the property. That's why she
was interesting that cigarettes have been allowed even if you leave the property, and drinking coffee, which is horrifically addicting, have been okayed. So we're hoping, at least I'm hoping, that will be changed.
In Alberta, when you go to detox, you cannot drink coffee and you cannot smoke cigarettes. So you're coming off an addiction of a substance. Never mind, you can't have
stupid,
have nicotine,
so dumb.
right? But they've done that in Alberta. That's why addicts are set up for failure. You go to detox.
Lived experience here. Couldn't handle after 3 days of no cigarette. I'm like, I gotta go. Can't do it. If I could have had a cigarette, I would have stayed longer. But I was nicking out more than anything.
Right?
Like, I need a damn cigarette.
Right? And that's the problem. They cut off everything for you so that you can't even straight. So how can you even think about getting off the substance that you're getting off of? Nicotine and caffeine are hard enough, and now you want them to do it all at once at the same time. Like you're setting them up for failure, and then waiting for another 3 months after detox to find a fucking bed to go to treatment.
That's because abstinence-based rehabilitation on its own is the least effective type of rehabilitation.
Right?
The stats are clear. 3% of people succeed with abstinence-based treatment. Only 3%.
Yes, for my daughter, and guys,
a very low number.
There you go.
Yeah, there's also not enough housing to place them in after.
Which puts you actually at greater risk of overdose, because if you go back to using after some abstinence, you're at higher risk of dying because your tolerance level's gone down.
Right. Okay, I gotta take my break. We're 3 minutes behind on the break, and I gotta thank my sponsors, or we're gonna be in trouble. So we'll be right back after a quick break and thanks to my sponsors, and we'll be just 2 minutes, and that's it. So we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we are back. Oh, that up, and then that one up, that one up. There we are. Oh, great. So yeah, Legacy 420 actually delivers our. God, this back is terrible. I've got this wacky back, whatever going on.
I think if all of us that aren't talking turn our mics on mute, it should help with that.
Usually it does, but there we go. Anyways, so we're back with all my guests. We got Rosie from CSP Surrey with us. We got Adam from the VS or CPS from Vancouver prior to. We got Asia with 3 Happy Cats, 12 High Chicks, and everybody knows Asia. And Dan with CSP Langley. And me, of course. I'm always here. But so we're back to doing like the fact of the matter, like we were talking about dignified access to for patients, right? And the fact that we're doing this as a free service to people, and it doesn't have to be people that are homeless either, right? Like if you set up and you're down there, you're not, it's a no questions asked thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll pretty much, if you look like you need it, I'll give it to you. But from my perspective, I do try really hard know the people, because just giving out cannabis isn't a solution to anything.
No,
Finding the
sorry.
people it from it, finding out the ones who really want to change their patterns and applying that particular. It's just like any other medicine. If you give the right dose for the right reason, you're going to get the right results. I have right this minute several people that I go to every day, and I give them large amounts of THC and cannabis edibles, and they are sleeping. 6 people so far who's gone through the program, myself personally, the Langley one, who have quit and now work with me, right? This process works. And this is the part that's frustrating, is if you're going to apply all of the multi-million-dollar solutions to a problem we all share, the government shares this problem with us. So we're going to apply all these multi-millions of citizen dollars to this problem, then why not do it intelligently and remove with the cheap version, which cannabis doesn't cost that much to make as a medicine, as far as some
Well,
things are
it
concerned.
costs a lot more now that the government's got its hands on it.
Is solve this problem with not really all that much money, and what you would have is a removal of, I don't know, we can estimate the amount of people. I would argue it's 40% or higher that would take this process and walk and get away from it.
Oh, yeah.
And then what you have left are the severely addicted and the mentally disabled.
That do
And
need
then
to go into involuntary treatment and do a psych evaluation and get trauma informed care and get all that help that they need and deserve and get stabilized on the proper medications instead of medicating with crystal meth, because they've been left under the radar and have fallen through the gaps for so long that they're so far gone. Trying to get them out of this lifestyle is like next to impossible, and the drugs people are using today are physically changing their brains, man. It's frying their brains. They're using salazine. They're using stuff that's not meant for human consumption. This is not even a game or a joke anymore. People's lives are at stake. That's the bottom line. And the opposite of addiction is connection. Like you said, Dan, there is so much more to the CSP every week than just going and giving people a doobie and a cookie. I sit there. I have these valuable conversations. Here's a really great story. A guy was staying in the shelter in the parking lot where I give out cannabis, and he was staying there for a whole week using. I gave him a whole goodie bag of cannabis cookie stuff because he's like, this helps me not want to use. He's like, I'm waiting to go to treatment. I gave him that bag. It got him through. He came and saw me last week after 4 months clean to say thank you. Oh my God, I made it to treatment. And I'm telling you, like, I ate that cookie and went to sleep, and it really helped me get over that edge. And I didn't want to use that day. I didn't want to use for that minute, even if it's for that minute or that hour. Hey, I've saved the day. I've saved the life. You guys don't understand, like, how much this particular subject impacts my life. My own mother overdosed, okay, and died in 2008. Okay.
actually,
So
dude,
it hits hard for me, right?
everybody has family that this is affected, whether it's somebody out there or somebody who's lost somebody out there. Okay, so everybody, this problem touches us all.
Yeah.
And when what happens is when you sit up there, you see tents and you see like a bunch of zombies walking around.
It's terrible.
Sensitize themselves to these being people, but a great deal of people started off with just a minor injury where they went to the doctor, because let's remember, the homeless and the heavily addicted didn't invent opiates. Okay,
No.
the doctors,
Big Pharma did.
did. So now you go to the doctor, you have a knee injury, you get some opiates for it. Before you know it, they think you've had enough. Your injury's good now, as far as they're concerned, and they cut you off. And then they say, now you're an addict, because you keep trying to come back for more opiates because you say your knee still hurts. So what choices does that leave these people? Now they're on the street.
Who's got the pills? Where? Hey, who's got some dillies? Where are you? Carnegie Corner. It's true, Asia. You know it. T3s. Just go to Carnegie Corner. You get a pill on any kind of pill.
Really? And like, you can't do that here. Like, it's I don't know. Like, maybe it's like that here too. Oh,
there's
Jesus.
like 4 places in the Lower Mainland that, like, anything you can
east
think
side?
of,
Oh,
if you have money or stuff, you can get it. It's insane.
You can buy pills right off the corner of Carnegie Corner. You got dillies, morphine, whatever you want. You want T3s? You want
But are they
oxycodone?
safe? That's the thing. Are they safe? They're not safe.
No,
are
well,
they?
yeah,
No,
people's
absolutely not.
prescriptions. They're people's prescriptions, though. I think, or maybe
A lot of
some
the
them
time
are.
still
in
with their
some
name on
cases,
it.
they're not.
You're
in
right.
some cases,
Nowadays,
they are pressed pills that are
counterfeit. They're
replicated.
counterfeit. Yes.
and there was a case where
Yeah.
they were fentanyl and I think chalk, and they got busted for it. But yeah,
But you know,
that's some
back
dangerous
when
shit.
I
It
was on
happens here all the
Hastings,
time.
it wasn't like that. We
There
knew
is
if I went to the corner, I knew I was buying a dilly 8. Nowadays, you don't know what you're buying. It's a lot scarier and a lot rougher than it's ever been, and I admit that. You know, I got off the downtown east side 15 years ago. Okay.
Good for
So
you.
I used to be homeless on the streets. So I know.
Absolutely.
Right?
So then
You know, I know.
My
Yes.
daughter's actually using, I watched it, like she's using meth and whatever she can get her hands on. And I had her on FaceTime last week, and just the behavior is just unbelievable. Now, what's your thoughts on this new doctor that they've got in top of addiction? Like they're saying that every time you OD, you have brain damage, right? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, you're losing oxygen to your brain. So it takes up to 3 minutes, right, for your brain to start to deplete oxygen and brain cells die. 5 minutes, you should be brain dead. I've seen people go out longer, and I don't know, by the grace of God, but yes, you know, when you're cutting off oxygen to vital brain cells, you're creating damage. And I don't think it's just that with the overdose. That's the drugs people are using today. It's changing people. They are different people.
Well,
They're putting things like tranquilizer in it.
Yes.
Like the drugs I was
Like
on, not the drugs they have on the streets today. Like what the fuck was that? I was watching, like, seriously, like the behavior I saw my daughter, it was just like, it was like watching Mardi Gras. It was like, the fuck was that? Like, what is she doing? Like, it was just like,
Yeah, I've seen it on the downtown east side every day. You have no idea what these people are doing, and half the time they don't know what they're doing.
I know.
Especially when the trank dope came out, like they would take a hit and then they wouldn't see the rest of the day.
Oh my god.
They'd be functional and doing things, but they wouldn't see it until they'd finally come back to life, like literally, 20 hours later.
Yeah, like it's just heartbreaking. Like, I mean, I see it here. Like, I'm in a population of 20,000, and you drive down, and people don't want to go to Dairy Queen or McDonald's and take their kids anymore because they're seeing people like it's bad, right?
The small towns get it really bad. I come from a small town in northern Ontario, and I actually heard about fent there on a trip back to see my parents before I heard about it here in Vancouver. They were breaking into pharmacies to steal the patches, used patches at that.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really crazy. And then I went back I think it was 2 years later, and I'd never seen the city like that before. Like, it's always been a drug-filled little city, but I mean, when I left 15 years ago, if you wanted to smoke a rock, you'd have to cook it yourself. And then I went back like a year and a half to. Yeah, and I went back a year and a half, 2 years later, and then all of a sudden it was like everything was there. It was crazy, and I was fairly in tune with the drug scene back then when I was
stores being shut down the way they are. You have to know how they're getting it into the country, right? They're mailing it in apparently. Like, I mean, it's getting in. Like, no matter how you look at it, it's getting in. No matter how many lockdown rules, how much they do.
But a lot of it's being made.
Drugs,
right?
A lot of it's getting made here, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's being made here, right? So it's not real. How can you make real cocaine out of what? What are you making out of?
Right. Well, and that's the thing, though, is it's so scary.
Cocaine, guys. There is actually the very first federally approved cocaine manufacturing company down the road for me. I realize
around the
they
corner.
have ceased production. I think they produce a gram or something, but it is legitimately down there, and they were experimenting with that over COVID. And I'm not really sure why they stopped, but
I think they made
grow
70.
plants there. It is a thing.
They were given the okay to make 70 grams, I believe. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's still so minuscule. I'm not sure.
This is
interesting.
I should have read more, but I didn't get into it too far. But I was like, "There's a what down the street?" Wow.
I clicked.
Oh, we just lost
Adam's gone.
Like, that's how they, like I said, that's how they should roll out the program. The reason why the opioids are ending up on the street is because you can't give a crackhead opioids and as a safe supply and expect them. That's not their drug of choice. right? They want cocaine. They don't want fucking.
But I honestly think that they did that because they're gearing up to want to be the dealers of those drugs.
They should be.
Well,
Honestly.
from a medical perspective, if you go into the hospital and you tell them I took half a gram of cocaine that I got from pharmacy number 77, they know that's what you took. But if you go to
they can test the batch.
they have no fucking clue what's actually in your system.
I'm right on board for that. I think they should be manufacturing it all and fucking and as much as they don't want the government's hands in it, but then it's safe and it's tested and people aren't going to fucking die from it.
Well,
That's the thing. That's the thing too, is that that I tell people all the time. I said, it's as easy as people not cleaning their scales. A couple of grains of salt is enough to kill people.
I know.
And that's a dangerous thing. Like I've got a 16-year-old daughter, and she, I'm sure she's gonna sample in some things down the road. But I tried to tell her, stay with a dealer that sells one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That way, there's no contamination.
Scary
Because
topics.
people are late. Yeah, it is. It's terrifying.
My boys are turning 9 and in 10 days, boy. They're last year single digits.
Well, even my son back in Ontario, like at the skate park, they were offering him down when he was like 12.
Yeah.
They're getting.
Heart attack, don't say that.
I almost jumped on a plane.
I swear to God, I'm gonna be that mama. You're gonna see me on TikTok. Look at this crazy ass woman at the school going nuts on the kid. You're gonna.
Oh, I almost got on a plane.
Fucking asshole kid. Where's your parents? Go get your damn parents.
But it was a small enough place that I could.
Slap your mom
I probably knew their parents.
Oh
I
my
probably knew
God.
their parents. Yeah, it was crazy. I almost got on a plane right then and there.
That's I'm telling you, I'm so fearful of this because the kids are up against a whole new world, not the world I had. Social media and the weapon of social media and using. They have such a world they have to live up to, because it's right there in front of them every single day, and
And everybody's watching. Everybody's watching. Yeah, it's terrifying because it feels like it probably feels like they're under a microscope.
Can I say something here?
Sorry to say this.
I'm trying to interject.
Why I mostly fear for my kids because I'm white and they're white.
Yeah.
That's right.
100%.
I said it.
Okay.
It's true. My kids are the minority at their school. They're the only Caucasian kids in their class.
Never mind.
And the other kids don't speak English. So, and then the teachers get mad at me because my kids have no friends. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe they should speak English. Sorry, I said it.
Okay. I think if we can bring it back just for a second to one important fact.
Dad.
Of other drugs and what they're originally purposed for. They've been doing it with drugs forever. All of the drugs on the market are synthesized plants. That's what they do. And that's what they want to do with cannabis. The problem is they want us all to buy their version of cannabis. And down the road, that's going to become a much bigger problem than they realize. It's a double-sided problem, though. People on the ground. What's happening? What is?
We're listening, Dad.
Am I yelling?
No, but again, the thing is with the cannabis too, like we have the microcrafting. Thankfully, we do have the microcrafting, market. It's not following all the rules.
Problem is, though, there is two sides of this argument, and a lot of them are street dealing drug dealers who want fentanyl and are fighting against us underneath the guise of what it is we do. I see these guys all the time dressed as homeless people, sitting around with a bunch of other homeless people, waiting till we're gone, and there's a huge dynamic here. And what happened was a long time ago, the fentanyl dealers realized if we slip, like Adam said, one crystal, we can get them all on our side of the fence. That's why cocaine isn't around as much. That's why there's designer drugs, because everybody wants you on the same drug because it's easy to, and you're addicted.
That's a theory that I've never thought of actually. Because it's gone just everybody's doing fentanyl. Like, why is everybody's drug choice fentanyl? Like, who wants to do fentanyl? Like, all of a sudden, doing fentanyl. Like, what the fuck?
It's
I
deliberate.
don't want to sound silly and interrupt, but I was given medical grade fentanyl during a medical procedure. If you've ever had fentanyl, wow, I can see why there's a draw to it. Like, I could have had a crocodile gnawing off my leg, and I would have been like,
warm
"Woo,
hug.
yeah, this is great." It
I gave it
was.
to my 15-year-old when he dislocated his elbow. And I'm
Yeah,
scared
so I
of
had my son Key, and they gave me some form of fentanyl through like a drip, and I pushed the button a couple times, and finally the doctor's like, "Would you like to hold your baby?" And I was like, "There's a baby?" So that's how powerful that drug is. And when they offered it to me the next time for my son Fox, I said, no, I forgot there was a baby last time with that stuff. I'm good.
I'm good on the morphine, thanks. No fentanyl for me. Yeah, like it's like I said, like that's all I hear is people are doing fentanyl, and we had a 13-year-old kid here die of an overdose from fentanyl.
Yeah, that's
So-
terrible. We had one on the downtown east side that was 12 not too
Right?
long ago,
So again, like,
and those ones hit hard, you know.
Right, but we can't. Like I said, to one of the guys that's going to come out and help me. I said, we're not doing this for you. You're involved in the youth project. This is not for 19 and under. I cannot risk giving children, as much as I think it's a good thing. Like I don't like it's not my rules. I just have to follow, right? Because edibles maybe for a 15-year-old, so he would sleep instead of smoking crack or meth would be a good thing, right? Because that's what's going on in our town. There's a lot of youth that are doing that hard, and like I said this before, like you've regulated cannabis so much that children don't have access anymore. Now they're trying harder drugs. So how are we protecting the children?
And a lot of the time, those other drugs are more available.
That's what I mean.
The sad part. That's the sad
Where
part.
everybody was just smoking weed. The kids were just, taking their bongs around. They were sitting around the skate park with their bongs. Now they can't access any cannabis because it's all, 19 and
Yeah.
over regulated. Now they're smoking meth in their bongs. Like, so
Yeah.
how is that protecting the children?
Yeah, it's doing completely the opposite.
Right?
Especially, I've seen it all the time. You see them, 15, 16-year-old kids down on the east side, and they're just looking for weed. It's really, really hard not to give it to them.
Right.
Because literally the next block, they got a dealer for every drug.
Hey, you know what the solution to this would be? Have their doctors prescribe it to them, because you can prescribe as a doctor. You can prescribe somebody underage the use of
Try
cannabis.
and find a doctor.
That's not a bad idea.
The thing
don't
is,
have
a
a
lot
sit-
of doctors will not prescribe under the age of 18 either. And we found that with kids that absolutely
My
needed it.
nephew had prescribed to him at 15 for his bone disease.
Well, depending, but like I said, we had a hell of a time. Even Mandy McKnight had a fuck of a time getting me him. Even Sarah, even Haley, like
That's what I'm saying.
Dr. Barnes,
It's gonna be a hard time. Why is there a hard time getting
I
that?
don't know, because the doctors won't even sign for us, because the College of Physicians actively will not sign for us, because cannabis is not recognized as medicine by Health Canada.
Right. That's because the official position about cannabis is that it is dangerous. And if the reason for that is because as long as it's dangerous, we won't treat it as it really should be, which is a relatively mild thing in the world of drugs.
And I stood up in 2014 and said, unless you guys recognize this as medicine, we're always going to have the same commander. And that was in a legalization roundtable in Vancouver. And I was there, and I was there, and we all said the same thing. Until you absolutely see cannabis as a medicine and actually state cannabis as a medicine, we're going to keep going around and around and around in circles and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And they still don't care.
The federal government and the province of BC allows for Nabalone and Sesame, which is, two different brands of synthetic THC, but no actual THC. So it's recognized, but not the way I would want it to be, if that makes sense.
That's giving real weed to somebody implies that it's a medicine. They can't take that risk because it risks their profit line. Ibuprofen, sleep aids, anti-nausea medication, and all the other things that cannabis do, that they make money off of right now. So they can't. That's why we don't have stores for bleach. Is a dangerous thing, and your kids go under and drink it. But why don't we have a special store? How come is it 300 meters away from the school? It's way more dangerous than cannabis. But we allow our parents to take care of those children and make sure they don't drink bleach. But we don't give them that same respect when it comes to a plant we grow in the backyard. Because, of course, your 6-year-old might go outside and eat a plant. It's preposterous,
That's
and
the most ridiculous shit ever. I know.
it's just about money. And the fact that they have managed to sell this lie that cannabis is dangerous to the general populace is quite amazing to me, because every single day I run into people who treat it as if it's dangerous. I've had people come, officials, and I've actually, after sitting down and talking for 20 minutes, they have no choice but to go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
0.7 kill you eat them if you're allowed to throw them around everywhere.
Okay, guys, we got to wrap it up. We got 2 minutes left. So, shout outs or anything anybody wants to have to say besides,
A shout out to Asia, May, Moon, Adam, I don't know how to say your name, and Rosie, and of course you, Tamara, for taking on this fight. You guys are all badass warriors, and I love all of you.
The feeling is mutual, my friend.
John, I can't say your last name either.
And so for
No, you know
anyone
what?
who's curious,
I
hear
love
no
when
evil,
telemarketers
see
call
no
me.
evil, see no evil.
I'd love not hit the please. Please keep the wraps.
And 5 days left. 5 days left.
5 days.
5 days. And
Oh,
actually,
I can't wait.
Halloween and the 420 Live end of the month, Asia May is actually holding a happening.
That's
If you want to sponsor, please get a hold of my friend here because she can always use the extra hand.
That's true. I was going to say, if we're going to do some shout outs, I would like to shout out to Heisenherb for being our gold sponsor and Bovida for being our platinum sponsor. I'd also like to thank Medman, Mad Hatter. I'd like to thank the CST Langley. I realize that they're just offering me their time, but time is super precious these days, guys. And as well as Knock Network, Pace Radio, and everybody else that's also been in the background putting all the kits together. So if anyone doesn't know how it works this year, the 42 Live is completely free to do. The first 30 people in the door get your free kit. It's extracts only, and you have from 4:20 to 7:10 to do your judging, and the remaining 12 judges are elected. So those of you that have been elected, we'll see you there when it's time. And yeah, we go all the way to midnight.
Awesome. And again, too, shout out to all you guys for all the hard work and thanks for being an inspiration to me. We launch next Saturday, which is Thanksgiving long weekend, so we're also looking for 10 meals. If somebody would like to donate 10 turkey dinners in the local area, that'd be great. We can go to meal. If not, we'll figure something else out. Alexa, go out some time to, go have a shower.
Oh, and let's not forget the hi guys.
Woo! Right on, guys. So thanks again for all of you coming on. And like I said, we're just going to keep on doing what we do, moving forward positively. And that's the end of it. Oh, and thanks to Canadian Lumber.
Yeah.
Because they help us all with papers.
And we're not-
And I emailed this morning saying thank you. I got their send me a case of papers too. It's actually because they were a sponsor of Harvest Fest. So this is a Harvest Fest from Halifax. And Canadian Lumber sponsors them. So
And don't give in to the trolls.
No.
Goodbye, trolls.
Canadian Lumber.
Yeah, Canadian Lumber. Woo! And again, to my sponsors, which are Legacy 420, Campbellford Lifestyle, Jesus, I forgot hydroponics. I always, and then we also have Mushy Moments too, another show that's on the network. So catch us on Wednesday, Pace Radio, on Wednesday night. So thanks, guys, again, and stick around after we can wrap this up. And that's a wrap. Have a good day, everyone.
Later.
Now I got to find the ending.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
All right.
Well, that was
Hey,
cool,
we're
guys.
left with
2 people. That's
I appreciate you having us.
No, thanks for coming on, you guys. I think that was way better than sitting there doing a Michelle fucking fashion contest.
Well, she wanted to talk to her. She would have done it. She didn't want to. Well, good.
Wait, well, like I said, she wanted to facts, so the facts are with you. And
I never wanted to argue with anybody. I frankly she started a fight, so I started fighting back. If you want to have an argument, I'm with you. And if not, then let's get some stuff done.
I was like, debate me.
Yeah, I did the same
So many
thing. I said,
times.
if you want to have
So
a
many
debate,
times.
she avoided
let me-
having a real conversation at all costs.
With any of us.
Yeah.
yeah, and I
Because
that's why
she knew. She knew.
Well, I mean, people start throwing shit up that's 10 years old. You guys haven't even
Right.
been in business for 6 years, so you are donating to whoever for whatever. Oh shit.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Deb, is it yours? Adam.
What?
Adam.
This is no
What number?
stop
Number
situation.
5.
Number 5.
We got half an hour to 4:20.
Holy.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I'm going already. Thanking all breeders, cultivators, lovers of the master plant, cannabis breeds, passion, and homostasis. CB2 receptor inhibits SARS-2. She is medicinal treasure to trove, peace, and love. And that comes to us from
No insurance.
Eddie-O.
Be careful.
Be careful.
Okay, we've opened up the end.
So we're on number 5 then.
We're on number 5.
Very nice to look at.
Next.
Really?
Raw filter.
Wow. You spotted that, didn't you? There's no cannabis that's going to leak out. You know, like the
They're pretty much put as shaker machines anyway. It's not like the hand rolling.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to transfer to smoking. I did find one part of it here, but that spot.
Yeah, they're not specific to what you visually see when they ask you the question, right? So
that's
it's a pretty broad question.
Selection. It has a lot of the rolling paper. If you got any problems with the rolling paper, that there's that question all on its own.
Yeah. So there.
All right.
Yeah,
Number 5.
Dry inhale test is all done. Okay, if everybody's done with it, it is time to light the doobie. Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Number 2.
People
Quality of roll.
haven't had an opportunity.
Quality of roll.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Selection of paper.
I couldn't taste anything.
Selection of paper.
I guess it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I thought it was probably close to number 2 of the
Selection of filter.
of the ones that we've done.
Selection of filter.
The last 2. That's very close.
Yeah, I'll give that 9.
The dry inhale.
I got a 6 on that one.
All right, and it's coming around for the next one here soon.
You haven't got number 6 yet?
I know we got to later up. Need some fire.
I don't know what number you're going to give the paper selection then.
I've already gave a couple of. That one with
So how's your papers, Al?
I didn't like that.
What are you using?
Ziggy's. I have Ziggy's. I have, of course, Gazay and some Canadian lumbers. I honestly wish I had some Gazay 1 1/4 though. I like the bigger paper.
I can see some oil. Already. This is a good thing.
How's the cookies? Kicking in?
Oh no, I haven't ate very much of it. I don't want to get chocolate chip cookie all over the joints.
Yeah, it might make it
throw off the taste test.
Make them taste better.
Same butter I made with cookies last time.
I think Al's winning the choking contest.
running first. This is that hard on you.
Smoking experience.
Harsh. Roll it in.
I had a friend when I was living in Mount Forest that would cough so much you literally had to go, dude, breathe.
Well, that is mild.
Yeah. Yeah.
You okay, Al?
Tastes like it smells.
They're up here, eh?
I
Yeah.
don't think the ash is as dark as some of the first couple.
You don't need CPR or anything, Al? You're good?
It's dark.
Harsh to smooth.
It is dark.
What's that, Al?
You don't need any CPR or anything? You're good?
No.
Fine.
No.
Okay.
Ash color.
That's all right.
If you say so.
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Not pleasant. Pleasant.
I enjoyed it.
Enjoyable. Not enjoyable. Yeah, I think that's the same question.
Almost
again.
And what do you buy?
Like there was a lot of white ash in indica buds, but I'm not seeing a white ash in these pre-rolls.
We're 2 more to go.
It's oily. There's a bit of an oil ring on the outside.
There is, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when Adam left. Yeah, I give you that. Okay.
Tiny ball.
No.
It's better now. Yes. I'm not going to give you.
All right, I'm on to number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6. Okay, well, number 5.
It's still burning.
Coming around.
Is that it we're talking about right there?
Yeah.
What you got?
Yeah.
Take your time now.
Just take my time, man.
Take your time. There's more
It's
to
not
be.
4:20 yet. It's 4 o'clock. We got 20 minutes. We
And
got
it's
two
going by then, should we?
What time is it?
Huh?
It's 3:59.
Well,
So we got
it's
20
going by
minutes. The
then.
clock is on. Tickety tock, tickety, tickety.
That's
tock.
right. That's right. We'll be here in 20 minutes. Whether the samples are done or not, I don't know.
They're still blocking the doorway way out there at the road. We're longer than that.
Wayne said on the way here there was a ride program.
Yeah, on my way
Down
in
the road.
48 here, just up the road.
Wow.
But that was hours ago now.
Correct.
They've moved on.
Yeah.
Depends how much you're getting paid for the day.
They got the locals that are going up to the convenience.
Yeah, I was thinking it was an awfully weird place for him to be.
Smoke responsibly, people.
They're what?
Yeah, because at the end of the road is a town that has a store with booze in it.
Really?
With alcohol, yes. Yeah, it's a convenience store.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been looking for Mike's Hard.
I wanted Caesars.
Yeah, it's just down the road. It's not that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I drove out to the Red
No,
Barn in
you-
Roseneath last night. The
when you
shelves
get-
were empty.
When you get to the T,
Roseneath. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
when you get to the T in the road,
Yeah.
turn left. It's actually the continuation.
Not the way it came, the other way.
Correct. You want to go left when you get out to the county road,
Yeah.
and that'll take you to a T, and you make the left, and that takes you up to the store.
What is it, like 10 minutes?
Huh? You can't miss it. It's a big store.
5-10 minutes? Huh?
Probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I ended up buying a big bottle of vodka and a bunch of lemonade, so I'm good.
Okay, so has everybody got their stuff submitted on number 5?
Bingo!
No, we're on 6 now.
Yeah, I know. I haven't started it yet. We did. I'm just waiting for 5.
Number 5, number 6, you mean? Like,
We're on to
Time
number
for 6.
eh?
Yeah, time for 6.
Time for 6.
Move around, boys.
Move around. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah.
I'm a bubble. Hi guys.
Hi guys. One of the new features. Look at that. We're all circled up.
I'm in a bubble.
Hey, are we like two eyes and a nose?
I would be the mouth or the mouthpiece.
You know, I should make a little back screen like for that. Here, let me put our logos. Oh, no, wait. We're running a little bit behind because somebody had to run out to his greenhouse and check something.
Was that you?
No.
Yeah, no comment.
No comment.
Oh. There we go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and the overlay do it. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, new features here on StreamYard. So we got round circles. Yeah, we got little squares.
And we got rounded corners.
Yeah, we got rounded corners.
Okay. I like this one better just because then there's more chance of checking out my new weed box.
Oh, that looks a lot easier to tote around than the other one.
You know what? Then the big wheelie one, yeah, it is. It's a little bigger than the ammo box that I used to have, but the ammo box used to open up like this. So that was a pain if I was sitting next to somebody.
You had a tackle box a while ago.
This one just opens up this way.
Like a regular.
You've had tackle boxes before. I remember them.
No, it's an ammo box. It's always been an ammo box. But this one now it's got all my stuff in it.
That's a fishing box.
Level. No, this is an actual toolbox. This is a toolbox.
It's a lady's toolbox.
And it's pink, so it's perfect for me.
What's Timmy say?
Timmy says I can. You should see when someone comes up to me and says, "No, you can't do that." I say, "Timmy says I can," and I guarantee you, they won't ask you any more questions other than maybe, "Who's Timmy?"
So when you bought your tote box there, you said that Timmy says I can buy this.
It literally, he can't tell me that I can't do anything anymore because I'm like, hey, you said I could. You said I can.
So you throw that at him himself then.
Yep. So if you got something you want to do, come ask me. I'll probably do it with you because Timmy says I can.
That's very bright.
What? Say what?
That's very bright.
With the banner or my hair?
The color. Yeah, I'm going to change it.
The green. Oh,
that's better.
Okay, so not my hair.
It looks a little bit hazy.
Maybe we need black writing. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, see, they better give us all these features for the amount that they friggin'. I just want to
know what? It's supply and demand, and they are competing. They are
No, that's fine. But the thing I have a problem with is not telling people really or giving them the choice to go up or down. They basically just shifted people into a category.
Yeah, they put us all into categories based on our existing plans.
At double the price.
And like for myself, like with my plan doesn't expire until into 2025.
Did you
So I
pay the
get
yearly price?
Yeah, correct. So all these added bonuses features that they've added, I won't be paying for them until my plan renews in 2025.
Yeah, but
So
for
I'll
those
be-
of us who are on monthly, we literally got slammed at double. And just to give people an idea, it was around $50 a month, and now it's gone up to 100 and something.
Wow.
And it's American when what they
Correct.
charge you. So it could fluctuate depending on whatever the dollar is worth
Yeah.
the time your bill comes out. So yeah.
That's
we won't be getting any sponsorships from StreamYard.
Well,
no.
With all the other options out there, I'm kind of like,
No, you see this. If you'd let me speak for a second, this is why they're raising the prices. Let me tell you why. First of all, StreamYard is owned by the largest webcam company on the planet, Logitech. Okay,
Logitech.
Which has the technology to make a site like this work without any bullshit. And then you've got other sites like OneStream. There are an overabundance, but the two competing big ones right now are OneStream and StreamYard. And if you notice, if you use both, they both now have similar features.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So
yeah.
what you've got supply and demand. Everybody and their fucking grandmother wants to do a podcast in some form or another now.
Yeah.
They think that they've got what it takes. Some people do, some people don't. But by far, technology has given StreamYard a chance to do what they do, and they're going to charge for it. It's supply and demand, like I said.
sure.
And unfortunately, as we have found the last 2.5 years of doing this, it's very expensive.
Well, I'm trying to find their pricing plan for the new stuff.
Well,
it was I actually sent it. I sent
You
it
have
in
to-
the chat.
you have
in
to
our
go
Three High Guys
into-
chat.
Yeah, I was there earlier.
So what I was trying to get at earlier, before I was not letting Al speak, was
That's
when
getting very annoying, Mary Jane. I'm sorry, but it is. Go ahead.
All right, keep going. Mary
Okay,
Jane.
yeah, I agree. It's definitely getting annoying. So what I was saying is I have no problem with StreamYard being competitive. What I have a
Right.
problem with is if you're paying the lowest price for a monthly service and they change their monthly service. And I understand I had 4 when
Yeah.
I first started. 4, I could have
Yeah.
up to 4 people or whatever. Don't just change me to a comparable plan. Put me on the cheapest plan, and then
you have the
me
choice to
call.
change that yourself, though, Mary Jane. So
Yeah,
I mean,
after
that's their thing.
being billed.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. After being already transferred over to the higher
Well,
amount.
they didn't.
That's where I had
They
a
didn't
problem with.
inform. They didn't inform you before they took the money out.
No, they
This
don't.
is all of a
because
sudden your
this
bill.
this
All of a sudden the bill
announcement,
is, and it's doubled. It was like, what happened?
this announcement
Did I
that
do
they
something?
just did last week is
Right.
they're telling you.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I have no problem with them being
They
competitive.
send
I
out-
get it, but
They send out a monthly newsletter that has their changes, what's coming, what's being removed, blah blah blah. They have put these things together because their competitors are doing it this way. Okay. I'll say from knowledge, because we use them, OneStream is double the price of what the new pricing for StreamYard is going to be, which is only $50 a month.
And just so you know, I can't find. I still can't find any dollars.
If you go, you have to log out of your account, Al, and actually go as if you were a newbie signing up, and then hit upgrade. Right?
Yeah,
When you
because
hit
I went to the
upgrade,
link.
It will take you to the new pricing. Yeah.
I went to the link that MJ mentioned that was in our thread, and
Yeah, there was no mention of
it's not,
prices.
no mention. It doesn't say how much. It just says that there's new pricing, blah blah blah. But there's no.
it used to be like 44 and now it's 88 something.
No,
It's around there.
they've left their free thing where you can go in. You've got 15 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But the next one up is now 49, which used to be the professional. They're calling that, I think, the advanced or something that now. But they have taken away a few things, but they've added a few things, and it's not double. I'll tell you that. It's not double. Okay.
Well,
Not for the plan, not for the plan that I would use anyways. It's not double. But anyways, those changes are coming. We've got some new stuff here. How's about we move on to segments?
We shall. All righty. What do you say? We go to a commercial first, and then we'll be right back. It's only a short one. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday.
I just want to say that was a little premature, Al.
It was. I got the Eastern in, though. All right, MJ, you're up. Motivational morning.
All right. Okay, so we're going to talk today about embracing challenges. We all face obstacles, whether they're small or big, and it's extremely tempting to avoid them because of discouragement or other challenges. Every challenge you face is a chance to grow stronger, learn something new, and become more resilient. If you think about it, some of the best stories and successes come from people who have faced tough situations and used them to become better versions of themselves. I mean, after all, it wasn't the easy days that shaped you. It was the hard ones.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're encountering difficulties, instead of saying, why me? Try shifting your mindset to, what can I learn from this? Or how can I get through this? How can I grow through this? Challenges are not roadblocks, they're stepping stones. They push you out of your comfort zone and lead you to places you might never have reached otherwise. So today, when you face something difficult, whether it's a tricky task at work or a personal struggle or just a moment of doubt, remember it's an opportunity for growth. Lean into it. Give it your absolute best shot and trust that it's only going to make you stronger, smarter, and more capable. Whatever you do, don't shy away from challenges. Run towards them. Embrace them and watch how they transform you. So get out there and take on today with the courage and determination of a buffalo. And remember, you've got this. And the reason why I say of a buffalo, here's your quote. As the storm rolls over the ridge, the buffalo will turn and charge directly into the storm, running into the storm and ultimately minimizing the amount of pain, time, and frustration that they experience from it. So don't shy away from the hard challenges. Face them head on. So be the buffalo.
Be the buffalo.
That's my motivational moment for us.
Well, that'd be like patients, for example. Patients have an illness and they face challenges, head on. Almost daily. And, some people take those setbacks in life and actually grow them and make them a better opportunity. Something that they would never have even thought of themselves doing.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Yeah. That was it. Sort of the advice that I received from the insurance company when I became sick. They came to my house.
I was going to say when you had an accident. I thought you were going to say when you had an accident.
No. The actual insurance company.
Be positive. You're going to die.
Talk to me about stuff when I got sick.
Did they?
And that's what they said. When I first got sick, they came and came to my place. My coordinator came and spoke to me through the insurance company, and they said that don't sit on the couch.
Don't be despaired.
Get involved in something and do something in order to keep yourself active and keep your mind going, all that.
Which is what I started when I started the radio station. I had just lost the house in Mount Forest. I was sitting in an apartment living on $550 a month on rent, and my rent or on welfare, my rent was $500 a month. I needed something to do. And so I just started doing the radio station. So here I am 20 years ago.
And,
so I mean, it works.
Yeah.
I mean, have a lot of friends in the community that support what I'm trying to do, but just me and my endeavors, I guess, is the best way to do it. As you do,
and you can look at
a long time.
You can look at the number of followers and things that you have on all your social media, as far as
that's back in the day when we started doing this, Al. You could actually see your site, your stats, and I mean, and the numbers were up in the millions, but they've changed that so that you don't see those numbers. What you see is what they want you to see, and the type of people that are using social networks or social media are different as well. There's a lot of scammers out there now. I mean, I don't remember the last time somebody just said, "Hey, Al, how you doing?" It's all, "Hi, I'm blah, 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 and we're doing this, and we'd love to have you on board. If you'd like more information," you know what I'm talking about, right?
All right, MJ, continue with your motivational.
She was
done.
Are we done? Okay, being fucking motivated.
I was just making sure that we weren't veering off course here.
No, I was sitting here making sure I don't ruffle any feathers. Just done the segment.
Next segment. Here we go. And here we are. Click.
It's certainly high on the list.
Today, my list for being high. Oh, this is the right one. No, that's not. That's the wrong one, Al. That's for later.
Don't pick the right one, Al.
Right. There we go. I got the right one here now. I've been watching a lot of documentaries and stuff about Lake Superior, and I found this interesting, and it is a list, but it's only 7. So we'll watch this and we'll be back to talk about what we saw if we want to.
Lake Superior is the largest of the 5 Great Lakes of North America. It is bordered by Canada to the north and the United States to the south. Here are some interesting facts about Lake Superior. Number 1. With a surface area of 82,103 square kilometers or 31,700 square miles, Lake Superior is the largest of the Great Lakes and the 3rd largest freshwater lake in the world by surface area, after Lake Victoria in Africa and Lake Huron, Michigan in North America. Number 2. Lake Superior is the deepest of the Great Lakes, with a maximum depth of 406 meters or 1,333 feet. It has an average depth of 147 meters or 483 feet. Number 3. Lake Superior contains 12,100 cubic kilometers or 2,900 cubic miles of water, which is enough to cover the entire land surface of North and South America to a depth of 30 centimeters or 12 inches. Number 4. The temperature of Lake Superior varies throughout the year, but it is generally cold. During the summer months, the surface temperature can reach 15 to 20 Celsius or 59 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, while the bottom temperature remains around 4 degrees Celsius or 39 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Number 5. Lake Superior is home to a variety of fish species, including lake trout, whitefish, and salmon. It is also an important habitat for several bird species, including bald eagles, ospreys, and common loons. Number 6. Lake Superior is an important transportation route for cargo ships, particularly for the transportation of iron ore, which is mined from the surrounding region. The lake is connected to the Atlantic Ocean via the St. Lawrence Seaway. Number 7. Lake Superior is a popular destination for tourists, with many recreational activities available, including fishing, boating, and camping. The lake is also surrounded by several national and state parks, including Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore and Isle Royale National Park. Hope you liked the video. Please don't forget to subscribe. See you soon.
There you go.
What's going on here? Okay.
That's not on the screen. I do have a question, and I do have a comment.
Okay, I just want to also make a fact here that they did not mention that I find really interesting, but now I've lost the fact.
Oh. Oops. The well, maybe it's the same one that I'm thinking of.
It's Lake Superior, because of its size, is considered a freshwater ocean.
Oh,
yeah, that's what people call it. It is a lake, as we've heard, but because of its size, another video that I watched actually showed the size in relation to, and it's as big as, like, it's 2,000 and some odd square miles.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah,
it's big. All right.
So what were you gonna ask?
The fact that it can look like it's on fire.
It's called the Fire Lake, I think, or the Red Lake.
The Red Lake.
Yeah. I see that almost every night. It's clear. And although I've still not seen the aurora borealis at all.
Oh, yeah. Have you?
No,
They were out last night
by then.
They were out last night.
If I had somebody to sit and watch them with, then I would be up, but I'm usually in bed by then or watching.
I was walking dog last night around 9 o'clock, and I thought to myself, geez, that looks like that's going to be the.
And it probably was.
Lights coming over the northern horizon there. And then I come back in, and I forgot all about it. And everyone went back out, and I thought, I forgot about it until I saw it on Facebook this morning, and some of the local posts were pictures, and I thought, fuck.
So that's
the question. I did have a question though.
Okay.
Fact number 2: the depth of the lake and how much water.
Yep.
The guy that was swimming in there, how did he get so deep? It didn't look like he had any aqua. It looked like he was on the bottom, and
it's very deep.
Yeah.
And here's another interesting fact, that it does not have a lot of nutrients, so the water's very clear. And I'm assuming it's because of how cold it is, right? It's usually around 40 degrees, as you heard. So because there's not a lot of nutrients, there's enough nutrients to carry the plant life and the animals that are in there, but it does not create algae and stuff like that.
And that's why it looked clear in the video of the guy swimming, and you could see the bottom.
Yeah, I thought that I love watching videos like that.
And that bottom could be anywhere. It could have been a depth at 50 feet for all you know, right?
There's also thousands of shipwrecks, but they've only found 300 or so far.
That's it.
Yeah. So it is a freshwater ocean, which I find really cool. Yep.
Yeah. All righty. MJ, got anything you got to say about?
Yeah, I sent in our Facebook chat there. It's a location on Google Maps. It's in Sarnia. We stumbled upon it when we were doing the last tour. It's a monument to the Great Lakes, and it's literally like a small scale version of all of the lakes. And you should see Lake Superior.
Hang on, let me pull this up.
Like if anybody's like listening, watching, check it out on Google Maps. You can go over top satellite view and see all the lakes, but like nothing compares to being there. Like realizing that Niagara Falls is actually the reason why Niagara Falls exists is because of the way the lakes are elevated, and you actually see it on the ground. They've made it, and all the water flows through and down Niagara Falls and into the it's amazing to just see.
Now, there's also something else that's very interesting that's up here. Here, I'm going to close this. And it is Kakabaka. I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but Kakabaka Falls is northwest of Thunder Bay on your way up to the Manitoba border or the U.S. border at the top of Lake Superior. And that waterfall is the second largest free-falling waterfall in the world, second only to Niagara Falls. And it is, I've been there with my mom. It's an amazing, you can actually walk downstairs, unlike at Niagara Falls. I mean, that would be a little dangerous, although they do have bottom exhibits you can go to now. You can
They do
walk
have it on the
downstairs.
American side where you can walk down. Right by
They
the
have
house.
they have a lot of new things at Ontario Place. They're utilizing the
Niagara Falls.
well, they're utilizing the hydro plant and everything. But anyways, at Kakabaka, you can walk downstairs and go right down to the lowest level of the falls, so that you're like getting the mist and everything. And it's an amazing sight, especially in the middle of the summer. It's wildlife is just crazy up here.
So is this the place where you posted a video of you and Timmy saying that we were at the mini?
It was a photo, yeah.
Falls?
I said we were at
Falls?
it was the small Niagara Falls. Timmy and the other comedian did a
Ah.
video where they were going to go over the falls, and they actually went over the falls, but it was just like a.
I thought you were at Niagara Falls, and then you thought, oh no, that was the wrong picture, so you changed your mind.
No, it's a mini Niagara Falls in.
Well, it's
Sarnia.
happened. It's happened. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Generally, I don't like to post where I am when I'm there.
Correct.
Unless I'm working, in which case, like tonight, I'm like, hey, I'm doing trivia tonight. A Jack Tucker has come out. Then you know where I am.
Did you do
but,
your
like,
commercial yet?
for obviously
Trivia?
not. I have no idea what you're talking about. So nope.
Alrighty. Are we done with the Al's
The high five list.
No.
I want to know when we're going to hear about the other lakes. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
You know what? Don't get me started, because you know what? There are plenty of videos about the other lakes. For instance, Lake Erie.
Good. We have
is
other
the
weeks for lakes.
most
Perfect.
dangerous. Anyway,
Nice.
yeah.
Next week, look forward to Lake Erie.
No.
Oh, no, you should save that one for Halloween week.
Should save that for Halloween. All righty. It's time to move on, and we're gonna get into some munchies. All right.
Makes me want a
Today,
cha-cha after that.
you want a cha-cha after that? Yeah.
I
Today
want
we
some
have got
pie.
the top 10 best cannabis recipes. They're kitchen approved. Here we go. I gotta get rid of this out of the way. Come on.
Somewhere. Food
Yeah.
52.
Yeah, now I'm just gonna go directly to everything. I'm not just gonna. Okay, here are the 10 favorite homemade edibles to celebrate. They tell you, actually, we mentioned this earlier in one of our earlier shows, how to make cannabis oil out of coconut oil. And there is right there on the top, cannabis oil, and how to make the coconut infused cannabis oil.
Oh, yes,
It's a
we were talking
recipe.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, how to make it, right? So there's one there. There's a plan there. Cannabis pineapple punch.
Can we put a link to that page on in our chat, Al, for our watchers?
Yes, I can.
Listeners, watchers.
Here we go. Right here. Paste.
Tanks.
Gone. Go. There we go.
Oh, it's a short one too.
So yeah, cannabis pineapple punch, teeny tiny cannabis cookies. So obviously really small bite-sized cookies. There's shit take wedge salad with cannabis blue cheese dressing.
Say that again. What is that?
Shit take. How do you pronounce it?
Shiitake.
Shiitake. Yeah.
What did you say, Al?
Shit take.
Nobody's gonna want to eat some shit take.
That doesn't sound right, but that's what it looks like. Shit take, right? Shiitake.
There's a clip. There's a clip for your commercial thingy, Al, right there.
yeah, exactly. Now, if you notice in the recipes, it mentions the cannabis coconut oil in the shiitake, as well as in I was thinking it was in another one too.
So it's both.
Cannabis infused stuffed peppers.
Ooh, I've seen that kind of thing before. Yeah.
I
believe what they do is
with cannabis and horseradish.
They infuse the entree and then they add it to the dish
afterwards.
I think is what they do.
Wait.
I'm not a big fan of horseradish. Yeah, I like deviled eggs, but not horseradish. No, thank you. My mom was a big fan of horseradish.
But you could technically infuse the yolk.
Yes, that's probably what they do.
Right? And oh my God. You want to make them deviled eggs? Want to talk about real sin? Put some cannabis in it.
Space cake. And there again, the cannabis, the coconut oil is in there. Sour mango weed gummies. Lots of people make gummies.
Mango is a good flavor too.
Double chocolate weed brownies.
Oh,
can't go wrong.
And they mentioned can of butter, but you can also use your coconut oil.
I just want to say Rice Krispie squares made with coconut oil, infused coconut oil over butter is so good. The little flavoring of the coconut in it is so good. Anyways, yeah.
Now something that you can take to your local movie theater and add it later: can of buttered popcorn with ranch.
Oh yeah, take some butter with you and throw it on that puppy.
Throw it on your popcorn. That's right.
Would you like?
Could you add this, please, instead of that?
Yeah, they're like, do you want extra butter? No, thanks. I brought my own.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, so there's 10 recipes. Different because people were always looking for recipes. And did you notice, Al?
Yep.
Not one peanut butter recipe.
Nice, thank you.
It's fun. I just want to say last week, Al, he worked really hard to make sure he did 2 suggestions. Mine was sauces and yours was no peanut butter. And he found sauces and he got almost to the end and he was like, oh, there's 1 peanut butter. All of them, no peanut butter.
This week it was a success.
Yes.
I find it weird because I love peanuts. I eat them all the time. I buy a bag of peanuts for the animals and I eat most of them. But I don't like peanut butter. It's the texture, it's the smell, it's the oil.
Have you tried the peanut butter from Bulk Barn where they literally just you buy the peanuts and you grind it right there and it's just ground peanuts?
I don't like the taste.
Oh, really?
Okay. Because that is literally just like chewed up.
I understand, but
I have ADHD too. I understand
it's
texture.
Consistency. It's not ADHD. I don't think I don't like. It's like
No.
don't particularly enjoy fish. The smell. I don't like the smell, so I don't eat the fish. because I don't like the bones, and that became an issue because for 5 or 6 years I worked on a fishing boat in PEI every summer.
Yeah,
So
but you just won't eat fish.
I can't even walk past a fish counter without holding my breath.
So the example of ADHD and food in like issues with textures and things like
It's
that is, for
textures,
example,
yeah.
with me, I love French toast, but I won't eat it if it's soggy. It's got to be crispy on the
I
outside.
went and got French toast from the restaurant with Sharon and Dave when they were here, and last year, and it was like I could have made that and it wouldn't have been soggy in the middle.
So
Like I paid
what
$20
you're saying is
for French toast and bacon breakfast at a restaurant, and it was soggy in the middle.
yeah. So that's why I say it's more, to me, it's more ADHD in the fact that you'll eat peanuts and chew hard peanuts, but as soon as it goes into a paste,
Yep.
it's like,
It's not
forget it.
just-
I
it's
don't
like-
want it. It's like,
It's the, I think it is the paste format, I think, because
Yeah.
I have
I get
issues
that.
with some toothpaste. If it's really chalky, I can't use it. I like a gel more than a paste because it doesn't.
Yeah.
I got a weak constitution for things that I don't like. Right.
I used to get the peanut butter at our local bulk store years ago, and it was just all peanuts. But what I found is it was oilier than
Very oily, and I think that might
really
be
oily
the
compared
main reason. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't particularly like the smell either. Right?
No,
I'll sit there and eat dry roasted peanuts all fucking day long. Probably not so great for my colon, but I cannot take a spoonful of peanut butter like some people. It's so bad that I had to literally get over it with David and Emily because they loved peanut butter and jam sandwiches. I don't even like to touch peanut butter. I don't want to be around it. It's just like, fuck off.
and a lot of people use peanut butter in cannabis recipes because it's a very strong, powerful, and takes over the cannabis flavor.
Which is surprising because of the allergies that are attached to it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
you
there's
cannot
allergies.
take a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to school now.
No. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't think you can even take a tuna and mayo to school anymore, which is what I used to have.
Is that because it stinks?
I don't think people would want to anymore.
Yeah, I know. We know now that mayo goes bad. And you know what? It's not the mayo that goes bad, it's the fish.
It stinks.
I like I said, I have an affliction to the smell of fish that probably started as a teenager because of the boats. And then now I won't say the rest of it.
Well, I have a friend too that can't stand the smell of peanut butter. So out of courtesy, we just don't eat it around him.
I have on my website, or not on my website, on my advertisement stuff for my bed and breakfast, no fish, please. You fill my house with the smell
You're
of
like,
fish.
I have to live here.
I don't even want you to barbecue on my barbecue. Thank
No,
you.
fish is a strong smell. You're not the only one that's
So if you come to
knows
visit,
fish.
don't expect any fish.
I used to eat fish. It was one of the only things I could eat at one point. But when it was cooked, there was a lot of griping that was going on because it stunk, right? So
I
there's
like
a
a
lot
can of
less.
tuna.
I eat a lot less fish now, but you mentioned the concern of bones, and I completely agree. I had that same concern. And
I have. It's not a concern. It's an issue. I have an issue with bones. I can't eat chicken off a bone. I can't eat a steak off the bone. Never mind a fish. But I can sit there and watch somebody gut out a moose, no problem. But I can't. I was offered. I was over at Dean and Alzora's on last week on my birthday, and I was offered some moose beef jerky and some partridge that had been murdered a few hours beforehand. Like that's how I internally feel about hunting. I understand the why, and then the bone thing.
Well, okay, I think we're done recipes and cooking food
Now
and
I
stuff.
feel a little ill. Yeah, I
Yeah, let's maybe move on to some healthier habits, right, Mary Jane?
Sure. Let's do
Okay.
that.
We should have a video of you jogging.
That's funny.
Slow motion too.
All right, do your thing. I'm going to get some weed. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you'd have to catch me doing it first. All right. All right. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about multitasking.
Okay.
So we've all heard this phrase, but specifically I want to talk about why it doesn't work. Okay. I'm going to go against what you've been told.
Oh.
So what is multitasking really? So people often think multitasking means getting more done faster by doing lots of things all at once, like maybe texting while cooking or working on a project all while checking emails. So they're like trying to juggle too many things at once. And when you do this, our brains, basically, they're not built to handle more than one task at a time. So as you're trying to juggle, your brain is just switching back and forth from task to task. And every time it does this, it gets caught on the last task for a couple minutes. So you're still dragging your brain while your body is moving forward. Doing this actually takes longer to finish things, and you're going to make more mistakes and feel more stressed out. I know this because I was literally doing this earlier this week because I had to write trivia for 2 weeks as well as do the Three High Guys podcast. And my brain was struggling because I had multiple tabs, like on your computer. You got multiple tabs open and you're going back and forth between the. You need to just stop and focus.
Correct.
So I'll tell you why focusing on one thing works better. When you focus on one thing at a time, it's called deep work. So it's kind of like being in the zone when you're playing sports or when you're reading a book and you get lost in the book. You literally focus more. You get yourself into a flow where everything just seems to click and you can accomplish things a lot quicker. Basically, look at single tasking. So if you know you have multiple things to do, I know I keep talking about these damn lists, and if you don't like writing it on paper, use something online, but make a list of all the things you need to do and focus one at a time. This is where time management comes in. Take the time and prioritize your tasks. Set certain blocks of time. You can even use the Pomodoro technique, whatever. It's a fancy name that basically means working in short bursts.
Fancy name for write shit down.
No. For working in small bursts. So for example, spend 25 minutes writing. I spent 25 minutes writing trivia. I got up and I walked around for 5 minutes. Then I sat down. I did 25 minutes on the Three High Guys.
I'd be on to 15 different things by then.
But if you have your list, right, and you have it all prioritized, you're more than likely to go back to it.
The only thing I have prioritized is my poop in the morning.
Okay, so this is for you, Al. Tips for staying focused.
It's not going to work. Sorry.
Goals. Write down why you want to achieve these goals. If you write them down, I'll say it again. I've said it like 3-4 weeks ago.
I'll end up doing a shopping list.
If you write down the reasons as to why you're wanting to get these tasks accomplished, you're more likely to do it. Turn off all your distractions, put your phone on silent, close all your extra browser tabs, and even go as far as asking the people around you to just give you some time to work.
That I do. I do that.
You said do.
Doo-doo, I
and
caught that too.
I did it on purpose, though.
and practice your mindfulness. Paying attention to what you're doing helps train your brain to stay focused. It's like working out for your mind. You literally sit there and go, that's the way I am. This is it is. Remember the fixed mindset versus the change. Like, you need to just be open and say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this, and make yourself do this. So basically the wrap up is multitasking is a trick that actually makes you feel and think that you're being more productive. You're not. It's actually slowing you down. Focusing on one task at a time will make you faster, help you work better, and will keep you feeling less stressed. And remember, it's not about doing everything all at once. It's about doing the things well, even if it is only one at a time.
You know, I agree with some of that.
Oh, shit.
And
sorry,
I guess I got a question or two or a scenario suggestion.
Let's discuss.
All right. So let's say you're doing something that you have to do in two parts. So you got to do
like what? Let's see an
something
example.
that takes like 2 hours, and you've whatever you're doing, you've set it off to the side.
Like baking a cake, because you can't ice
you have
it.
to come back. You have to come back to it later
To ice it
on.
later when it cools down. Yes.
Right. So then while you're doing that, having that break in there, like, I'm not just going to sit there and look at the cake. I'm going to go off and do something else.
That's when you move to the next task on the list.
I look at that as sort of multitasking, because you're working
Oh,
on.
no. Multitasking would be baking the cake while answering emails or being on the phone and doing a bunch of other things. Like, I don't know about you, but if I'm talking on the phone and I'm making dinner and I'm trying to get everything ready and on the table at the same time, I need to let that person go.
Yeah,
You burn dinner.
Or it won't be ready at the same time. I'll have the pasta done and the ground beef isn't done, or the ground beef is done and the pasta. Like, it's just like, I need to focus. And when I have too many things going on, it's like your brain just too many balls in the air.
Perfect example is the start of the show. I was sitting here with Al for a good half an hour, and then the show starts, and we have not used a new thing they have set up here.
New feature,
a new feature, and I forgot that I had to actually set up the show still, and I didn't. Yeah. So, and that happened, and then that also happens. Marcel will come in, and I'm setting up the show before the 420 show, and we'll start gib-gabbing, and then somebody else come in, then somebody else come in, and then 3.5 minutes, I'm like, shut the fuck up for a second. I got to finish this, you know.
I agree on the focus end of things. I know when I was writing for Treating Yourself magazine, that's what I had to do. I had to get to a state of mind and being focused on that only, and put me back in the spot I was that I'm writing about, because I wrote about everything that I did as an advocate.
Yeah.
Multitasking is a necessary habit when you have severe ADHD like I do. And it's the only way that I get anything done. I'm doing 5 or 6 things at any given time, or I'm doing nothing.
Okay, so
and it's the only and it doesn't matter what any doctors say, it doesn't matter what's been written in history, that's just the way it is. Somebody with ADHD has a whole backwards way of thinking and doing things that comes out of when you're older. I mean, I'm 60 now, and I've been dealing with this since I was diagnosed at 5 years old. You don't get over a mental health thing like that. I'm on the spectrum. I do things differently. You train yourself to deal with it, or you don't have a life. But the people around you also need to learn and adapt to that's the way I think. And if you can't handle a joke or two during a serious conversation, we're not going to be having too many conversations. And that's just the way it is with somebody who has an attention issue. I can't settle. There's
So,
just no way.
do
Al's
you
just
find
always just like dum 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 dum. You
do
know,
you find, Al, that you have a lot of unfinished projects?
I have, yes, all the time.
So
All the time.
that's the thought process behind
Of course it
multitasking
is.
versus single
Sure it is.
tasking. And
Sure it
as a
is.
person with ADHD, I understand, because if you go in that side of the basement, I have probably 20 plus art projects that are half completed and are probably like
I know,
3
we've
hours
seen
away from being done.
We've seen
But
them.
I write a list.
it's when you spread yourself, right? You got to write a list. When you
I
spread
write a
yourself
list
so thin
every
and
day.
you do this and this and this, it's kind of like the top priorities get done. You feed yourself, you clean yourself, you get the house clean, you do those things. But by the time you trickle down to those art projects in the far corner of the basement, it's like, man, I'll get to that later.
And there's an example for
I'm
that,
tired.
and what studies say is one of the hardest things for an ADHDer to deal with on a daily basis is the lack of attention to menial tasks. You do
I
the
can
things
see
that you
that.
have to do,
Yeah.
but the menial tasks like cleaning
Do you
and
know about the spoons, Al? The spoons in the drawer?
We used to play a game with them.
So apparently there's a theory, and it talks about how people with ADHD or disabilities, they literally only have X amount of spoons in the drawer. So you get 5 spoons.
Oh yeah,
But
no,
and when
yes, I
right?
had,
So you
I
take
had,
out a
I,
spoon because you got to get dressed. There's one spoon
I
gone. Then you got to go grocery shopping. There's another spoon. But when the spoons are all gone, you have no more energy, no more, like you're done for the day. You're just
yes,
done.
I've heard these things, and then there's another way to deal with it. Like I've got four bowls, 4 plates. I mean, I have more than that because of guests, but I have 4 bowls, 4 plates, and 4 small plates. I have 4 sets of cutlery, and that's it. But I will use every bit of cutlery in the house before I'll load the dishwasher.
Before you load the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, the spoon is a metaphor.
Not after.
That would not
use it
be on
before.
this house.
I even go some. I understand what you're saying. I've heard those.
So you know it's a metaphor for energy.
Yes, but
Okay.
I
was like, I'm not actually talking about cutlery.
I know. I've heard about all the different techniques. You've got to remember something, Mary Jane. Okay. At the age of 5, my father and my mother, my dad a doctor, a psychiatrist, my mom at the time was studying and doing her master's in education. Okay. So I had access to the Hinks Clinic and the Clark Institute, where I was studied in the 60s for what they called hyperactivity disorder back then. Now we know it as ADHD or ADD. And I've had every test that you can think of thrown at me. They used to sit and watch me play on Tuesdays and Thursdays in a little room behind a black thing, a black screen. They could see me, I couldn't see them. But you know what? If you go like this, they can see you and you can see them. You know, things like that. So I've had a lot of tips and training techniques to deal with things. Most of them don't work. Most of them don't work on a real life level. You have to deal with your anxieties and things like that on your own and figure out a way for you to deal with them, as opposed to have somebody
find out what works for
what
you.
works for you. Yeah, thank you, Al. Yeah, what works for you, and that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and that's that's the same with my Crohn's. I got to find out what food works for me, and I'm sure MJ is the same way. So, all righty, move on to the next segment.
There's more.
Oh yeah, there's more. There's more. We're gonna do a little.
We haven't
promo.
even done news.
I know, exactly. That's what we're going to go to next after our little promo. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There we go. I got us a news article. And Al, I don't know, buddy, you might be interested in this. And that is that a Boston-based company sells, it says Al robots, but it's AI robots that grow cannabis at your own home.
Huh?
Yeah.
What's the robot look like? Is it just an autopot?
I don't know.
Well, I tell you, my
We'll
auto
see.
pots don't grow
I
for
read the
for
headline.
me. I have to add shit. Oh, there's a video. Let's
They
watch.
say it was
Let's watch.
founded 2 years ago. It was founded 2 years ago as an aspiration to hydroponically solve food insecurity. They say people used to, it goes on here, a quote from their founder says, people who use cannabis for health and wellness want something that's clean, pesticide free, and consistent, so you dose it accordingly. And when you grow at home, you get all those benefits, but growing at home has its challenges, which is very true. He says it's so simple. All you need is seeds and water. The robot does everything else.
Really?
How much light to deploy, how many nutrients to dose, even when to turn on a fan to regulate odor. Plus, the robot artificial intelligence technology sends back lessons learned so that the next 90-day harvest is supposed to be better than the last.
I've heard of lights that you can control remotely on your phone or computer. You can set it up. It will interact with your computer, change the temperature, the cycles, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There are complete systems where you set it up in your computer and it waters and everything. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I do the same thing with my autopots. Is there a video that we can watch?
Yeah, there's a video there, so I'm going to see if it'll play.
Hopefully we won't get in trouble like the last time I tried that.
It's a big disaster down the road. It sounds like a wonderful step forward, but in
If you
reality,
do
it's
full
a
screen,
shooting
it'll go
ourselves in the
full screen
leg.
out.
It should be completely scheduled.
Dr. Mikhail Kogan is the author of a book on the health benefits of cannabis.
If you move it to Schedule 3, a physician must prescribe it. But there is no pharmacist that can dispense it on the legal terms. It's not possible because pharmacies cannot dispense botanicals.
The DEA classifies marijuana as a substance that has no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. The proposed rule would shift the agency's treatment
Oh, sorry, folks.
of the drug to one that has a moderate to
Focus
low
that
potential for
out.
abuse. Dozens of states already allow marijuana to be used for medicinal purposes or recreationally. Last year, President Joe Biden moved to pardon thousands of Americans convicted at the federal level for simple possession of cannabis and urged governors to do the same. Advocates for a policy change have said marijuana scheduling has unduly affected minority populations and resulted in harsh prison sentences for mere possession.
Ultimately, if we want to bring harmony between state policies and federal policies, the solution is to remove cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act altogether in a manner similar to the way tobacco and alcohol are not classified as controlled substances.
The proposal kicks off a months-long comment and administrative period, meaning the rescheduling would not immediately take effect. After 60 days, officials will make a final determination before the rule is officially published. Jackie Benson, News 4.
Hey, you know what?
This is all going to change. This is all. This
That
is
didn't
the
have
whole
anything
thing
to
is gonna
do
change.
with the story.
Oh, really? It. No matter what that.
I was
story
waiting
is
for
about.
I was waiting for a video on the technology.
On the
The
technology.
robot.
Yeah. No, there's no actual
But
robot.
yeah, they do
It's
like
AI.
hydroponically. You can, Yeah, there's like you mentioned earlier, you can buy systems that automatically lights automatically go on, it automatically waters, all that stuff, and yeah.
I have a 2-plug a utility plug that's rated for outside that I use in the greenhouse and I use downstairs, and I can control 2 things. So I'll have the fan on one and the lights on another. I could put a self-watering system together, but I'm using auto pots, so I'm basically doing that anyways. So yeah, it's not too expensive. It cost me $40, I think, for the plug, and you can control it on your phone, right? And set up timers and everything. And then you can do the same thing with self-watering hydro stuff, right? Like you said.
Personally, myself, I like to interact with my plants.
You know what? I suggested to Puff Dog to get some auto pots because for their small area that they have, I think it'd be perfect, right? And he refuses because he wants to get his head in there and talk to his plants and touch them and feed them and caress them and
you love your plants, they will love you back.
That's what they say. I'm not loving my plants at the moment.
Just don't over love them.
Yeah,
because if you give them too much food, you can
kill them.
You can kill them, especially with salt-based foods. And so, all righty. Now, as far as
sports.
As far as the way sports goes, I've got us a story here. And this is something I believe should happen in several places, and that is because the headline says cannabis-infused drinks will be sold at Portland Pickles games in a historic new partnership. So this is a cannabis beverage that is available at a sporting's event.
Yeah, but that's also in the U.S., not Canada.
Correct. Yeah, I know. So
bring it here. Bring it here.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. We don't have that. Not in Ontario.
Yeah, we should. That's right. Well, we have lounges in the U.S.
You go to a fucking Toronto Blue Jay game, you should be able to go and get an infused drink, just like buddy next to you goes and get a beer.
Here's something I was wondering. I can bring food and beverage into the Blue Jays game in my bag. Like I can bring chips and whatever I want. I was wondering the other day, could I bring a cannabis beverage in there? I would think not, because they're selling alcohol, and due to regulations, you can't have cannabis beverages and alcohol in the spot.
Do they check your bags when you go into
they know you have food, but like if you had it shoved in the bottom of like a bunch of food, like they would just look in and be like, oh, there's food.
Before even legalization, I used to put my Shatterizer in my my test kit, because I have my diabetic kit with me usually. And they wouldn't even look in that, because they zip it open, they see the needles, and they're like, right? So I got my Shatterizer in there. That's how I used to sneak it into Ontario Place before. Now they allow it. They can't really stop you now, right?
All right. So, wrong spot.
Oh, Al.
Put that one back up there, Al.
Okay, if I have to.
There we go. So these beverages, they say the drinks will contain 2 milligrams of THC and 4 milligrams of CBD.
Geez, that's less than here.
Yeah. Non-alcoholic, of course.
Why can't you have both?
What's that?
Why can't they have both?
Both. Oh, alcohol. Well, then alcohol and cannabis, it seems everywhere.
They mix very well. Don't let anybody tell you that they don't mix. They mix very well.
Don't mix them. That's terrible.
They'll be sold in 3 different locations throughout the stadium: the Jack Daniels Party Deck Bar, Dylan's Hideaway Bar, and a third standalone pop-up inside the gates. And you got to be 21 to purchase it. So
Can you consume them in the stands though while you're sitting at your stairs? You're sitting in your chair.
Oh, I don't know about that part. Yeah,
Yeah, you should be able to, just like at
But
the
you're allowed to
Skydome
drink
or
beer.
whatever.
Are you? Yeah, I guess if you can take your beer to the stands, then I don't see why you couldn't take a 2 milligram THC drink to the stands.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I still think it's crazy that they don't think that adults are responsible enough to have, cannabis and alcohol.
I think it's one of those things where, monkey see, monkey do. We've had issues before. We don't want to deal with it. I think is what it is.
Well,
but they probably have more issues dealing with drunk fucking fans than anything.
Just think at the Skydome when the roof's open, smoking section.
Yeah.
There's no smoking, right?
Nope.
No.
Not here in Ontario, anyways.
No.
But beverages, I think they should be. If they can sell the alcohol beverages at sporting events, there's no reason why people shouldn't be able to have access to TH infused beverages at events.
Now saying that, how many years did it take for them to allow alcohol at events and things?
I don't know, but however long it took, it may have taken longer than what it should have. So we should learn by our past experiences and bring it on sooner than in the past.
Legalized mushrooms, yay! Oh, sorry, wrong show.
I will say, when consuming cannabis and alcohol, I think there is a danger that a lot of people are not aware of. New users.
You're going to go fall asleep?
No.
No, some people have really bad reactions when mixing cannabis and alcohol, especially if you go alcohol and then cannabis.
Yeah, I used to green out.
So if you are new to it, and maybe they're just, but I it's kind of like, if you keep people away from it, then they're not going to experience it, and they need to know that maybe they are not want to mix it. I don't know.
When does the time come when you're responsible for your own actions? If you're a fucking dick when you're out partying, then you're a dick. It's got nothing to do with
I thought our government said the age of majority. That should be the legal age.
Ontario,
somebody should be
Ontario is
responsible.
the only province that is 19. Everything else is 18.
Alcohol?
No. Quebec is the only one that's 18.
Cannabis.
Oh, yeah, cannabis is 19, correct.
No, here in Ontario.
Yeah.
But everywhere else in Canada is 18.
21 in Quebec.
Oh, really? But
Yeah.
they're not Canada anymore as far as they're concerned. Sorry. Sorry.
Fake news.
There goes three more
fake
followers.
news.
Yeah, fake news.
It's there's people who can handle them both. There's some people who can't. I know when I used to drink alcohol, I didn't drink a lot of alcohol, but when I did, and back then I was a smoker as far as cannabis.
It compounds it.
But when I ended up having a beer, there was times where I found the nice, cool cement floor a much more relaxing spot to be.
Yes. Yeah, been there, done that.
Yeah. So not anymore. I don't drink.
So speaking of cool things, just off topic, do you flip your pillow in the middle of the night to get the cooler side?
No.
MJ?
No, I have a satin pillowcase. It's always cool.
Oh, I love satin. Look, Al's like,
Yeah, I care about my skin and my hair, so it's gotta be nice.
It'd be cold. So cold.
Oh, it'd be so cold. But yes, I do. I will flip my pillow as many times as I have to stay cool at night.
Why don't you get one of those cool gel pillows?
I don't like them. I like your regular everyday $9.88 at Walmart pillows, just regular. My mom bought me a Sealy Posturepedic pillow. When she bought her bed, she bought this. She didn't like it, so she gave it to me. It is the most uncomfortable pillow I've ever slept on.
Probably was like $100 fucking pillow too.
It was over $300, Mary Jane.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, because it's
That's
the brand.
ridiculous. I know.
And,
And it's the quality
and the quality, and it's hand stitched, and it's got the beads inside, and it's basically a big fucking beanbag chair, or beanbag pillow, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. When you move just a little bit, all you hear is.
I hate those pillows. It's like there's
hate that
people
sound.
inside your pillow just rustling around.
I have to have white noise on volume 6.
Go to
just
bed,
sleep.
people.
Noisy.
Or you go to a hotel and you've got those plastic bed cover under your sheets, right? To bed protector in the hotel, and every time you move, it's like crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. It's like, shut the fuck up.
No, I just bought the never go flat pillow. And I kept my receipt because if that fucker goes flat, I'm contacting the company and I'm going to be like, your pillow went flat and it says never go flat.
I don't like feathered pillows because you always poke yourself. You always get poked. If it's a good high quality down pillow.
Well, you need to get a good pillow protector then, the one that has like the
I don't like the feather. I like your foam, your everyday foam, soft, no bevel. Just give me a fucking pillow and fuck off.
So I know what you need. You need the buttress.
The buttress.
The buttress. It's a new pillow. I'm like,
I
wish I would have had this ready. Somebody Google this right now. It's called the buttress, and it literally is a butt.
Hey,
so your head does rest in
different,
the crack.
different pants. Yes, literally, and it's ergonomic. You can like snuggle right into the crack. Oh, I want one.
Do you have a link for that article that you were talking about earlier, Al, that you can put in our chat?
I haven't put it in the chat. No.
That nobody's chatting. I don't know why nobody's chatting with us today. We're on 3 different YouTube channels and nobody's saying anything.
3 different channels. We're on different
viewers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People are viewing, but we didn't tell.
Those are the only ones that we see.
We usually talk at the beginning of the broadcast about what's coming up in the broadcast in today's show. But we went right into StreamYard instead of being able to.
Yes.
Yeah. That's your pillow.
My pillow. Yeah,
that's the jean buttress, and they come in different. In different models and different sizes.
Is there a heart-shaped one? Is there a heart-shaped one?
So
that's what we were into back in the 70s, the heart-shaped ass.
Yeah,
because all the new jeans were coming out.
There's different models. There's the ODB, there's the OMG, and the extra large.
So small, medium, and large.
Yeah.
Hispanic. And
they do have different skin colors too. If you want to not thinking for dirty purposes.
It's just
it's comfy. It's a pillow.
It's comfy.
It's a buttress. It's a buttress. It's ergonomic.
I've never seen it. On my bed when I was a kid, I had a life-sized lion. That was my
a life-size lion.
Yeah, it was pretty big.
Would you sleep?
Or to you when you were a kid, it was like
it was on the floor when I was sleeping.
Yeah,
but it was a giant pillow, is what it was. Yeah. But anyways,
all righty. No entertainment or events today, correct?
No. Yeah. But I will say I was sadly disappointed. I don't have events, but I will say I was sadly disappointed when I went to go to the movie theater last weekend.
Well, let's play the intro still. You just don't have events. You got entertainment. There you go.
All right. So I did last week I mentioned that the movie The Joker was coming out. I heard from some other people, a lot of people actually, not to waste your money. Don't even bother going to see it. It was garbage.
Yeah.
Was that a spoiler alert? Oh.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't hear, I didn't see it, but
Yeah.
everyone was
Less
like, oh my
than
God, it was
half-
terrible.
Less than half the box office of the first film. Very disappointing is what they're saying.
Wow.
And
Wow.
I even saw something like Lady Gaga has actually learned how to act. So, things like that. They're slamming it. It's not good reviews at all. I tried watching it and I gave up after 5 minutes.
Wow. Holy smokes,
Yeah,
5
and-
minutes. Is she in the movie?
She is Harley Quinn. No, not Harley.
Yeah, she plays Harley Quinn, doesn't
Is
she?
it Harley Quinn? Okay.
Yeah. I heard
Joker's
that.
flame.
Yeah, somebody had said to me, I even like Lady Gaga, and I did not like her performance in
Well,
this
you
film.
know what? I'm not a big fan of Joaquin Phoenix, and to begin
Joaquin?
with. Yeah, I'm not a big. He's a character actor, and I'm just not a big fan of his. So I didn't even. I tried watching the first one as well, and I just couldn't get into it. So we'll just say now. But are you done with that?
I was just gonna say double disappointment on the movie front, because when I went to go watch the movie on Saturday night, apparently the only theater that was playing it last weekend was Toronto. There was one theater in Toronto that was playing it.
What was it?
It's called
What is-
Saturday Night, and it's after
Yeah.
the Saturday Night Live
Yeah.
television show.
Was it
Debuted
the
on Friday or
50th anniversary thing you're talking about?
No, they're like, they created a movie based on the the television show, like Lauren Michaels and Dan Aykroyd. And they have
Never heard of it.
a cast of people playing those people. It's
Oh,
basically
okay.
a bunch of nobodies. Although William Dafoe is in it, there are like big name people. But anyways, that actually is playing this weekend. This Friday is the release of that at every theater in Ontario, at least. So we'll be going to see that on Saturday. Super
Cool.
excited. But that's for me.
I had a chance. Are you done?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay. I had a chance to watch. I'm a huge fan of the Tragically Hip, a Kingston band. Kingston, Ontario is where they're from. And my two favorite bands, the Hip and Headstones, are from Kingston. I watched their primetime movie very intently, and I've pulled up the trailer for it, so we're not ruining anything. Besides, we're not really ruining anything anyways. They've had a very public career. If you don't know who the Tragically Hip is, you should.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is that Downey?
Gord Downey.
Yeah, he was the lead singer.
And
I think his brother.
there's two Gords, a Paul, and can't remember the other guy.
Because Gord Downey passed away, right?
Right.
Gord-
He's played by
yes,
the part
which-
played by his brother, Jack.
Yeah, which in the movie, it takes you from the conception of the band right up to the big concert, which is now 5 years.
Yeah, the last concert that they
That
did.
was epic. The fact that they
Yeah.
actually
So-
made that available for everybody.
Everybody.
Let's watch. Yeah, let's watch the clip because it talks about that. 11 million people watched that. Okay,
wow.
11 million people. All right, so let's have a peek at that, and then we'll talk about it, or we won't.
No dress rehearsal. This is our life. That's what you got to do. You got to make the most of it.
From Kingston, Ontario, Canada, my friends, the Tragically Hip.
If any of us were in another band, I don't think we'd be able to do it because we wouldn't be in another band with our friends.
Crowds would get so loud that you couldn't hear anything happening on stage.
They put on a monster show. They were loud and tight and forceful, and Gord was mesmerized.
It made it cool to be Canadian. I feel silly being sort of about it.
We wrote there a lot to people. It came at its cost.
Quiet down front.
30 years, relationships can get strained.
We probably should have had some therapy. I think at that point we probably needed it.
We knew there were problems. There was anger and frustration and resentment. And then Gord got his diagnosis.
First we'd climb a tree.
It was brain cancer and was incurable. The worst of the worst.
Memories, which used to be my forte. And now I can't remember people's names and can't remember lyrics.
What he's planning to do next is nothing short of awe-inspiring.
We got together and started to rehearse, to write an end to our own story.
No dress rehearsal. This is our life.
People came out and they showed their appreciation, gave Gord their love, and it helped him.
And that's where the heart is to me.
I swear, as we progressed, he got better, and it was unbelievable.
And by the end of the tour, he felt like old Gord.
Tonight we smoke
Multiple generations of Canadians decided that the Tragically Hip were our band.
They will define for generations to come the music that exemplifies this country.
Very, very emotional movie. You should watch it. Oh. By Hot Wheels.
I was going to say the same thing. I have to unmute my mic after I got a little loud up front. Yeah,
it seemed appropriate.
Chills, and
you know what? It's
memories.
if you are a hip fan, seriously, watch that if you have Prime, because that is something that I would go and see in a theater. I would go see that in a theater.
Yeah.
It was mesmerizing. The emotions that go through the whole show. I think there's 4 episodes, so it's not just sit down and watch a 3-hour movie. There's 4 episodes, and it takes you, like I said, through the span of the career and life of the gentlemen that are the Tragically Hip, focusing on Gord Downie, of course, because he was the attention seeker and the lead singer of the band, right? But it's a very interesting ride. It's emotional, and there's lots of tunes and lots of information that I didn't know.
Yeah, I imagine. I got to see them a couple times.
I've seen them a half a dozen times, maybe more.
And then I've seen last year, the year before, I saw a cover band played in Marmara.
Grace 2 is supposed to be very good, and they're going to be doing a special show to raise money for, it might be the Donnie Warbuckle or whatever.
Okay.
There's something there going on.
It was the Practically Hip.
The Practically Hip, yes.
Is who I saw.
That's Kevin's band, isn't it?
No, there's I think I know who you're talking about, and I'm gonna get there in a second. I'm just looking to see if I had an album on my phone I took a bunch of pictures and video of the Practically Hip when they played in Marmara, and
they've been around for a long time.
Big crowd there for them, and it
Oh,
did a
yeah.
good job. Now, Craig used to have Music and Mary
Correct.
Jane on the Pace Radio network. Craig McEachran. His band is the Acoustically Hip.
There you go. And you know what? Surprisingly, they're very good.
Very
and
good.
They're also authorized by the Tragically Hip to play their music.
play their music. I got to see them in Campbellford. They actually went to the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop,
I
and they
was gonna
performed in
go
the front
see them.
window.
I was gonna go see them at that where the merry-go-round is in Alderville. They were playing
Okay,
there
yeah.
one Saturday night, but I didn't
Fairgrounds.
make it over.
Yeah,
It's not safe to drive stoned around there.
they play in Peterborough
Yep.
quite often
Yep.
at the different
Yep.
bars.
Yep.
They're up there, and Craig does a good job of it. All right, talking about Kingston. We're gonna move into the next segment, but I don't have an intro for this because we've never done an interview intro. So unfortunately, we're into the next segment, and talking about Kingston, as I mentioned,
on the road. There you go.
We went on the road the other day and made our way to Kingston, Ontario.
Yes.
And we visited Dave and Masta at the Apple Workshop. For anybody who doesn't know what the Apple is, the Apple is a pipe that you use to consume.
It's a
old
hash
school
pipe.
hash pipe, old school hash.
Now, yeah, I should have loaded that. I'm sorry.
I got my hash pipe.
When I do my review of the dewdrop, I will load up that song.
When you do the review of the dewdrop,
the dewdrop,
you can do the dew.
It's hidden.
It's hidden.
But
we're not allowed to show it
yet. While we were there, we did some video footage and things like that, and it was.
I feel like you should just say you said Dave and Masta, but it's Electric Dave and Masta Glass
on Instagram. Correct.
Yes. Just for those who don't actually know.
Correct. And I did ask them. Well, how do you want me to say your names?
Yeah,
Dave.
They're very laid back guys.
They're so chilled. I get that. Yeah.
I enjoy chatting with Dave. He's been around a long time, and we used to chat with him every year at the Karma Cup.
Yeah. So it was good. It was good to go out to the workshop and see where the apples are created.
As I said earlier, I thoroughly enjoyed doing that. I've wanted to try and do that with somebody for a long time now. And I literally just sat here and let Al do what he did. And I just watched. It was fucking awesome. You don't get that vantage point of somebody blowing glass.
Yeah.
And Massa was so chilled and laid back. He was telling us what was going on. Anyways, I'll shut up. Play the clip.
Oh no! You keep going. No.
He was talking us through everything. Both of them were.
Yes.
Talking us through everything. Dave made some apples and stems and a few other things, and it was Master was making a pipe when we got there.
I gave it a name. I don't know if he'll keep it or not, but I gave it the name, the Sugar Twist Donut.
Oh yes, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah. That gives you a bit of an idea of what the pipe looked like. Okay, because he started it out as a donut.
It was just a little ring. Yeah.
That'll be all part of some video clips that we're going to be putting together over time. Put in between our shows or to use it our commercials or whatever.
Don't want to talk on anybody.
But I'm going to in the end I'm going to take that, and I want to be able to create basically a video or a documentary of the hack
on Glass Brawn.
Yeah. And so I've put something together. I took some clips out, and then when I looked at everything, I went, "Holy shit! That's not a trailer. That's a mini movie, right?
No, you know what? I really enjoyed doing that because it worked out. It was one of the first time we've done an on location thing where nothing went wrong.
And we just kept recording. Everything was just recorded, and I'll be doing some editing now that I got some editing skills behind me. So
there you go. Yeah, Al's been having fun with
the I'm going to call it. Here is the Happle trailer. Here we go.
There you go. The Happle trail.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop, glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happles.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Cool, Al.
There you go.
Very good job. Thank you.
You're welcome. Some of the moments throughout the day when we're there, and obviously when I get everything finalized and together, there will be some answers to some questions that might show up because of that clip, such as what's he doing with that apple and the nail on the ground?
And where do I get one?
Where do I get one? Yeah, exactly. Where do you get one? All that's answered during the clip. We sit around, we have some conversation throughout the day. So that'll be
we all smoked some hash, even though I wasn't there.
You weren't there, but you got to see it go by.
I was still smoking hash, though.
Yes. Yeah. So we had a good time. We had some laughs. Go ahead.
I just want to say for those of you that want to follow either Dave or Masta on Instagram, their tags are Electric Dave. And then it's Masta, M-A-S-T-A with an H, glass. So if you want to check
and
that out.
they are available, I believe, through OCS now. And some stores are carrying them.
Yeah, he's got a patent on
the apple, correct. Yes.
Yeah. You get them in the stores, $55.
Yeah. And then you can purchase some Nugs hash to go with it, the old school hash.
You don't have to do 2 purchases if you do it that way too, because that's just one.
Yeah, and his the new one, the Dewdrop.
The Dewdrop.
It's
which drops soon.
Yeah, we're not allowed to show it until it drops.
It was just announced yesterday or the day before to the wholesalers. to let them know that it's now available. So they'll be ordering in order to make them available in the stores.
It's
So
like
they're
the
coming.
Happle 3.0. They didn't even
And
go
it's-
Happle 2.0. They went like Dewdrop. It's
As
amazing.
soon as
It's amazing.
as soon as I get the dewdrop here, I will we'll all three use them and you'll be able to see. Al's used his Apple on the show, I think, already, haven't you?
Yeah, I've used the Happle on the show. I got an early version, or not an early version. I got a dewdrop demo.
A demo, yeah.
And I actually reviewed it on the Three High Guys. That's when I was outside where I can smoke, but I'm inside. So
You don't use hash in the house either?
No.
It's a whole different kind of smoke.
Yeah, I know.
It's very it either sometimes it even smells like poop.
Well, we don't want that in the house. I don't think I want that in my Apple.
I don't want that in my doobie. Never mind my house.
No, exactly. So yeah, it was overall, like I said, it was a good day, informative, and I look forward to putting this all together.
I look forward to seeing what you come up with. I really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to trying it.
Yeah. Well, you'll be able to do a review and coming days. MJ, have you tried? Oh no, you haven't. Right, you haven't tried
No,
one
I
of these
need,
yet, have
I
you?
need to get some hash, but I've been looking.
May I suggest?
Online.
May I
locally.
suggest, as far as hash goes, I have been buying Vortex brand, and it's 2 grams for $38. So
Okay, so none of the stores locally actually sell hash because apparently nobody
Really?
in my city smokes hash.
You don't have to.
No, and I would have to order. I would have to order from the OCS, and
Just
I
go
don't.
to the reservation.
I don't like to buy concentrates and stuff from the res because I don't.
I get that.
It's the same reason I don't buy baked goods from bake sales. I'm sorry. I just donate.
You don't know what you get. Yeah,
I don't know if that lady's got like 9 cats and she lets them crawl all over her counter. I don't want to eat her cookies. You know what I mean? So, and because of the Nugs Apple, I'm kind of looking for some Nugs hash, the old school hash. So,
Can you not get that through OCS as well?
I can, but they literally just deliver it and stick it in my mailbox, and there's no guarantee that porch pirates aren't going to snag it.
You know what? I'm getting sick of this. I
have another concern with dealing with the OCS.
I know a few people who have had the porch pirates hit them, and it's ridiculous because once the driver takes that picture and submits it, it's out of their hands, and they won't put in a claim for it. It's stupid.
The fact that they're mailing cannabis without signature required, like if I order alcohol from a restaurant or a delivery service, they check your ID when they drop it off at the door. They don't just leave it on your porch.
I use the postal service for that. I don't use
It
courier
is Canada
service.
Post. It's
Is it?
Canada Post. And
Oh, wow.
the reason is OCS, and same with all the LPs, the medical LPs, it's not mandatory to have signature required, and it ups the price of shipping, and we don't want to pay the shipping on the products, and they don't either.
So anybody, the 10-year-old that gets the mail could get the mail.
Absolutely. My neighbor's kid could come and take my
I
thing.
thought they had to have a.
It's like here, it goes to my mailbox. We all have mailboxes at the post office. It does not come to your thing. The only thing, since I've been here, the only thing that's been delivered right to my door was my greenhouse.
I have a lot
I've
of
never, I haven't ordered cannabis. Well, I guess I ordered cannabis back in the MMAR days. I got my gold envelope with my pre-ground milled little wee. Is that
right from Health Canada? Eh?
Yeah, right, directly from Health Canada. That's when we
I've
only
had
had
some
one
of that.
system. That was prairie plant system.
Prairie plant system. Yeah, I've had some of that before.
Yeah, I haven't ordered online since that day.
I use BC Bud Express when I order, and they even take ID now to be compliant with the regulations in BC, because they're different than here in Ontario. And but they're allowed to ship, cannabis. You're allowed to ship cannabis now via the mail, and they can't really do anything about it unless but you don't be stupid. Don't try and mail 3 or 4 pounds at a time.
No.
No, I feel like even mailing the legal limit is always a risk, because if somebody gets the package and those are like, if they know that there's weed in there, there's like, what, you think it's going to show up?
I had somebody send me a package and they had no smelly bags.
Oh.
And when I went in to get it, I gave the gal my card, and she came back and looked at me and goes, "Here's your stinky package," and laughed. But I'm in there all the time, and I just found it really funny. And then I found out that they've got their own stuff. Canada Post has their own stinky bags that you can purchase. They're just a couple of $5. But I would not suggest buying one, sealing it, and putting it in the mail, because porch thieves and other people in the postal system know
what they look like.
that that's a stinky bag.
Hide it in a brown envelope, and then mail that.
What I suggest is use the stinky bags, but put them in one of the prepaid boxes, so that you can't see the stinky bags, and they work as stinky bags in your box. So the lady at the counter at the post office and goes, "Here's your stinky package."
Yeah. Well, you also have to think about being careful of what you put in there to try and like mask the smell. Like, because I know, remember when I mailed you mints as well, and I was worried. I was like, what if the flavor of the mint then gets into the weed? Then it would taint the, you know what I mean? Like, so don't put like perfumey potpourri in with your weed. Do what Al says. Grab the stink bag.
It won't work. Put it in the stink bag, buy a prepaid box, and send it that way. It's only going to cost you an extra $2 or $3 for the stinky bag. And if you can get away with sticking 3 or 4 of those in one of those boxes for $25 or whatever it is. And that's the most safest way. Or just use a stinky bag. I have countless amounts of these fucking stinky bags that I save so that I can send to somebody who's sending me weed.
Oh man!
All righty, you're tired.
It must be getting 11:30. Oh, it's 11:40.
It's 11:45. We're running a little long, which is
that's
normal.
why. Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to that needs to be discussed? Other than that,
what's for lunch?
What's for lunch? Correct. Yeah, I gotta go take the dog for a walk. I got some questions sent to me. I gotta answer some questions. Looks like StreamYard's new changes are affecting more than just us.
Huh?
Yeah. I got a message. Ow! about StreamYard. So.
Yep.
Yeah. I got to deal with something when I get off of here. So. Alrighty. Anything else? No,
I don't think so. Other than it's Thanksgiving this weekend. Hopefully everybody enjoys their long weekend.
I'm going for turkey on Sunday.
Nice.
We're not doing a 420 show on Friday because it's turkey weekend.
Okay.
I'll put on a replay. And, are you doing shows all week, Al?
Yeah, we're doing shows all the week. We won't be doing Mondays. Next Monday's news because of it being a holiday.
But if you want to watch what we've been doing on both networks during the week, you'll be able to watch the re-roll on Saturday.
Yeah, the re-roll will run on Saturday. All the past shows from the past week will air there, as well as little
This one.
fillers that we put in between, such as little Apple video and other things will be added in the tours and stuff we've done. So, okay.
Awesome. Say goodbye,
All right.
Al.
All right. Goodbye, Al. See you, MJ. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. You're here today with myself and John Sayer. We have got an exciting guest to interview today. Some of you may know her, some of you may not. It'll be really exciting to do this incredible chat. How you doing today, John?
Good. Cindy's probably nervous because she's a guest and not a main host or whatever. Yeah. So. Yeah,
okay, so you wrote all of the questions. What's your favorite color?
And I've got your pen here, Cindy. And and I'm not going to do any self promotion or anything like that. So.
Make sure you don't get it right up by the cameras where people can see it.
Okay.
Because, we don't want them looking at your artwork or stuff. Well, I'm excited to just get right to getting the guest in. And I think she missed that one. She was looking down.
Oh, was she? Oh.
Let's invite our guest in and find out how she was doing down in the fine world of Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Rev Cindy.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Did I click you in just as you clicked you in and you clicked out and then clicked back in?
No, I was changing. I was doing the producing stuff. I changed the layout so you guys were in the center and everything was behind you. So when you brought me in, I had to change the layout again. That's all. I was playing.
Teach me that stuff because I didn't do any of that while you were gone.
It's all new. Like all the things that I was punching are new. It's like I can do this to us now. Although you guys look really funny when there's two of you and I try to do that. Or we could do the small square.
Well, keep it like that. There, that's perfect. Oh, there we go.
Would you let that guy back in for?
Yeah. You went, tell everybody what you went down to Mexico for and what did you study and tell us all about it.
Well, that's a loaded freaking question. Yeah. What did I do? The last 9 months I have spent taking a course through the 5 education and training in Mexico through the Tandava retreats. It was a 9-month training to become a 5 MEO/Bufo Alvarius facilitator. And we did a 2-week practicum and graduation in Tepoztlan, Mexico.
Now, did you have like a shaman or a teacher or a professor or?
Well, yeah, there were the two people that own the school, Joelle and Victoria. They also own Tandava. They were the 2 main teachers and they brought in experts from around the world. And we had some integration specialists that were down there. So yeah, a lot of very interesting people were teaching us over the last 9 months.
Now, when I seen 5-MeO-DMT, I thought it was 2 different things because of the dash in between, but they're actually the same thing, aren't they?
Well, 5-MeO-DMT is the scientific name. Yeah. It's, it represents the molecule. And the molecule, the 5-MeO-DMT, is part of the Bufo alvarius. The Bufo alvarius comes from the toad. It's the toad secretion. There's 5-MeO in it. And I learned how to work with that when I was there, but we focused on what we call the synthetic or the extract, which is 5-MeO. And it's a pure molecule. It has none of the extra stuff in it at all. It's just the pure molecule.
Wow. I'm going to break in here because really what we're doing is the 5-MeO is specifying which form of DMT because there's other forms of DMT, correct? Right? There's the
sort of. Yes, DMT, it represents the part, like how it's kind of brought together. And even though a lot of people think that all DMTs are linked, which they kind of are, they are all completely different as well. We know of NN-DMT. The newest one out there is 4-ACO-DMT, which is psilocin, the extract from psilocybin. And that's the synthetic version of psilocin. So there are different DMTs out there. And most of them are entheogens, and 5-MeO DMT is known to be the most powerful entheogen known to man.
Now, do you smoke it or do you ingest it?
5-MeO, you can do it in a variety of ways. The toad medicine that I have, just a second, I had something burning here. Toad medicine that comes from the actual toad is the only way that you can use it is to smoke it or vaporize it. The 5-MeO, the pure extract, you can take it sublingually under the tongue. You can use it, you can insufflate it, which is snorting it. You can use it in a suppository. You can vaporize it. You can use it, and the last two ways I don't practice, but you can use it intramuscularly, injection, or you can use it intravenously going through the blood.
Which is the most potent way to do it?
Smoking.
Yeah, smoking. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I looked up where you were, and I have trouble pronouncing it.
Tepoztlan.
Now, is that close to South America, or is it on the East Coast, or is it on the West Coast? Whereabouts in Mexico is that?
It is about a 90-minute drive south. So yeah, you're heading down towards the Central America area. So 90 minutes drive south after you land in Mexico City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I figured it would probably be closer to South America.
Yeah.
Just because of the toad thing. As soon as
the toad thing really is not necessarily South America. The toad thing is Western Mexico and United States. It's the Sonora Desert. So it's on the western side, and it goes up through Mexico in through Arizona. That's where you find the toads.
Wow.
Yeah.
So tell us some exciting stories about what happened. Is there like let's hear some excitement.
Well, there was a lot of it. I mean, from the time I landed till the time I left. I'd say one of the most exciting things, or one of the exciting things that happened before I even got to course. My first day there, I went out. I hired a tour guide, and I went out on tour. And they took us to another area that I can't pronounce the name of, but it was about 90 minutes, I think, west of where I was staying in Tepoztlan. And we went to these beautiful pyramids that were built by the Aztecs. We learned some history and some whatnot.
Machu Picchu or Michu Picchu?
It starts with an X. I can't.
Oh, yeah, I know the ones. I worked with a guy who went there. He said it was amazing.
It absolutely was. And the tour guide, we went in and we went around the base of the pyramids. And, there were, areas to walk up and around and kind of steep walks. And, I have bad knees, and my dad was with me, and he's 77. So I was like going slow on these steep walks. And the last one, I wasn't going to go up. But the tour guide said, listen, we got to go up. There's an area that you've got to see. You're going to get the best view of the whole place. So, we rested our knees for a minute, and then we went up the last hill. And going up the last hill, we went up and we went around this corner. And the view that was there was... It was a view that I had seen before in my spirit walk with Iboga 3.5 years ago. And I can remember when Iboga took me there on the back of an eagle that actually turned out to be my mom. We were flying over these lush green mountains, and, I had that feeling that I needed to remember that view. And then I got that view at the top of the pyramids.
Wow. Did you take pictures or video or?
Oh yeah, yeah.
See it again?
This is
wow! Look at that, eh? Ooh.
Yeah. So when I came up and I saw that view, I kind of, I got very emotional and I started to cry. And the tour guide came up and she asked me, asked me if I was okay. She thought maybe I was in pain with my knees, and I told her that little story about how Iboga had brought me there in a spirit walk. So she stood there and cried with me because she realized, realized how important that was and what it meant. And I think that is walking up around those pyramids and seeing this view in person was probably one of the most memorable things that happened to me when I was there.
That's an amazing story.
Wow.
Yeah. Cool.
It truly made me believe that I was in the right place doing the right thing.
Now, did you do any of these ceremonies or learning in the jungle, or did you? It was all
No, 5-MeO doesn't have a tribal lineage. It's a very it's like the newest entheogen as well as the most powerful. So it doesn't have a tribal lineage. There is, we can go into the desert is really where it comes from, not the jungle. Which I'll have the opportunity next year to head to the Sonora Desert in Mexico and do the actual bufo secretion there, which would be absolutely wild. But we were on a resort, and we did hold. There were 8 ceremonies that we were allowed to take part in each. And I did 7 of the 8. There was one that I said no to because I was still on a journey from the one that morning. There were 2 days in a row that we did 2 ceremonies each. It's crazy.
How many people were there?
16 students.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That's a
Yeah.
lot.
What career projections were those students? Like where did they come from? You come from a healing background.
There were 2 or 3 doctors. There were a number of therapists. Most of them were trained, in one of those lineages. I was the only one showing up without that kind of training in my background. I did go to university a long time ago and study psychology, but that was, 27 years ago now. And I don't have a lot of memory from that because I didn't continue a career in psychology. So yeah, there were, I think 3 doctors and 5 or 6 therapists of different varieties. And then a lot of people that had been working, in the field for a while. So yeah, there was quite a bit of knowledge there.
Wow. That many therapists? I'd be in trouble. I'd be in big trouble. I'd be in big trouble with 5 therapists.
Whole world is just growing, or you'd be healed.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Now, did you guys all go out to eat together, or did you go your separate ways after everything?
No, staying on the resort, they provided breakfast, lunch, and supper. So we had chef cooked meals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to go there.
Yeah, well, we were doing a lot of medicine and a lot of work, and Luis made sure that we got the nutrients that we needed. He's a very amazing chef. He's actually worked with different, famous people over the years, cooking for them and creating meals for them. But now he gets to do it in a healing atmosphere, and you can really tell that this man loves what he does.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Now, does he cook from around, native food from around there, or does he have a variety of food from all over the world?
Well, everything. A lot of the food that we ate were Mexican dishes, but we had a night where he cooked Chinese food, and another night that we had some basic chicken and vegetables, but the majority of the time was traditional Mexican food.
Did anybody while you were there have a bad experience?
With the medicine or with the food?
With everything. Yeah, the food would be the worst.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of people there that drank the water, so to speak.
Ooh.
And ended up with
Montezuma's revenge.
Yeah, ended up with some stomach issues. And yeah, with the medicine, we were all there to learn, but when you take 5-MeO, you can't help but heal. And sometimes healing is dark, and sometimes healing is messy, and sometimes healing is triggering. And yeah, that happened there, I think, for all of us at one point in time or another.
Here's a weird question. By the end of it, I'm sure that you would sit with by the end of the whole term period, and you've all done your journeys, and there had to have been people sitting and having a discussion. In those discussions, what would be the number one aha that the majority of the group came to?
I don't think there were any 2 people that had the same aha.
But I think it would be kind of hard for somebody like a psychologist or a doctor. They want to administer the drug, so I guess they want to better know it.
No, I mean, like, let me correct your language on that one. Let's, instead of calling it a drug, let's call it a medicine.
Okay.
Because that's really what it is.
Okay.
And yeah, like, I mean, doctors and therapists, they're used to being the people that are there doing the healing. But when you work with spiritual medicine, you have to be just as willing to heal as you are to help people heal. If you can't heal yourself, there is no way that you can put the work in to help somebody else find the tools.
Well, that's why, like, me and Steve started our mushroom company because of post-traumatic stress.
Yeah.
We both had it or whatever, and that's what started everything, getting into all the different ways to heal from natural medicines or whatever. So I was curious, how similar is it to psilocybin?
It's not.
No, totally different, eh?
Psilocybin, if you go on an inward journey with psilocybin, you're looking at 6 to 8 hours. With 5-MeO DMT, you're looking at, 3 journeys in an hour.
Oh.
Yeah,
Wow.
and they're much more intense. Psilocybin, is much gentler, for lack of a better word. 5-MeO is you go from, it's a mystical experience. Like, I mean, you in a few seconds, you go from being an individual to being part of everything, and everything is part of you. You go into an ego dissolution. And that's really hard on the human ego and on the human mind. And it's a fast actor. They're like, boom, you're in.
Yeah, you don't have the half hour, 20-minute ramps. It's just like,
it's just boom.
Well, that's
you're in.
when you
It's like
smoke it, I guess. Yeah.
Rise it, or when you smoke it, that's how it happens. If you insufflate it, or if you use suppositories, it's a gentler climb up, but you still get to that heavy duty peak.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if you insufflating, it would 15 to 20, 25 minutes, and what would suppository take?
Suppositories are very similar to insufflation. Yeah.
Okay,
So
basically, got to get into the bloodstream, and then once it's in
with
there,
the suppositories and insufflation, it takes me about 5 minutes to realize that the medicine is, saying, hi, how you doing? It's coming in, and 15 to 20 minutes to hit that peak, versus 5 to 10 seconds when you smoke it or vaporize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do they ever get used together, the mushrooms and the 5-MeO? Do they get ever? Oh, they are used together.
Sometimes,
Mexican healers use it as well.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I chatted with people that they'll hold retreats. So you'll have a psilocybin day. You'll have a rest. You'll do 5-MeO the next morning. I know of retreats out in Vancouver, actually, that, serve the psilocybin and do one of two things. As you're peaking on the psilocybin, you go into the 5-MeO, or as you're coming down from the psilocybin, you go into the 5-MeO, or Bufo, I think is what they actually use out in Vancouver, the people I'm talking about. So yeah, they are by times put together. Another medicine that, I don't necessarily take part in that sometimes works with 5-MeO is ketamine, I've learned. So a lot of these are used together. With 5-MeO, it is suggested to not use it with ayahuasca. Actually, it's more than suggested. It's one of the big contraindications. Do not do ayahuasca and then do 5-MeO. It's just a big freaking no. There can be a lot of serotonin overdoses, a lot of serotonin toxicities. Hape is another one, the snuff, that you shouldn't do within, for a while before heading into 5-MeO, because the tobacco can, clump in your sinuses. And if you go into a full release, you can inhale that clump and causes asphyxiation. Yeah. So there are other contraindications, but when it comes to the natural medicines, those are the big two that we're told about.
The dangers of drugs. Now, is 5-MeO, is it found in any natural foods?
It's found in everything. It's in us.
Okay.
We produce 5-MeO DMT in our bodies, but yeah, like small amounts. When we extract 5-MeO, we usually do it directly from melatonin, which is derived from plants and whatnot. But the concentration in melatonin is larger when you make it. So then you can extract the 5-MeO from that to get the pure molecule.
And the melatonin's the one we use for sleep, correct?
Yeah, it's a natural sleep aid. Again, our body makes it. So if you start taking it from the outside, your body can shut down making it, which can cause a lot of insomnia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Every medicine can be used or abused. So.
Yeah, that's very true.
Wow. I had a question and it just eluded me.
Oh, I was going to ask about tryptamine. Is that what gives the psychedelic part of the 5-MeO? Is what is the actual thing that causes the visions and stuff? Is it like
it's an entheogen, so it causes neuroplasticity in your brain, and our brains react. So we don't necessarily see visions. A lot of people actually don't. They'll see pure white or they'll see pure black when they go in. So the visions are really what your brain is showing you.
Okay.
And it attaches 5-MeO actually attaches to your serotonin uptake. So your serotonin 1A and your serotonin 2A. So it works on the serotonin.
Now, what do you plan to do with the knowledge that you've learned? Well, the certificate, I've seen it on Facebook, and yeah, there we go.
Congratulations!
Now, are you going to be a facilitator, or what's your plans to do with?
Well, yeah, that's what I am now. I mean, I graduated as 5-MeO DMT facilitator. I plan on using the education to serve others and to help others find the tools that I have found. Much like I've done with cannabis and psilocybin over the years. I now feel that I've gained a lot of knowledge, and I'm going to be working, basically as an apprentice for the next few months with a gentleman out of Montreal, just to kind of fine tune my process. Because, 5-MeO is, like I've said a couple of times, it is the strongest entheogen known to man. It is the strongest psychedelic known to man. And if you don't prepare somebody correctly for what is about to happen, you can really do them a lot of damage. So yeah, I just kind of want to fine tune the knowledge that I've been given and make sure that my preparation process for my participants is going to be bang on.
So when someone's doing it for the first time, you give them a little bit, and work your way up, or do you give them?
It depends. If I were to sit and say, I'm going to use Steve as an example, only because I know what he can take, and I know that he's got a higher threshold than I do. Like for me, I could take 2.5 grams of mushrooms to his 10 grams of mushrooms, and we'd actually be the same high. Do you know what I mean? So if I've got somebody like Steve coming in to take this medicine, and I ask him about his previous psychedelic use, and he tells me that, I use psychedelics, and when it comes to mushrooms, I eat 10 grams to get my full release. And I would then know that he possibly has a higher threshold. So we start everybody on what we call a handshake dose, which is a small dose. It's kind of like, the best way to explain it is the medicine is coming in and shaking your hand and going, "Hi, how you doing? I'm 5-MeO." You get a little bit. If you're somebody like me, I would take, like a handshake is a 1 to 3 milligram dose. For somebody like me, I need to take the 1 milligram because I know that 3 milligrams is going to take me way too far. Yeah. For somebody like Steve, I would probably start him off at 3 milligrams because he's got a higher threshold. Yeah. But that's all part of the preparation process and talking with somebody and finding out, what they've done otherwise in psychedelics, what the reaction has been, how it's been for them, and you would decide together what would be right.
Yeah, that's part of what Anki and Miriam have been talking about is the the talking and prep work. You've got to put a little more. There's a lot of people that are just showing up at festivals administering 5-MeO to people.
There are a lot of people like that, and there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people out there teaching it in a very short amount of time, sending people out to the festivals with 5-MeO to go just serve people. And it's really fucking scary because, you know, if you got to make sure the person's not taking certain things before they head in. I mean, lithium and HTP, St. John's wort, all of these things that you can go to your drugstore and get. If you are taking them when you take 5-MeO or Bufo, you can kill yourself. That you can get a serotonin toxicity and do damage, cause yourself to go into psychosis, die. I mean, you know, these things can happen, which is why the prep work is so bloody important. You have to know what somebody's taking. You have to, if they're taking things that are going to be contraindications with it, you have to make sure that they talk to their doctors and decide on whether weaning off of it is a good idea. These are very, very important things to watch out for. So the preparation period ahead of time is very important. My intake form that I have created for the medicine, I mean, Steve has filled it out for me. It's huge. I'm asking every question, and sometimes I'm asking it, you know, twice just to make sure I'm getting proper answers.
Okay. Now, like when you meet someone and they want to take the DMT for the first time and everything, do you have like a checklist that you go through them with, like a form that they fill out and they have to?
Well, that's what the intake form is, right? Like,
expensive.
Yeah, it starts off with, you know, somebody calls me and says, "Hey, I hear you're a 5-MeO facilitator. I'd really like to, you know, learn more about this medicine and take it." So I'll have a discovery call. We'll have a quick 10 to 15 minute talk about where you are, what you've done before for psychedelics, what medicines you might be on, you know, a really quick history of the family. And if it's looking like, you know, somebody is a good fit, I would then say, I would love to get your email address and I'll email you out the intake form, which is very extensive. You know, I ask every question to, you know, what your name is, to what medicines you take, to are you taking therapy, to, you know, what's, you know, what vitamins you might be taking, what supplements you might be taking. You know, so it's very important to get a full list of everything that somebody is taking. Okay. Yeah. And then from there, you go into, you know, at least 2 preparation calls, possibly 3, before they show up at the door.
Now, would you like us to put the information scrolling along the bottom for people to get a hold of you for more information about?
Well, you know, no, I don't have I don't have a web page right now, but if somebody wants to get a hold of me, they can get a hold of me through this show. You know, I am one of the hosts on a regular basis, so it's very easy to find me through Mushy Moment.
Yeah, my 15 minutes of fame are ending in a half.
Are getting to a point where they're over.
Yeah.
2 things. We've got some comments, and then we should go to commercials. Steve.
I was just posting hi to John on the comments up there. That's funny.
Break down and other roots or herbs for de-stressors, please. Well, John, yeah. Hi, how you doing? My name is Cindy, and you can definitely reach out through Mushy Moment. Send us a message through Pace Radio or through Mushy Moment, and you know, the owner will definitely make sure I get it, and I'll get back to you personally.
And he's mentioning on there the MCTDs can we do a breakdown of ashwagandha and other roots and herbs? If John, if you go to our 2 shows ago, John and I go through a whole bunch of that in one of our shows. We go through all the adaptogens. It would be not last week's, the week before's, I believe.
So the week
3 weeks ago, the week before that, because last week we did a
repeat.
So not the 24th, the 17th.
The lawyer, and then the week before that, you guys would have done that.
Yeah, it was the 17th, I believe.
Yeah.
I think it was the 17th.
And we should head to.
And it's time to go to commercial. So on that note, thank you for hanging out with us. It's time for a quick break so our sponsors can help pay the bills so we can be here. So, you know, go burn your doobie and come back and watch a show.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 8th. We're here with our guest, Rev Cindy. Okay, kick into gear. Tell us all about your trip now. Let's just go right from what you want to just tell us all about your trip.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I wouldn't even.
You have any more pictures? And
I have a ton of pictures. I have to get to them on Facebook, so I can do that while I'm chatting. That's easy. Like the whole trip from beginning to end was amazing. One of the things that was really neat is got picked up at the airport, and we were driving to Tepoztlan, and it was Independence Day weekend. So the hour and a half drive actually ended up to be like 3.5 hours because just so much traffic and it was going so slow. And the street vendors were incredible. And half of the street vendors were bars. So you could pull over and get a drink and then just keep going. It was crazy. And so alcohol completely different, viewed completely differently down there than it is here. Here, people drink to get stupid drunk, and they get stupid drunk and they do stupid things. I noticed in Mexico, I don't think I saw one stupid drunk person, but everybody was drinking. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And once we got into Tepoztlan itself is an amazing little town. It's kind of like lost in time. They don't allow any chain stores there. So like there's no Costco, there's no Walmart, there's no any of that. Everything was a mom and pop store. The roads were cobblestone. Like I say, it was literally a land lost in time. It was amazing. Everybody was so friendly. You get up and go for a walk in the morning. And everybody's waving or honking from the cars. Buenos dias as you're walking by. Like everybody was just like super nice. And I explored the town and did some touristing for a couple of days during the Independence Day festival. And the whole town was nothing but street markets on that Sunday. Like the whole town. Like there were just like both sides of every street were lined. There were bands at every corner, playing. I discovered a cacao cafe, which is one of the medicines I work with. So I sat there drinking a cacao, watching a band play in the middle of all the markets on the streets. And it was just, it was just super amazing to be sitting in the middle of that. Whenever, everywhere you walked in town, all you could smell was the incense copal, like everywhere, every street, every shop. It just smelled beautiful. And then, I went to Tandava where the course was being held and, met my classmates, and we went through 2 weeks of healing really with each other. Because that's, I know we were down there to learn and get educated, but one of the ways we got educated was to take the medicine. We had to practice on somebody when we were serving, so we practiced on each other. And it also, we did the medicine in all the different ways, so we would be proficient to be able to serve it. And, and that was incredible. We did vape pens to start with. And, I became a tree. Like in my journey, I was a tree who was setting roots and growing. And it was incredible. So I did, that day we did that. We did another one called the Health Stone. It was a way of vaping it, which is a really nice way of vaping it, to be honest. We did Bufo in the Eclipse. We continue to
know what those are, so you got to explain what they are.
As I look around, I don't have them because I stuck them in the mail, like mine are in a mailer on the way home. So the Health Stone is basically like a pipe, and it's got a piece of almost like volcanic type stone that sets in. So you would heat the volcanic stone, you'd put the dose of 5-MeO on it, and then I'm just looking around for a pipe here, but I don't even have a pipe. So it just looks like literally a little pipe.
That little pipe that you gave me with the little stem, is that?
No, that's that is more like this, and that's for hape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like a smoking pipe, like that kind of idea. And this volcanic rock type stuff goes in it, stone. You heat the stone, you melt the 5-MeO into it, and then you're able to vape it from there. So you can hold it, the person can hold it to their lips, and you can heat it a little bit, and that'll vape it. An Eclipse is another pipe, but it gives you the ability to melt the Bufo. Like it's perfect for Bufo. And again, I don't have mine here, and I don't have any pictures of it, but it basically takes a glass tube and puts it in the end of this metal thing. And the glass tube is where you have the medicine. And you would heat the glass tube to combust the medicine, and the person would inhale up here. There's one called an Argo lamp that uses argon gas to get rid of the oxygen. So when you vaporize the 5-MeO, you don't have to worry about anything that's going to make you cough. It's all pure medicine, no oxygen, no anything going in. And most non-smokers can vaporize it that way. So we did ceremonies using all of these different devices, as well as a ceremony with a vape pen. And then we did a ceremony where we used suppositories. And then we did a ceremony where we insufflated it. So we did Bufo 7, or we did 5-MeO and Bufo 7 different ways as we're going through classes. And then we got to, when we did our graduation or our final exam serving, the person that we were serving got to pick the way they did it, which is really awesome, right?
What you doing?
I'm reading what John's saying.
Yeah, that's funny. I just leaned over to do the same thing.
The suppository
vaping though.
Yeah. Suppository, John, was for me over the 2 weeks the most profound ceremony that I had. We did 17 milligrams each, and we did it in suppository. Women obviously get 2 choices of, where we're sticking it, whereas men only get 1. I picked the woman's only way of doing it. And for me, it was the right way. I come from, a little bit of personal history. I am a survivor of childhood sexual trauma. And I lost my womanhood and didn't gain it back. And this particular ceremony, I gained my womanhood back in its purest form. And it was probably one of the 2 most epic things that happened to me while I was there. The other one was I told you the story earlier and showed you the picture. But that was the healing that I got in that ceremony is the healing that I have been looking for from the beginning.
Wow.
And it was given to me. And they said, we've never had anybody have what we call a full release dissolution on a suppository. Well, they can't say that anymore because I sure shit did. I had an unbelievable full release. This was actually ceremony number 6 that we did. And I had a full release, and I was hours actually coming back from the ceremony, like getting fully back in my body. So yeah, it was pretty incredible, and it was extremely healing. That afternoon we did insufflation, but I didn't do insufflation because I had just had such a large journey that I decided to opt out of that one. And I've insufflated, a number of times before with different facilitators. So it wasn't something I needed education in doing myself. So I opt out. The same way to blood vessels. Yeah. And then John is saying, well, that must have cured it. And then some, thanks so much for sharing. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, no, it was an incredible time. And, it wasn't just healing from a participant point of view. I had to heal from a facilitator point of view. As a facilitator, you become the focus of sometimes of people's upsetness or rage or anger. You become that mirror for them. They transfer onto you. There's transference. And you have to be strong enough to take it and know that it has nothing to do with you as a person. What it has to do with is, they're mad at, at their mother or their father or the person who hurt them. And the facilitator sometimes, will become that person during the journey for the participants. So to learn how to hold space for somebody during those very tender moments is very important to learn. And I got a chance to do that when I was in Mexico. And, it's not just that, but with 5-MeO, as well as with other medications that are out there, LSD is famous for it. There are reactivations that can happen. And you have to be prepared to put your own shit aside if your participant comes along at 2:00 in the morning, having a reactivation, feeling like they're back in the middle of their journey, which can be very disorientating and almost scary for somebody, especially if they had a challenging journey. So you have to be ready to jump into that with them. And learning that is a very healing lesson, because you have to learn how to pack up your own shit, and not in a I'm going to ignore it kind of way, but in a I need to help this person and put my own shit over here for now kind of way. And it was amazing to learn. I had to go through both of those situations. I had to be the facilitator. That was the mirror. And that was very hard for me. And then I, in the middle of being the facilitator with the mirror, going through that very difficult lesson for myself, somebody that I was a co-facilitator for, you had a reactivation. So I literally had to go, fuck, and pack all that up and put it in my back pocket and go be a facilitator for this other person. And two very important lessons to learn. And, in the end, two very healing lessons to learn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is a stupid question or whatever, but
there are no stupid questions.
There's a difference. There's mushrooms, there's bufo, there's 5-MeO, ayahuasca. Now, is there different levels of healing with different substances? Or
no.
No?
No. But that's a really good question. That's a very smart question, just so you know, because a lot of people think that. They think, oh, well, I'm going to start with cannabis and I'll level up to mushrooms and I'll level up to blah and I'll level up to blah. But it's not that, like we call 5-MeO the strongest entheogen in the world, but all of these medicines offer different things. And what you need could be completely different than what I need for tools, right? Or what Steve needs. So, I could go into 5-MeO and go, oh, that was it for me. That helped me heal. That helped me learn a bunch of things. I can now, work this into my life and do some integration. But for you, you may need mushrooms. And that may take you to the point where you get that same healing. For somebody else, they may need to go for a tobacco ceremony. And I'm not talking hape, I'm talking tobacco ceremony, the one that Steve did. For other people, they need to go for iboga, peyote. I mean, some people can smoke a joint and that's all they need. So it depends. It's the same as humans have tried to make these modern medicines out of chemicals. We call them antidepressants and all of these crazy things that people get addicted to. And what they're trying to do is say, okay, well, Cindy's mind is missing, these chemicals or not firing these synapses properly. So we're going to put these chemicals in to make that fire properly. That's kind of what natural meds are doing in a much better way. If somebody's endocannabinoid system is screwed up and they don't have enough pumping out through that, they need to eat more cannabinoids. And then that'll help the pain and it'll help level out, anxiety or depression. Some people need to repattern their brain. They need to take those old patterns and repattern them. And for some people, ayahuasca is going to help them do that. It's going to put them in the right place of neuroplasticity. And for some people, they need an NDMT or psilocybin or 5-MeO. It's really what the person needs.
I like to refer kind of to they speak different languages.
That's another great way of putting it. Yeah,
hearing because they're all a different frequency, but in the same area.
Yeah,
which one makes you resonate?
Well, I had a peyote was the one for me that had the most effect on me long term.
Yeah,
and someone might do it and the same dose as me and just have totally different experience, right? So
completely.
Yeah.
And I mean, in all this natural medicine, we don't actually have to ingest medicine or take medicine or smoke medicine either. Medicine can come in the form of sound healing or breath work. And for some people, that's what they need. They need to go for sound healing once a week, and it helps to keep them calm and level.
It would be nice if we could make a thing saying, okay, this medicine is most effective for this. So maybe you should try this before you try this, or I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if we can say that. I think that comes, from. Come on, stop doing that. That comes from conversation and who the people are. If I come across somebody that has a very large fear of death and can't let go of control, I might not start them with 5-MeO, because 5-MeO takes your control from you. You become, when you have a full release, you become one with everything and you lose control. And somebody that has a control issue is not ready for that. We have to build them up. So that would be somebody that I would build up to 5-MeO. Well, let's maybe, eat some cannabis, and then we'll, eat some mushrooms, and we'll work you up from there. Prepare you to fully let go. And some people may come in and say, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm ready to let go.
Okay, well, I do mushrooms for maintenance. I do them almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
I call it maintenance or
Mhm.
whatever. For 14 years, I've been microdosing mushrooms. Now, could someone do the same thing with 5-MeO, or is it like a
No,
one
no.
shot a week kind of thing? Or
No, it's neither of those. It's 5-MeO causes neuroplasticity in the brain. So for some people, they can go in if they have all the right preparation, you know, and you've worked with them and you've done some parts work and you've prepared them and their whole being and their whole mind and their whole energy is on board. They could go into it. They can do the medicine. They can then leave and work with an integration specialist to learn like how to repattern their mind while they're in neuroplasticity. And they may never feel the calling to go back to it again. Some people will feel the calling
with hero doses with mushrooms too, though they never need it again.
Some people, yeah, but that's different than microdosing.
Yeah.
Right? Microdosing is a maintenance program. You know, macrodosing or hero dosing is, you know, it's meant to take somebody to do that inner work and see if they can help heal that inner child. You know, and peyote's like that, ayahuasca's like that, iboga's like that. I mean, none of them are a magic pill. None of them are a magic bullet. There's no guarantee that you're going to do it once and it's going to work and you're never going to need it again. But if you do it and you do the proper preparation, and it's the same with any of these medicines, proper preparation, proper, you know, integration, your intentions are, you know, all about healing. There, you know, there's a good chance that with the right work and the right talk therapy around it, a person could only need to do a medicine once. But then, you know, there are people like me that it can be like, I'm an onion. I'm peeling back the layers.
Layer after layer. Yeah.
I'm healing one layer at a time. I really truly feel that that one journey I told you guys about with the suppository, I truly feel like I peeled back half the fucking onion there. You know, and I did a lot of work and a lot of healing. But, you know, I also realized that I need to integrate that into my life and continue on to the next layer when I'm ready.
Now, would you say someone with more trauma would be like the onion peeling back the layers, or?
In my personal experience, yeah, but I have also come to realize that humans have this amazing ability to repress shit. So somebody could come into this and they could say, "Oh, I just have this one trauma in my life, and I want to go heal it," and then memories start to come flooding back. You know, because one thing that I've learned is we all have trauma, and we all have a similar trauma. Being born is traumatic, and that can cause just that whole being born can cause issues for the rest of your life. For some people, they hold on to generational traumas. That happens a lot in, you know, minorities, like, you know, in the Black community or in the Indigenous community. You know, a lot of grandparents and parents and great-grandparents were terrorized, slaves, or imprisoned in convents here in Canada with the Indigenous and whatnot. And a lot of that trauma that our great-grandparents and our grandparents, or like our parents in my case, suffered comes down through the children. It is passed down through DNA, and there's nothing we can do about that. You know, it's not something that we've actually been through, but, you know, I have learned in recent years that I am BIPOC, and I am the daughter of a residential school survivor. And that plays into my head a lot, you know, like I you know, consider what my mother went through and realize that, like, holy shit, that's affected me. Even when I didn't know about it, that affected me. You know, so we have traumas, and we have traumas, I mean, if you believe in them, from past lives. And we carry these, you know, in ourselves, in our DNA. So I believe that everybody has layers, but how deep they go and how much they affect us are different from person to person. Somebody could have the ability to put up that block against generational traumas. And I commend all of those people that can do that. I think that's a beautiful tool to have, to be able to block those past traumas and not pass them on, you know, to our future generations.
I think you should be a speaker at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. Personally, that's my opinion. I think you should be a speaker there. I guess you guys are interviewing Mark from the show
next week.
Yeah. I was told that when I come back to work next week that we've got Mark Caron on, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, just when I'm not doing it anymore. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Listen, you got Robert Laurier. I'm jealous about that. So I saw that commercial and I'm like, no, dude, no, you were supposed to wait. No.
It was a good show.
Robert's a great guy. I've interviewed him before. He's nice.
Yeah, we've taken him under, what do you call it?
Advisement?
He's our lawyer now.
Well, as soon as we give him some cash.
Yeah, we have to give him a retainer. But but
it's coming right after that Spirit Plant Medicine Conference.
Yeah.
So I leave 3 weeks from tomorrow to head out to see you guys for that.
Wow. And I'm so glad you're coming. Takes a lot of heat off me being able to sit for a little bit. So that's really good. My daughter's coming on the Saturday to help.
Nice.
And,
I'm excited.
Who's coming on the Sunday?
I was talking to Amy about maybe coming in on the Sunday.
Yeah. So,
cool.
Yeah. So the crippled guy's got some relief. I don't feel bad because
I don't have any relief. What are you talking about?
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? I'll be there on the Friday, so that's going to be good.
I've got VIP, so I'm on there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we've got a cannabis thing to go to the night of the 1st as well. So we're going to have a long weekend.
Nice.
Well, don't they have the cannabis ceremony every
Saturday night? But this is a Halloween party. Friday night. That has nothing to do with the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. It's just, hey, can we get
my only religious holiday, Halloween. Oh yeah, we went to
Croptober. That's funny.
Croptober. That's a good one. We cropped today. We cut down all my plants.
Croptober.
Yeah.
I've never heard that. That's funny, John.
Going for donating it all for healing. So yeah.
What time are we at?
We're at that time.
12:58.
Oh, hey, you got 2 minutes. What do you want to say in those 2 minutes? Oh, you don't have 2 minutes. You got like 30 seconds. We got to run ads.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't even have that because the ads are 2 minutes and 21 seconds.
And we didn't have our ad on there today, so I was looking for it.
So AT.
No, they've been taken off because if we have anything to do with mushrooms or cannabis actually said in the opening or in the closing or in any of it or in words, they shut us down. So yeah, we had
Are we allowed to say chocolate?
Oh, when we're talking, it's different, but it's in the music and in the ads. We have to be very.
Really?
Yeah. So I got to revamp all our
fucking
ads.
Gestapo. Hey, you could talk.
You can close us off there, Steve, because we've got 2 minutes and 21 seconds to stick in 30 seconds.
Thanks everybody for hanging out and spending some time with us here. Thank you, Cindy, for being on the show. Thank you, John, for being an awesome host. Because you were the host, I was sitting there going like this. You kept telling me, "Get your fucking hand off here."
You know what?
Just keep going. Do that.
My co-hosting to replace you for the last 3 weeks has been fun, but I'm glad you're back.
Yeah.
He hates sitting with me for that long.
Well,
okay, bye.
We'll see you guys next week. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Halfway down.
Yeah, we're about to start for it.
Okay, Dad.
Right here, right?
Oh.
Here? Yeah. Yeah, we're about to start that one.
Okay.
Here, you want that?
No, it's too small. Thanks. I can't feel it while it's burning until after.
Number 3. Time to vote on number 3.
Yeah, and so what'd you think of what was number 4 like for you on your
I
sativas?
find that the hardest thing about buying pot from the just opening whatever I buy it in.
Yeah.
I wrote down here 1 hour and 30-minute buzz, sleepy,
Idea.
chilled, relaxed.
Yeah, I like your earlier point. Your question was, how can you really tell the effects if you got smoking one after the other?
Yeah,
and
you got to be seasoned.
you to host, yeah, you got to be seasoned. That would take a week.
Yeah,
and
that's one of the reasons why our kit took so long. Like, we had 2 months to do it, and it came to the end of the 2 months. It's like we have a lot left to go. Because we were trying to do 1 in the morning, 1 o'clock.
Oh yeah, the legacy cup. Yes, of course. Yes, the old Karma cup.
And
As I said, when I moved, I still had stuff from the Karma Cup 4 years prior.
For this year, it's the end of the summer.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the end of the summer.
And it's been available already for some time, eh?
As far as in the stores, June. And in order to be able to, like, the stores can order it. The information went to the stores to purchase it. And so it's up to the stores to order them.
Yeah, I'm gonna look and see if it's on OCS yet.
If you want, you go into the store looking for one and they don't have it, ask them to order it.
Yeah, the store beside us.
Order it so that you can get one, right? And that'll make a store more up to want to have them available.
Yeah,
and realistically, broadcast like this gives people a bit of an idea on what's available, and hopefully they watch, get a good impression, and we'll go buy a kit.
All right, here, Al, I've got some information here on the OCS website.
Okay. Stickiness there. Extreme.
It's not as sticky as it looks like it should be. Just better, I'm going slow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Feel that.
It says Karma Cup is only available in stores. It's not available on the.
That smell when you cracked it.
Yeah.
There is some good smell.
We keep
squeezing it hangs.
Yeah. Break her up, whatever.
Yeah, break her up, because when I get it, I'm going to grind it.
All right. Overall visual appeal.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that right in the sun. Isn't that nice? You go right ahead. Help yourself.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
We're on
Number 4 there, yeah. So question
Thanks,
1
man.
is the overall visual appeal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have caught
I know. I didn't see any seeds,
Moisture.
anything. No,
The
no
second
hair,
one?
no
Yeah.
contaminants. Because some of this stuff is
Yeah.
hand trimmed, right? So it's not done by a machine.
Aroma
So there's a
strength is
possibility
number
of
3.
something being in there. Oh yeah, I see you shifted yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just playing, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can see right down,
is number
right
4.
down beside there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stickiness to
Okay,
touch
now
is number 5.
Deb is starting to roll.
Stickiness, yeah.
taking too long.
Yeah, and once you get it,
And physical contaminants.
we'll ask
No, I
you
don't see
questions
anything.
on the rolling.
And
Or
then
not
the rest
rolling,
is
but as
smoking.
far as the grinding
That's it,
effect.
eh?
I like those light green ones, but they're hit and miss on the taste.
Yeah. There we go. Still stuck inside the grinder.
Sometimes I get stuck inside the grinder.
Yeah, I do if it's when it's sticky. I gotta clean these grinders at least once a week. It just gums up.
Do you keep the hash from it?
Not off the grinders, no.
No,
I do. Here, I'll show this to everybody. I keep.
You got your knife box.
This is my rolling tray.
Yeah.
This is the kiff.
I lift it up. There you go.
That gets caught underneath it.
Yeah.
I'll take that out shortly, and that'll be somewhere.
Got me help there?
That'll be somewhere close to an ounce of kit.
Yeah. And how long does that take to accumulate?
In the past, I'm still collecting it up.
Al, how long does it take you to accumulate that much?
The other one.
In the rosin press, yeah. And what I'm going to do is press it to make hash, and then I've got a apple.
I got one.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna smoke it in my apple.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how long does it take you to get that much?
You know what? I've had this box for friggin' decade, maybe close to 2 decade and a half, right? 15 years. And I don't know. I've never kept track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every 6 months you probably empty it.
That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
About every 6 months.
I don't have one.
That's just from grinding it and then dumping it in the box that has a screen in it, right? It's in there. And I don't, other than just gathering it up, that's the only time it's moving around.
Oh, we've got fire burning.
Oh God! Call the fire
Got her going. Now we're gonna check out the taste, the aroma, to taste the whole experience, whether it's harsh or smooth. Ash.
Ash is really black, and it's kind of hard to get a suck on it.
Draw. Is that rolled too tight? Well, we have another one here too.
Yeah.
If that's the problem.
I figured that's what's
Look at two good sized doobies. I don't know pretty well every sample.
Yeah. Dark, isn't it?
You haven't had it though.
You're coming around. Doobies. I wonder if what it'd be like doing this with Volcano.
Or even a Stundenglass.
I could just imagine with this.
I could go get mine and try a strain in it.
Oh, smokes, we would be toast.
Have you tried a student glass, Wayne?
No, I haven't. No.
Think of a gravity bong
that spins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done gravity bongs, but yeah, but I'm not even sure I know what
They call it a gravity infuser because it blows smoke out. You can put it on the top of a glass, and it will fill the product up with infused smoke, and then you can drink it out of a glass. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
Or you just grab the hose. You don't even have to inhale. You don't have to suck. It just blows it in your face.
I have my concentrate attachment on it, or I bring it in.
Yeah, because there's water on the bottom, and it flips. And
Here, I'll show you, Wayne.
As the water drains down like an hourglass, it pulls this air through the bowl, which is the joint, which is the pot smoking, and it fills the chamber. It fills the chamber where the water was with smoke, right? And you're inhaling it. And it's just fucking. It's like a big power toke. Oh yeah, big time. Super toke screen.
That's the indigenous thing.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah, I could just imagine us doing that. I think I'd want to do a test.
There you go, Wayne.
And then do the other.
Yeah.
So we're pretty quiet going on with
Okay.
this. So how are we feeling on all this? On this?
I'm stuck on this smoking experience because it's harsh and smooth, and I don't find it harsh, but I don't like the taste.
Oh yeah.
Well, that means it's harsh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can answer the taste in the question before that.
Yes, I guess I did answer that with a low 2. But yeah, I didn't find it harsh.
Here. Thank you, sweetie.
I need
a break.
The ash isn't too bad.
Yeah. No. Well.
It is a little dark.
When it
I am
first starts up, the first light, it's black.
Was it?
I'm already.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I'm already on my 4th strain here. I'm gonna need a break.
Oh yeah,
soon.
we're on our 4th strain too.
All right.
Smoking experience.
Not pleasant. I don't know.
Save the evidence.
It's making my tongue tingle.
Heavy.
Good thing.
No.
No, I've only.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or light fluffy. Sex was not at all pleasant. Very pleasant. Shalon, Deb. All right.
No more.
It's gone.
If you like earthy, dirty tastes, it might be.
Yeah.
Okay. It's maybe.
You have in there for number 7.
Oh
no. Okay.
Sorry, I flew ahead of you there.
Yeah. I'm just flying slow.
7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Okay, good stuff.
No.
That is 4 strains. We are over half done the indica kit.
No, I don't.
Thank God.
Myself.
Smoking experience, harsh to smooth.
You know, I don't know.
Half and half.
When we go to fire up the pre-rolls, is it something that we'll say, hey, let's all come back tomorrow?
9 is the ash color.
Oh.
Okay. That's 4.
Al Ramp of 420 Radio.
How you doing?
Hey,
See ya.
Good to see you. And what do you think?
Well, I always get blown away at these events. It reminds me of actually, a lot of people don't know that I was an infantry reservist while I was at university. And the first day of boot camp, and it was like, had a sergeant basically said, turn to the left, turn to the right. Chances are the man on the other side won't be here at graduation. Well, that's kind of how I look at the cannabis industry, especially at MJ BizCon. It's like, turn to the left, turn to the right. The racking system on either side of you, probably won't be here by the time of U.S. federal legalization when you look at it. So in a way, it's interesting because you're seeing more and more consolidation of the industry, but at the same point, you're also seeing innovation, new products, new delivery systems, new papers, new cones.
X about his new device. And you're like, wow.
DabX, personally, they're fantastic. I'm not endorsing anything. Lawyers got to be very careful about endorsing products, but over the years, I've been given and have used lots of devices. And the cool thing about what we're seeing now with them and some of the Puffcos is, what would have taken a whole, accoutrement of equipment, activity, and containers, and so on. You can do all of that now quite discreetly, and they're a great product.
Yeah. Now, just a quick question, and I'll let you go. Sovereign cannabis issue. It's been discussed here with a few people I've talked to, up there, and someone told me to talk to you.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, but then I got to get my ego in check and remember that we're in Ontario, and the Indigenous framework and again, it's similar but different. Now, I'm BC.
Correct. Where government considers everybody under the law, right?
Well, in BC, what's unique is that you have the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's been passed into law federally, but BC is the only province that has brought in the UNDRIP, and they call it DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons Act. So, again, you got to remember, constitutionally, Section 91 deals with federal, Section 92 is provincial. Indigenous come under Section 91. Cannabis is a very interesting industry because it represents an intersection of federal, provincial, municipal licensing.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Indigenous are effectively their own level of government, right? So sovereignty ultimately does play into it. And where I've been egging on the courts and the system in BC is I've made the argument that cannabis is regulated at the phytocannabinoid level, which read the definition of cannabis in Schedule 1 of the Cannabis Act. Well, in addition to cannabis, there's other plants like echinacea, also known as coneflower, as well as kale, which, again, you do enough synthesizing, you can turn that into, or again, phytocannabinoids identical to cannabis and at 0.3 regardless of process. So ultimately, an Indigenous elder, or anyone for that matter, making a echinacea tincture would need a processing license under the Cannabis Act. Well, in the case of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, there is no license or exemption for food, social, or ceremonial purposes. Where does that leave us? I don't know, but it allows me at least to get a second life on the jurisprudence that was involved with the medical dispensaries in the Vancouver test case and apply that to larger arguments dealing with cannabis and plant medicines. But in addition, I've foolishly or not, added fungi to the
very popular down there.
Because at least on the coast and in the interior of BC and throughout Canada, you have mushrooms everywhere. And if you've got farming and herding and cattle and dung, you got psilocybin mushrooms. So at the end of the day, whether or not the jury's still out on when cannabis showed up in Canada, psilocybin's here, right? So we're looking at sovereignty and decriminalizing nature, I really think the Indigenous are our best hope in effectively stepping up and being a counterweight to a lot of these federal measures, because if they're successful in those arguments, it should prove to liberalize and open up some of the doors and avenues elsewhere.
I agree completely. Completely.
It's been always a pleasure to speak.
Pleasure. Good luck on everything. All right. Good.
Thank you.
There you go. Impromptu interview with Robert Laurier, lawyer from BC.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. As usual, we're live and coming to you from paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm all right, Al. How are you doing today?
I'm not doing too bad. Just so you know, that worked really well.
Yeah, I saw that that's awesome. That just means it's less worry about whether we're starting and stopping on time.
Well, I also think that maybe it's going to clean up the recordings as well. Like when you do the downloads, just so everybody knows, this is the first time we've used we're going to be using some of the new features here with StreamYard. And one of them was having the intro start automatically. As soon as I hit the live button and we were live, the intro kicked in all on its own and ran through it like it's supposed to. And so what I believe what happens is it'll probably remove that, that delay between when it goes live and the operator clicks on the video off to the side to run it.
There's only one thing I wish that StreamYard did. When we all hook onto Facebook, I don't get the comments when I'm on during the show. And then after I go back afterward and look at the show that's been shared on my page, the comments are there. So I have missed everybody commenting during the show.
Oh, sure. Oh, really? Eh? And that's strictly onto your own page?
Yeah, when it's going onto the campus.
You should be getting it.
It's not coming where I can see it on the StreamYard. So I don't know. I miss all kinds of comments. So
Yeah. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know anything about it. So
yeah, because like I said, I go back afterwards. I always share it on my personal page and Cannabis and Coffee, and there's always lots of comments during the show, like "Hi, how you doing?" And
right.
I can't comment back to them, right? So it looks like I'm being rude, not even.
Yeah, because as long as it's on the StreamYard end of things, it should be coming to you. So.
Well, yeah, and like usually we can see comments that are like coming from YouTube, and it shows you on this end where it's come, but nothing, no comments at all.
Oh.
Yeah,
but they're there afterwards.
Yeah,
don't know. I'll have to look into that. See if we get any comments tonight. I know when did I get comments? I think Monday during the news. I think we got comments. Yes, we did. So I don't know. Maybe it's something else to do. Maybe it's part of the feature things that we haven't learned yet. But there is still a comment spot, just so you know.
Well, yeah, on here I can see this.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe somebody will send us a message if we can do a test. I see we do have viewers, so yeah. Who
I had
knows?
lots of viewers to start of on my show on Monday, but then we changed the topic, so then they all went away.
So is it getting a little cooler in your area? Like just so everybody knows, we got some medical cannabis news that we're going to discuss throughout the broadcast. Plus, I'm going to talk about a visit that I did last week after last week's broadcast. I went and did a on-location interview, so we'll be talking about that as well as I got a video to run. So we got a few things that we're going to be going over tonight. So,
well, the weather is warm during the day, and then gets down to about 5 degrees at night. But then it's going up to 25 to 28 degrees during the day. But today it's been kind of cool and windy. And I know we're too far like north to be dealing with anything that's going down south in Florida, but the wind here has been incredibly strong today. That's
Oh yeah, well, you guys usually get, don't you guys usually get those clippers, or you don't? That's the
no,
only
you know when I no, and it's only
Oh,
because
you're in, yeah, you're in the BC
I'm not in
mountain.
Alberta. Yeah, like Alberta, like when I grew up in Lethbridge, I would get 100-kilometer winds like on a daily. That was not a big, and through Alberta, yeah, but here it's the clear cut, the mining, whatever, but the wind is just whipping through this valley like crazy. Where it
Right.
never used to, so, but it's pretty windy today.
Yeah, no, we're getting down to like 1 degrees, 2 degrees at nighttime.
Yeah. Well, I got flowers on my strawberry plants, for God's sakes. And then
Yeah.
fuck deer were back in here last night getting the last of my goddamn tomatoes.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. Yeah.
We go
Yeah,
over, we go to the field. We go over on the other side of the property, and there's an open field there. We go out there every night, and there's like 6 or 8 deer out there, feeding off of the farmer's field there. It's more like it's cattle feed or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're in there munching away.
These are town deer that have never lived in the forest, and they'll eat garbage cans. They don't care. They're eating the snow in the mountains.
They go in the garbage cans.
They will eat garbage. Like I said, they were eating, let's put it this way, I get bread all the time, right? From work.
Mhm.
I left a bag of buns out on the veranda or on the red room too. They ate those too.
Oh.
Buns through the goddamn plastic bags.
Oh, they ate the. Oh.
Ate through the plastic bag.
Through the
To get-
plastic, and the plastic bag's still there with the zip tie
Yep.
on it.
Yep.
Well, at
And the
least they
buns-
know to leave the plastic behind. So
Well, yeah, they could have put it in the garbage though.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
like
had
I just never thought I'd see deer eating bread.
no,
They'll eat anything.
it's food.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least they're not eating the plastic, because the plastic
Got
will
one
mess
running-
things up.
There's
So.
one running around with Christmas lights wrapped around his antlers.
So, I see you've been posting about collecting up some products to help people in your neck of the woods with cannabis.
I'm ready.
How's things going?
I'm ready to go.
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
going Saturday. Yep. Saturday we're ready to go. The bags are packed. Like I'm still missing water and juice boxes, but I don't care. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The important part are there: the cannabis, the edible, the roach clip,
Right.
right? And
Yeah.
we've got a bag of chips in there because I got chips from work, so I put a bag of chips in there. I got a big bag of apples. I'm going to put an apple in there. Yeah, and I'm going to go out with 10 bags and do some outreach and hand out my business card. Again, with just my phone number, so you can text me. I don't want to deal with emails and all that other shit. It's just too much to deal with. And see if I can start spreading the word. And then next Saturday, I will go out and set up behind the homeless travel lodge in the parking lot and take out more stuff because I'll have more. It's not like I don't have more to make and more stuff here, but I'm also waiting on some packages coming.
Some
And,
stuff.
you know what I mean? So,
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be ongoing too. And like I said, like I hate asking for money, but if I have to go buy this stuff to make this stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't know how many other people are, going to be able to keep sending on a regular basis either, right?
But
Like,
yeah, that's the thing too. You got to have regular donations. You can only do this as long as you've got
that's right.
silent partners that are helping out, right?
Right? And you just got to keep hustling them. And I found, another one that I wasn't sure would be able to, and they're possibly going to be able to help me too. So it's just
Good.
going back to your roots, trying to find people that are actually still doing anything, which is really
Yeah,
fun,
I know, eh?
right? Like, or wanting to put their, and the thing of it is like, there's no labeling going on any of this stuff, right? Like if somebody sends me something, your name's not attached to it.
No.
Way,
Right.
shape, or form. Even the medibles, like I'm gonna have a menu saying this week we've got 30 milligram caramels. This is what's in the bag. We got a peanut butter sandwich, and every week so that everybody knows what's in there. And I was thinking peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but I'm thinking, what about peanut allergies? Am I gonna have to worry?
Yeah, peanut allergies are yeah.
So again, like, and I was thinking that next weekend's turkey, right? It's Thanksgiving. So I was kind of hoping that maybe I could rustle up 10 meals to go with them, but I'm not going to stress about that because this is about substituting for the addiction and not feeding
Yeah.
them. There's lots of other places out there.
Right,
That,
right, yeah. But
right?
you're
Place-
offering something, a little bite to you.
right.
You
Little
know,
munchy to go with it, kind of thing.
correct.
Right?
Correct.
This is not me trying to feed and clothe the homeless. I'm
No,
not.
no,
Because that's
no.
why a lady drops some socks off. She goes, "Do you need blankets and stuff too?" And I'm like, "No." I said the socks are just kind of like an add to do, like a mitts and hat. I'm not trying to feed the homeless. I'm not trying to clothe the homeless. I'm trying to help
Yeah,
them.
socks are something that are small when it
And mitts,
comes
right? Yeah, socks, mitts, and
being
shoes.
able to and needed, like wet feet constantly.
Right? Always. So, like I said,
Yeah,
that's something I can throw in a bag that's not gonna, take up too much room. But again, this
right.
is cannabis
You carry
substitution,
multiple of them.
right? Right, exactly. But
Yeah,
again, like I said, this is cannabis substitution. This is about the cannabis in the bag,
right.
right? This is about you getting the medicine that you need to help with
And these are whether it's through candies or
I'm gonna
uh,
try and have
edibles.
I'm gonna try and have an edible and some raw flour every week. That's kind of my goal.
Some what?
Raw flour, like joints, like
Oh, raw flour. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Canadian Lumber has kindly decided that they're going to sponsor me. Canadian Lumber,
nice.
they're going to send me a case of 1,760 packs of papers to start
Oh,
with,
wow.
right?
So
And so I'm
yeah,
going to shout out to Canadian Lumber. Thank you very much.
yeah, yes,
Um,
exactly.
but they support everybody. And I also now there's a CSP Ottawa Facebook page too that you can find on Facebook. So Ottawa's also got a CSP going.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. You bet. They're
Oh, I
like I
didn't
said,
know that.
and it's using the same logos that we've got. So we're not affiliated with the RV, right? That's the foundation. That's completely separate. They're doing their own thing. They've always done their own thing. We aren't all like we're all using the same logos, but we're not like a big network. We will help each other.
Correct. Yeah, you're all doing the same thing, but you're not.
We're not affiliated with each other, right?
Correct.
Like we know each other. We will work together. We're all like hand in hand, doing the same thing, but it's not like a great big franchise. There's no money.
Right. Yeah, it's you guys you don't have
We
meetings.
work on strictly donation. There's
Right.
no profit being made. All the meds are going out to these people for free. What anybody else does is their thing, not mine.
Right.
And nobody that I know that I'm affiliated with, like CSP Surrey or Langley or
Mhm.
Halifax, are making any money. It's all zero money. Like not even
Right.
taking. Like the donations go straight directly back into buying meds and buying things to go out to the people on the streets.
Nice.
Nobody's making a dime. Not a,
Good.
like
Good. I got a message. I was just that came in with some information that I will share with our viewers as we go throughout the night.
awesome. But yeah, this is like I said, when I'm talking to healthcare providers and RCMP and they're saying they've been throwing everything at it but this.
Right. Yeah, I think you said something about even one of the officers just happened to come into the store, like just out of the blue, just as a regular customer, and
I just said I'm going to do this, and he said, "Good," because the ODs are incredibly too many. The drugs are strong, and it's a daily. Like I have a house across the alley that if the police or the rescue aren't there at least twice a day, I'm surprised.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
And if you can help, by giving them some cannabis.
Oh, I'm not going to go knock on the door over there. That's for sure. I don't want to associate with the woman that's running that place in any way, shape, or form, or be friendly with her at all. So this is just like, I mean, if I thought it would be helpful, it won't. For her, she's got her thing, and like I said, I don't want to be affiliated. If these people want to come and see me separate from that place, absolutely come out. I will happily give you whatever you need, but I'm not going to knock on the door over there. It would just be a bad idea. I've been warned about staying very clear and being very not like do not be neighborly, because she's the kind of person that would be taking advantage of that neighborly kindness and then come and rob you.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good. No.
No. Yeah.
Talking about robbing, just so everybody knows, if you get burned for your plants, and I'm seeing posts online about people that have already got their plants have been stolen. Already.
Oh my God. What is wrong?
What's
wrong with people?
What people don't realize, I don't think, the people who are doing the theft, they could be up for charges. That
Yep.
is something that you're not allowed to steal anymore. Like as far as law wise, you can get charged with theft under $5,000. You steal a couple people's plants. Yeah, people have been charged over the years ever since cannabis has been legalized. It's just not something you're
hear about.
seeing a lot of time. Like I remember one advocate, a patient, back before legalization, that his plants got stolen, and the people who ripped them off, they had an option at court to join the military, and they joined the military, and the case that was their thing. They didn't get any time in jail. They didn't get any that fine. As far as I know, they didn't get any fine.
Why
But
would you
that
want
was
people like that joining our military? Like, why would you want
they
thieves
did.
joining our
Cadets
military?
or whatever it was. Yeah.
I don't like that idea at all, because then you
No.
got thieves being
Like,
admitted
this is,
for military.
this is probably like 15 years. Well, actually, I was doing the reefer reporter, because I reported on it on Rock 107 in Belleville, doing the reefer reporter, and so that was in like 2008, 2009.
Right?
There's 15 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I knew
Yeah.
that because we were told by Health Canada that if our plants ever got, because we had to have these big security. Remember the security page?
Yeah,
We had
we had that security.
gates and locked doors and dogs and gates
Dogs and
cameras
deadbolt.
and blah blah.
Yeah. Standard list.
Yeah. And meanwhile, nobody ever came to check your fucking whether
No.
you had it or not.
No, but they have increased the inspections.
For patients. Really.
Yeah, excuse me, I got the hiccups now. Yeah, we've reported on the news, so they'll go away.
I didn't. Like I said, I never heard that before. That they're
No,
actually.
yeah. There was just a report that we just did on the news. On it. I'll have to find it and send it to you.
All the years that.
Or maybe I'll bring it up next week.
Yeah, for all the years you've grown, how many times have they come to inspect you?
Me, never.
Right.
I had low numbers. I know people with high numbers that never ever saw an inspection, including in the process. They also fought court challenges against them.
Well, I thought it's funny too that they've never how they used to call doctors and to check and see whether you actually had legitimate whatever to I'm on the air, honey, just so you know. They never bothered to check, and then all of a sudden if you had a 20-gram prescription, they were phoning your doctors. Like
Right.
anything over a certain amount, and then it got really bad.
Oh yeah. Over 10, and then it got really nasty at 20.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why you needed that, and phoning doctors and delaying your paperwork coming back. Why they took 10 weeks? Because apparently they had a checklist of all the things that they had to make sure that were covered, even to the bottom fact that you had to have a signature on the bottom of every single page of your fucking licensing.
I put my name on every page,
Yep,
even when the pages that didn't ask for it. Yep.
No, but yeah, we made sure we said, and then we did our paperwork the one time here, and for a production site, and we forgot to sign one little spot. They sent it back with our envelopes that we actually sent to Health Canada, like our like the FedEx page, saying that they have no record of us ever applying, and make sure you fill this back thing out and then send it back. So if they ever returned your paperwork to you, they never kept record that you had applied. So if you already had plants in, or if you ever had you'd already started and you couldn't actually had the license in your hand.
I don't know. I filled out piles and piles of those MMAR forms.
Oh, me
it was
too.
a regular at the cafe. Cafe would just call me up and say, "Hey, Al, we got somebody here who needs a hand to do the paperwork."
And after I'd done probably 100 of them, I'm like, this is repetitive addresses. Why can't people do this themselves? It's not that hard. But people were so worried that they were going to miss something that they wanted to sit there. And basically all it was signing your name and address over and over and over again and making sure you said yes, 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 and checking every. But there was 35 pages before. Now it's 11.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes you'd only use like 22 of them.
Right? And then
Yeah.
that back one that you have to have, like, the doctor initial for an LP, and that's the only thing that goes. And it's like, what the fuck is that? Like the
Yeah,
back.
that's the last page. It's still there on the front.
I know. I haven't got my licensing anymore. I figured fuck it, but now I'm thinking I better go and get it again. But I don't. Yeah. I don't want to.
Well, actually, yeah, those numbers were. I think they were holding steady. Maybe they might have had a little bit of a slight increase. In the report we did last week on them. So
I went through Namaste, whatever, Canada 420 last time because I can't grow here anyway.
yeah,
And I wanted my 20, like I had 15 grams before. I wanted to up it to 20, right? They refused because they were worried about the affordability. I said, don't worry about how I'm paying for it. Well, we're going to worry about where you're going to get it then because, legal market, can you afford that? That's not your concern, I said. How I'm making the money to pay, I'll be able to pay for 20 grams a day. None of your business. They refused to sign it because it was not affordable.
no, jeez,
right?
Yeah,
And then when I asked
yeah.
if I could have the
Yeah.
original,
I've heard some people have that have to deal with that question.
and then when I asked for the paperwork, original paperwork, so I could send it off to Health Canada to grow, they wanted $850 fucking for it. If they just signed it to an LP, because
Wow.
you had to pick your providers through them, right? So you had to pick like Canamarch or Broken Coast or whoever, because it was.
Right.
But this is ACMPR, so and that provider then pays them for your licensing, right?
Right.
They will
Yeah.
not give you a grow license because they want you to sign up for the production sites,
You're gonna buy your cannabis off them, so they're gonna pay for your license.
right? And if you don't buy from them, they have the right to remove your licensing.
Yeah. Well, see, that's why I've just always grown my own, right?
And that's
Never
why
had to
I
worry.
just want to get
Never
another
had to
license.
worry about that.
Because I don't want to have to buy from Broken Coast at inflated prices. You go to the stores, even Broken Coast ounces are still $240 fucking in the stores.
Oh, really? Eh?
I don't buy them. I'm not buying an ounce for $240 from Broken Coast when I can buy one from Pure Farms or 1964 for $100, and it's better cannabis. But Broken Coast is still $143.99 plus tax in the store, which after you pay tax on that, it's almost $200 an ounce. No.
No.
So they still want $15 a gram all the way up, and it's rack. And on their website, if you go look, I guarantee it's probably the same fucking price, and it'll be the same pot too. Because it's not
That's nasty.
recreational; it's all the same.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Well, talking about what people think about cannabis, I've got a little report here. And this does not surprise me whatsoever. And this report that came out recently, it says that most people don't trust the government for cannabis information, according to a federally funded study. I'm not surprised.
Where the fuck do these people come from?
They interviewed or they surveyed 1,161 adults, and they said that the government agencies were the least popular source of cannabis-related information. Only 4.7% in the probability-weighted results.
I wouldn't trust government for cannabis information either.
Well, a lot of us didn't, did we?
No, like to be honest, like when you say it that way, I don't trust the government for cannabis information either because it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
They never listen. They don't want to give it anything. They don't want to give it any benefit. They don't want to admit that the sky hasn't fallen. They still want to come up with some minuscule little, blip about something harmful. Well, you know what? I watched the little thing last night on our news. They were interviewing the city police chief of Vancouver. And guess what? Even after that, incident in Vancouver where the guy's hand got severed with that mental health, crime rates are down in everything in Vancouver, including domestic violence, including robberies, including everything. The only thing that they've seen spiking across Canada is car thefts in fucking Ontario. Everything else is
Oh yeah,
cannabis,
they're big here.
right? And he
Yeah.
did say that the harm, like he's pro harm reduction, but the safe supply thing and the decriminalization didn't work here. The experiment failed, and it did, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that harm reduction and safe injection sites should be stopped, right? And we should have safe consumption sites for our cannabis patients called lounges, where we can
Yeah. Well, the city of Toronto used to call them medical marijuana facilities.
right?
That's what they called them. Yeah, because they did a report on the lounges back in 2012.
Well, I think we should be, pushing them for medical marijuana consumption sites, because whatever you want to fucking call them, we need places for us to go so we're not hanging out on
Yeah.
the street. There are people everywhere that cannot consume in their apartments because they live in a strata building, or they live somewhere that they cannot smoke in their apartment. Where are these people supposed to go?
Oh,
You don't want them
condos.
on the
Yeah.
streets. You don't want them in the parks. You don't, but yet it's legal. It's a legal consumable thing. Even alcoholics have safe consumption sites. They're called bars.
Bars.
So why are we leaving the cannabis people on the streets?
Yeah, they put us on the streets, and there's even some places where you can't even consume on the streets.
Like Quebec.
Yeah, I think there's some place in Nova Scotia or New
You
Brunswick.
can't hear so much either. Like
They
you
have
can't
smoking zones.
in the smoking zones, but we can't in a park. But you can't smoke in a park either here. Like there's
No,
you
you
can't light a
smoke in a
cigarette
park here either.
here either, right? So
Yeah.
you can't smoke DBs.
Now, this survey, it was done by NIDA, which is the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and they put this in the Journal of Cannabis Research, and they concludes that most people draw healthcare information about cannabis from friends and family or online, with very few consulting their healthcare provider or government agencies.
Because healthcare providers either make you feel like you're a criminal for even asking about it, or poo-poo you because it doesn't work. We know it.
Or as your doctor told you, why don't you just go to the store?
Yeah, just go to the store and get it. Like, why am I going to get prescribed you what you already can get? Which I understand that to a point. Like I said, why would she prescribe me 15 when I can go to the store and get 30? I understand her logic on that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if she prescribed me 30, I could grow that many plants. And she couldn't wrap her head around the 5 plants per gram.
Oh. Oh, really?
And the dosing and how, me growing my own would work. Where if I go to the store.
And, growing your, I know there was that question earlier, the comment earlier about, affordability, but growing your own cannabis, if you grow indoors, is not free.
It's not affordable, really.
It's
I had somebody make a comment
costly because you've got to pay for all that hydro.
Right. And when your power is $700 a month to run, 5 metal halides, 1,000 watt per, that's pulling power. And power is cheap here. Like I literally pay like $200 every 2 months for electricity, and this fucking house,
really?
right?
Of course, I had your bill.
My gas bill, on the other hand, is almost $500 a month to run the fucking furnace, right? For natural gas. So I'm paying $460 a month for fucking gas, and I'm paying $200 every 2 months for electricity.
It just goes out the walls, eh?
I have a gas dryer too because I don't have enough power to run an electric dryer and a stove and all those other fucky shit.
Everything's gas, but still, that's awful expensive. Like I had a gas furnace, natural gas fireplace, and a natural gas stove.
At one time, though, in British Columbia, natural gas was super cheap. That's why they put natural gas in everything there. Even in Vancouver, a lot of the new condos and stuff back in the 90s when they were building them were heated specifically with natural gas fireplaces and natural gas, because natural gas was cheap in British Columbia at one point. Now, I don't know.
Well, last I paid was like 22 cents a cubic meter for it.
I'm only paying 14 cents, but I'm still paying fucking $460 a month payments. And like I said, I don't know. Yeah, it could be the fact that this is an old house and that it's just insulation. But I mean, it's summertime and my heat's turned off, and I'm not using any gas except for the dryer and to heat water for the shower. So yeah, but it's ridiculous. But again, like back to the growing, right? Like it's really hard to sustain that again too when the excess You don't have the dispensaries available because now everything's got to be through the legal. Before, we could take your overage to a dispensary and help other patients through that means as well. Too. Now there's no benefit to it, not benefiting
Right.
anybody else either. Yeah. And I guess apparently, like even with the substitution, they want if you're giving it away, they expect a receipt. And I'm like, that's bullshit. Like there's something in the Cannabis Act that says you have to have a receipt. I said the stores don't even give you a fucking receipt unless you ask for one. They're not handing you a receipt saying you need this receipt in case you get pulled over.
Yeah. Now just back to the stories again. They say here that as cannabis accessibility and legality is increasing, there's a strong need for better clinician education, public outreach strategies, and improved communication between patients and clinics about cannabis. And I gotta agree with that because it's always has to be updated and improved because it's
Well, for as
so
long
far
as
behind.
doctors have been aware of the medical end of this, because we've had medical licensing since 2000 in Canada. So the
Yeah, I
doctor
know.
has buried in the sand for 24 fucking years, to be fair, right? Because it's
Yeah.
been 24 years now that we've had medical cannabis in Canada. They were growing crap. They were sending us crap. They were poisoning us with their crap for years,
Mm.
right? On Manitoba.
Well,
What the
here's
fuck
a
was that?
before we go to break. Here's a quote from Paul Ormanetto from Normal. He says, historically, government-affiliated sources have either embellished or outright lied about cannabis and its effects. It's no wonder that the public doesn't consider them to be a credible source for cannabis-related information. And as far as healthcare providers, he says they have a responsibility to keep up with cannabis-related sciences and trends so they can engage with their patients. So just as they would stay informed and provide advice regarding any other number of behaviors that potentially affect their patient's health and well-being. So he's saying basically it should be treated the same way as any other drug that a doctor has to give to a
When I
patient.
went for my attention deficit, the psychiatrist was not happy with a 15 gram a day prescription for cannabis. He thought that was over excessive. And how am I managing or maintaining a life smoking that much cannabis? And I'm like,
More to it than smoking, buddy, but yeah.
I said, first of all, I probably don't consume that much in a day because I probably can't smoke that much. That's, including the fact that if I wanted to make any, extracts or anything or eat it, that I would have the ability to do that. And he still thought that but there's no understanding of what even 15 grams of cannabis looks like. I've never even seen this guy face to face over the phone to begin with. And you don't even know probably what 15 grams looks like, right? But they just seems like 15 grams, I'm thinking milligrams in their head like a pill, right? So 15
Yeah, it
milligrams,
must be.
say Percocet would be pretty excessive, I think. Maybe, I don't even, you know what I mean? Opioid. I don't know what they would think that would be like. Because
I know when I talked to my family physician about it years ago, it was, the question comes up is like, how much is a gram? What's a gram? They don't know what a gram looks like. And it's not just doctors; there's other people. Just regular folks don't know what a gram looks like.
Right.
And so I always just tell them
how much it is, how many joints do you
cigarette.
roll up? Oh my God, you smoke 15 joints a day? People smoke 25 cigarettes a day, and that's okay, but you can't smoke 15 joints a day. It's not the same as 15 beer, right?
No. I smoke 15 joints in a
Again,
day.
they're trying to see it like alcohol when it's not. It's like it's medicinal. It's not the same, right? Even recreational, it's not the same. You can consume 15 joints and you're coherent, maybe sleeping. You might
Still function. Still do stuff.
But you can't. There's no
I
way
have for 20 some odd years, so
I would be like passed out dead. There's no
all
way.
right. Time for us to go to break. All right. When we return, we'll continue our discussion, our talk. I've got some more information on this survey. Plus, I want to get into my little tour that I had last week and did on location video with the glass blowing crew.
Interesting.
Watch for that. We'll be playing the video when we get back. shortly after we get back, and we'll go from there. I just got to find the commercial. Everything's moved around. Here we go. All right, see you in a minute.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here, paceradio.net. Welcome out. To finish up that last report, I got one thing that I want to just touch on here. And it says that, and just for people who are just joining us, this was a report that was on people don't trust the government. Most people don't trust the government on cannabis information. But they said that, where is it? Got to find that paragraph. Here we go. They said that surveys and quantitative studies demonstrate that many physicians and medical students desire further relevant training, especially during medical school. And the report goes on to say that about only 9% of medical students in 2016 offered, or medical schools, 9% of medical schools in 2016 offered medical cannabis specific criteria.
I think it's becoming more relevant because I don't know if you remember me telling this story before, but I'd gone into the hospital a couple of years ago because I was having issues with my leg. And the doctor next to me, was talking to a patient, telling them that they should try edibles rather than for pain, right? And they were directing them to the store to go buy edibles from the store. And it was a young turning and resident doctor, right? So then he came to see me, or she came to see me. It was a female doctor, and I was like, "Did I just hear what you just said?" And she did. So I don't know what medical school she went to. I didn't get that far into it, but they either that or she's done some educating of her own, right? Like,
Yeah.
because like we've had doctors that signed our licensing that had educated themselves about the benefits.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Like first time I asked my specialist, he sat back in his chair and he rhymed off everything it would help me with, pain, sleep, eat, excuse me, so on and so forth. And then he says, but let's try conventional medicine first. So I did that, and then I asked him again, and he had no problem at that point.
Yeah, well,
'Cause
that's
at least at that point, I knew when even though he denied me, I knew that he knew that there was benefits behind it, that he was educated to a point.
well, my doctor Hannah said, I don't believe it's helping your colitis, but if it's giving you some benefits of quality of life, that's all I need to hear. He didn't care about whether it helped me with does it make you feel better? Is it giving you quality of life? And this is out in Alberta, right? Hannah, Alberta. And he signed them and renewed. Never even questioned me. My doctor, when I lived in Hannah, never ever questioned me.
Never, eh?
I turned Tabor, I had to fly to Ontario. But because I had that licensing from Dr. Kammerman to begin with, taking that into another physician back in Alberta, saying, look, I've already got this. I have a doctor that believes me. I have a doctor that says it's helping me. That might have made the difference. I don't know.
Yeah,
But he also this doctor also had to have a kidney transplant because he had taken too many pain pills and had killed his kidney.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So
Liver,
he
kidneys.
wanted anybody opioids.
Yeah. Well, I was one thing that I always was able to tell the doctors that I haven't, have you prescribed me any opioids yet? Well, no. I said, well, see, it works, right? So.
And I wish I could say that because I wish cannabis helped my RA flares. Unfortunately, it just
It doesn't help you.
hasn't touched it.
Even as an edible, eh? Even as an edible?
No, not even
No.
as an edible. And let's put it this way: even sometimes 4 milligrams of Dilaudid doesn't touch it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can't even
Yeah.
take more than that because if I take more than that, I'm puking my guts out.
Right.
So
That's not good.
and I really like even 4. I'm puking. I can't take even 2 pills, and it
Yeah.
doesn't touch it sometimes. It's that bad a pain. It's so.
Alrighty. Switching topics, as I said before the break, that we were going to talk about something I did last week, and that was an interview, on location interview. And what I did is I made a journey to Kingston, Ontario, and I visited the Happle workshop. You've seen me with this,
I have.
right?
And you love that thing so much.
Yeah, as it says on the box.
I would love one too.
It's a glass. It looks like an apple. It's got a stem on it. Old school hash and a lighter. That's all you need. And scan the barcode. Scan the barcode. The mine's been used. I have to clean it, or I would show it to you. But yeah, there you go. Little picture there on the side.
Yeah, and I mean, use it and well use it because that's what you want to do, right? But I mean, getting some hash is like the best, the best of the best of the pond.
Yeah,
really.
So I went there and did a bunch of recording of different videos and did some with some talking, some education involved in it, and we did some just footage of there's no sound to it other than the natural sounds from the torches or so on and so forth. There's no voice to it whatsoever. So
he's a talented glass blower, obviously, because that's a very fine glass, it's not thick, it's fine, fragile. It looks fragile.
It looks fragile, doesn't it? Eh? Yeah. It's it was interesting to watch him. He actually made 2 of them while I
Nice.
was there. It's nonstop. The 2 of them going at it. That's your Electric Dave on IG, as well as Master Glass
That's
on
true.
IG.
He's successful and he can't keep up to the orders that are coming. So
Yeah, yeah. You know,
love to see people successful. That's awesome.
that it was nice to, I spent, I don't know, probably 3 hours there
Oh, well,
out of their day, and got, like I mentioned, over 2 hours of video footage. So we did a lot of talking and things, and learning about the glass blowing and the kilns and why you need a kiln and what happens if you don't use a kiln, and the different way, Master, he took basically a scrap piece of glass that was there, and he shaped it into a donut. Had round, it had a hole in it, and you could see right through it, and it was all red. They gave me a thing not bigger than my thumb, where I moved this thing out of the way, and I could look at the flame of the torches, and because they would say fire, and then the torch sort of explodes, right, as if you add a bunch of oxygen to it, right? And so I could watch the glass itself, and you can see it changing and the colors. And
well, yeah, because they were
the red, like
glasses, right?
Yeah, because the apple doesn't have any color to it; it's just clear. But the glass is red, and it's like it's molten. Really, is what it is.
It's dangerous to the eye. Like that's why they wear those glasses. Like welding, right? Like you can get a flash, and it can really be damaging to your cornea. So that's yeah, you don't want to be looking straight into that torch. That's for sure.
No. So I'll run the video here, okay, and we'll talk about it out on the other side. It's just about 2.5 minutes long, and you'll see. So we'll see you on the other side. Right back.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love access stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
So there you go. Did you see the nail in the piece of wood there?
Yeah, that's old school.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good.
You'll have to wait until the documentary is, I call it a mini documentary, is released to find out what the end result was. That you were mentioning before I played that about, you know, it's, you know, glass and it's thin and all that, eh? And so we were talking about all that, and they said, well, hey, let's see what happens. So you'll have to watch.
That's why they need to kill him.
The and I could see it there at the beginning there. You could see the apple on the box, and then it goes to the video with the hash. When he's putting the hash in it, you can see it how it's flowing. It just flows. He talks about that in our interview.
It's
About that.
and the teardrop one that he also makes is awesome too, as well. What's that one called? The drop?
Yes. It is called the Dewdrop.
Teardrop, yeah.
The Dewdrop has just been here or just been announced to the stores. You can see I got a dirty line on it because I use it, right?
What's the point of having it if you don't use
Yeah.
it?
And you know, you stick your hash on the end there.
Yeah.
You light your hash.
Yep.
Yeah, just straight old hash. Nothing but hash. And then you stick it in there.
Yep.
Now this one, the Dewdrop, it has water in it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's nice. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, more of a bubbler, kind of get
Correct.
the water kind of cools off the smoke and it just kind
Yeah.
of makes it smooth.
It
Can
was
you put an ice cube in there? I guess not. There's probably not an opening. big enough.
no, you can't get an ice cube in there. No, not unless it's no. You have to be very small.
We used to fill our bongs with ice instead of water.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I remember those days.
Right. Just curious, if
And-
you put an ice cube in there too, because that would be.
Well, it's a bubbler. It's just been announced for as far as available to go to the stores. Like the stores can start ordering. They're available wholesale, I guess you could call it.
Nice.
As long as the stores start ordering them, they'll be in the stores in the coming weeks for sure.
I would imagine they're probably not hitting BC, so I'll have to order one online.
There is a website for it. I'll try to find that before the show's out.
Yeah,
And I'll bring it back up again.
Yeah, so people can actually try and get a hold of it. Because
Yeah.
I mean, all our local stores here like carry glass in them too. I just don't. It's not a priority, right? Like, I don't go to the store to look at glass. I don't have the money.
Yeah, either do I. And when I bought my apple, I wasn't going there to buy a apple.
I know.
I was going there to visit with Dave because usually I see him at events in Toronto. And being that he was only 15 minutes from me that day at Spirit Leaf, that I went down and said, hey, I think I'll buy one of those after talking to you about it so much, right?
Well, why not? And then you're supporting him too, right?
Correct.
Because you want to support your local artists, like, no matter what.
Yes.
That's what keeps them in business. Because let's be fair, legalization has not been easy for anybody who's in the legacy market. And if you were a glass blower before, all those bong stores were pretty much shut down too, or they had to add to something, because you can buy glass and papers and everything in the stores too.
Right. Yeah, you can. You can buy glass and papers, all that there for sure. Yeah, I've seen that.
So to have a set apart glass store like they were before, and a lot of like the place that I go, we call it's Dubs here in Cranbrook, right?
Yeah.
They don't have licensing for cannabis, but they were the big bong store in town, right? Had t-shirts, all the stuff, like all the stuff. They didn't get a licensing for cannabis. They sell like the nicotine now and the vapes, like for the nicotine vapes, right?
Yeah.
But that's it, and still have the papers and the bongs, but that side is always empty. You can tell that the people that are coming there are just coming for vapes. They're not
Yeah.
going to the class.
No.
The one place that sponsored my cup for the one bong store here in town, it's gone. It was an adult store too combined, and they shut
Oh, was it? I did talk to Master Glass about, I don't know if I even got this in recording. I think it was just sort of when I first got there. About the glass industry of old. Like I look at, treating yourself, Marco. He had a glass magazine, Glass Culture, and he had the store, Not Just Marbles, that had all kinds of top end glass that was all hand blown,
And these
really
are
artsy looking
artists,
stuff,
right?
but it was also costly.
Oh yeah, everything was
Yeah,
all
yeah,
of that stuff, like all that custom art was always super pricey, but worth it. Like I'm not saying it's not worth it
yeah.
by any stretch, but they're
And
all artists too, right? Like what are they doing now?
what he found, what Master found, was that there was like a small group of glass blowers, and then all of a sudden it exploded, and as if everybody was, why, whether it was because they enjoyed it or whether it was because they looked at it as, high priced glass was good
Well,
money to make. And that market didn't last.
No.
And it's as if now it's more of a smaller community now than what it was back in like 10 years ago. Because I was talking to him about the expo and how we had the flame off and the glass blowers from all the different countries that came to the event.
Too, at Harvest Fest in Saskatoon that year, they had a great big glass blowing contest and set up. Even like the great glass blowing contest that
Yeah.
it has up here on the island there, out in
Right, Redbeards, yeah,
But I mean, he's not
Canadian glass blowing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was. They still had it this last summer. He wasn't organizing, but they still
Right.
had it out here.
Yeah.
I've never been to it. It's just a little bit too far away for me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was pretty successful.
Yeah, well, Dave had a couple stickers from that event on his equipment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. People come from across Canada, so maybe. And I'm not sure, like whether I know Leash Glass is still working. I know Alicia's still blowing glass too. But like I said, you have to wonder, like, are the legal stores going to the legacy market for their glass too? Is there like, what are they purchasing? Are they buying cheap crap from China? Like,
Well, I know I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where their glass is coming from. I know that the Happle, it comes from Kingston. It's hand blown. It's locally blown to me.
You saw it blown with your own two eyes.
And blowing right in front of my two eyes. Exactly. Watch them create two. Before we end on the Happle end of things and go to break, Dave gifted me this Happle.
Nice.
Okay. What does it look like?
It looks like a teapot.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Teapot. It looks like a cup.
Yeah, like a coffee cup. Yeah.
Yeah, like a coffee cup. Yeah. Yeah. This was I'm gonna basically call it the prototype of the Happle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine it evolved, and then he
Yeah. Well, it was because he calls them as overlords, but it's basically it's nugs.
No, he blow other pieces before? Like, has he got other?
Oh yeah, he did skulls and stuff.
Okay.
Before.
I think I did go check out his Instagram.
Yeah, I don't know if as you saw there in the video clip. I'm 49 years old. I've got time to get artsy.
Right.
I asked him about coloring them, like even just is there green ones, red ones, whatever, like because you get apples of green and red, right?
It's a matter of probably cost. I know that colored glass is a lot more expensive than clear.
Yeah, so he just does them in so this original one.
That one have is that a water one too? Like
It would
like
fit nice. It would fit nicely in a lawn chair. Cup holders.
looks just like actually one of them gold cups. Now that you've mentioned it.
Yeah, can hold on to it. Great.
Yeah. Nobody would know the difference. You could put colored water in it and they think it was a drink.
That's an awful hot drink. It's just smoking out of his mouth.
It could be coffee.
Yeah, hot chocolate coffee. Yeah, for sure.
Let's put it in big and blue, and then they'll think, who knows what the hell it is, right? You guys drinking straight up, blue gin. What's that guy got in there?
Oh, blue gin.
I know, right?
Alrighty.
Couldn't even imagine smelling it, but
Yeah. All right, off to a commercial break again, top of the hour. When we get back, we'll get into some of this medical stuff that I've got sitting here on the screen in front of me. I always like pass along some medical information because the more information you pass on, the more educated people get, right?
education.
Okay.
That's what I keep doing this for.
That's right. Exactly. Talk to you all in about 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace pre-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and I got an update on this where you can buy the Apple. Other than the fact you can buy them in the stores. If your local store doesn't carry the Apple, and you want an Apple, then ask them to bring one in. And if you're just never know, maybe they will. I know that other places have.
We'll give my store the link because Ryan likes me. I go there a lot. The owner.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get them in Cranbrook. We'll get them here.
I
will commit myself to that.
I've got here. Okay, you got Nugs Canada. That's their
website.
Yeah, the overlord, I guess I would call them. That's what he calls them, overlord. But as far as getting it, Canara Swag Shop on Instagram.
Swag Shop.
What's
on
that?
Instagram.
Canara Swag Shop. Can you see that?
Yep. Okay. I will send
Canara
that.
Swag Shop.
I will send that. I will take that snapshot to Sasha. I will show my store that I like so much here in town.
All right.
I only go to one store here in town because they're super good to me and I like them. But it's not like I can't go to another store if I wanted to. I know a couple people that work at the other couple stores too. I could pass it on to them. They come into my store.
Do they?
Managers of 2 other stores, yeah. Because there's Product Cannabis and Clarity, and then there's the Green Gear where I like to go. We'll see what we can do. Bring them
What I'll do is I will put in the comments.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. I should have probably went to Facebook and shared this on my page.
Yeah. CANNARA swag.
Trying to stay off my phone when I'm doing the podcast. Not get distracted.
For an apple.
But I'm distracted by what I'm seeing here. The winds in Florida are 150 miles an hour.
Oh, really? Eh? How many?
150 miles per hour, and they've had multiple tornadoes.
Wow.
And multiple fatalities. And they got Anderson Cooper, like the skinniest guy in town, standing in a rainstorm. Like he's near blowing over. Wow. I had to, yeah, that's nuts. They all need some cannabis in Florida right now.
No, it's nasty down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, they'll all be puffing because Jesus Christ, like that's a nightmare down there.
Mm-hmm. There, I just posted it.
Right on.
On Instagram, contact Canara Swag Shop to get yourself a apple.
Awesome.
So, yeah, we'll play that video again as we close out the show. I'll play it again.
And share that across Canada. Let's get them across Canada.
Yeah. Well, as he says,
Shadowizer too. Like, I tried getting them in the stores here too. I don't know what the hell happened with that, but Shadowizer is something that everybody should have across Canada too, right?
Here's a report that came up in a medical news website. It says that cannabis pill may reduce agitation in people with Alzheimer's disease.
A pill. So are they talking like naloxone or?
Let's find out.
Did you see what popped up on the screen?
Oh, okay. They did research on 75 participants over a 3-week intervention. Researchers found dronabinol, so the synthetic version, help reduce agitation better than the placebo.
Well, yeah, of course it would. I can understand that whether it's synthetic or not, it would still help with agitation because it would be this, depending on what that's like consists of. Is it CBNs and CBDs? Uh, like what's the levels of, and what are they using? Like,
Yeah, this is dronabinol, so it's just a synthetic
what the
THC.
makeup of the pill of the pill is made of? Like, does it give a rundown of what that prescription is made of?
No, as far as what's in the pill, I'm not seeing that, not yet. They said that all patients had dementia, and were between the ages of 60 and 95. 75 participants from 5 different clinics. 63 participants completed the whole study. So 12 of the participants dropped out. 3 severe adverse events occurred in the intervention group, and none in the placebo. So 3 people had adverse effects. Throughout the time frame, there was no significant differences in adverse effects between the control group and placebo group. 3 severe adverse effects occurred in the intervention group. So they had different groups, obviously. 5 nanograms of dronabinol twice a day.
Again, I'm wondering if it's because it's synthetic. What's the level of THC in it? What were the adverse effects? What other medications were they taking along with it?
But it is, if the synthetic can do this, what's the real plant capable
Well,
of
that's what I mean. The real plant medicine may be better because you're using chemicals to make something, right? Like, so you're making a chemical makeup of something that's natural. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, they're making meat in a petri dish. So what are they doing with all of
Yeah,
that?
I know, and they're making cheese in those things too these days. So there you go. It's dronabinol.
But that's interesting.
And, and a lot of studies are done with synthetic cannabis.
Have they not done some studies with actually cannabinoids in Alzheimer's patients, and they're finding that it's actually linked to the tartar removal in the arteries?
Correct. That's that white buildup mass or whatever.
Yeah, the plaque mass within the the brainstem.
Yep.
And that but they were using cannabis. They weren't using synthetic, right?
Yeah.
So they've already proven that to a point with natural. So that makes sense. But again, I guess for people that don't want to use real cannabis, that want to use synthetic, I guess that's why they would have to do the study to see if the pill works, because some people will take pills and not want to smoke it or vape it or eat it like a cookie or whatever, right? Because they've got some stigma about cannabis. And that's, I think, what it boils down to is people are more comfortable taking pills than they are
the cookie pill. It's what people are used to taking medicine as.
That's why they make caps. That's why you can get counter caps, because people are more comfortable stuffing it in their face and drinking it down like a fucking
Well, it's
pill.
not, especially when it's non-smoking. It's non-smoking.
Pill, right? Yeah, but it just kind of defeats the purpose of cannabis if you put it into a pill.
Well, I make pills. Actually, I'll be making pills over the next 2 days at some point. I make my own.
If that's how you want to consume it, I just.
Yeah, I infuse coconut oil.
That's great. And then you put I totally get it, but to me, because I smoke it so much, it just seems to me defeats the.
I smoke it all the time.
I can't take anything with the green, like I said, with anything with any chlorophyll. It kills me, even a pill.
Yeah.
Everything. Like I said, I've tried.
Well, I know that the pills, when they break in your gut, there's always a bit of air that's in a capsule, because you can't fill a capsule up all the way. So there's always a little bit of air, so you end up with a burp. And you can taste it some there.
But again, like I said, anything, and then the coconut oil, that's not I can't do coconut oil either
Can't do coconut oil.
because of the chronic, running.
Right, right.
I try and stay away from.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. I use coconut oil because of the butter.
Yeah,
Yeah. Stay away from the butter.
right, because it's dairy
And
too.
actually, the last batches I've been making it with olive oil.
See, when I make butter, I shock it I make it into a ghee, so that
Right.
so I can actually I can use that when I'm baking. But again, then I can't eat a lot of baking either because it's got flour,
Well,
milk,
yeah.
eggs, like all
Mhm.
the stuff, right? So
Yeah.
again, why I can't do a lot of the baking?
Well,
Why
see,
was
like,
it hard candy? Because it was something that I could do without without it having any flour, milk, and eggs, but then I was, falling asleep, and I can't function if I'm sleeping, right?
and yeah. Hard candies I try to stay away from because I'm worried about hiccups, but the blockage issue.
Right? Because there's a corn syrup in mine. It's sugar, water, and corn syrup, right? So the corn syrup. But
Mm.
again, my colitis is different. I've got lymphatic, which it's microscopically running through my small intestine and my colon, right? It's
Yeah.
not all serious. So I don't get pockets, and I can't have anything removed because my options would be a bag. Or remove everything from your small intestine down. You can have a colostomy,
Yeah, bag. There's a straight pipe.
right? So that would be my option. So I was thinking maybe I could make designer colostomy bags with fur and jewels and stuff, but I'm not quite.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, right. It's quite not right.
That could get messy.
I've been talking about designer colostomy bags since I was 18 years old because that was basically when I was told that this was my option if I wanted to,
Oh,
never have
really?
anything ever again. We can just give you a colostomy bag and take your small intestine and all your colon right out. You'll never have to worry.
Yeah. No,
And I
my doctor's not into surgeries only because once you take it out, you can't put it back in.
Right? But
That's what he said. That's what he said to me, and I talked surgery with him and said that I wasn't interested in it. It was more to me as his last resort, and he had no problem with that.
They had a hard enough time getting a blood test out of me. They weren't getting anywhere near me, right? But
No.
again,
Oh,
some of the options that this quack was telling me, like you've got 1 in 42,000. I don't have any treatment for you. Let's try 90 milligrams of codeine. See if let's say with acetol and 90 milligrams of codeine a day to try and stop the fucking diarrhea, right? Let's see if we can plug her up. No, that didn't even help either. So I'm, strung out on fucking codeine all day, itching and scratching like a fucking tweaker, and trying to, quit my runny bum. This is this is what the doctors try for you, right? Like it's ridiculous.
Right.
And they got to try the treatments, right?
Yeah.
Cannabis saved it. I wish it had. I wish I could just say, "Yep." I just plug it up with a suppository and I'm good to go. But that doesn't help either. It does give me a better quality.
Okay. What I got here. CBG and THCV are promising treatments for Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. There's the Alzheimer's end of things. Probably, I don't know whether it goes into that, what we were talking about.
That's the thing I think that's bothersome about the pharmaceutical company getting their hands on cannabis.
Yeah.
And isolating everything to be, this is what you need for the, and I understand that was one of the things that medical want. They want the dosing. They want to know what works for what, but then they're going to make it into pills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They want to make it into a pill. I understand that. So, like, they can make cannabinoids just out of yeast. Okay, so they can target certain cannabinoids that whatever they want to make and go from there. They say that these
just grow the plant.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't produce enough CBG.
Oh, I'm sure they could figure it out. They got all these places that are licensed. They're destroying cannabis out there. There's overages and they're destroying it. I'm sure that
they're not. Yeah, they don't say what this study. I'm not seeing it yet. Anyways, what they're saying, as far as what they're using, but they talk about THCV, CBDV, and CBG, and they say they're antitoxins, anti-inflammatory, and neuromodulator effects position them as good for treating neurodegenerative disorders. And this
We've
is
known that forever.
yeah, this
Known that
is
forever.
according to researchers from the Center for Dementia Research. Yeah, I know we've known that, but it's nice to see that it's in
I know
print.
they gotta have their. I get that. Like, I mean, why do they not listen to patients? Why do they not listen to people that have been consuming cannabis for
Yeah,
fucking
well,
17 years? Like, come on.
yeah, I worked with a patient with Parkinson's disease, and I can tell you that there were family members that were really pleased with what they were seeing at that time. I was with using the cannabis. They, the fellow was able to shave, and they said that they hadn't seen him shave in a long time.
I've seen videos of
I had to
people.
do it for him.
Yeah, so bad. They take
Yeah.
3 puffs of the joint, and within 3.5 minutes, they're just like not shaking
Yeah.
anymore. A little, but not like they were. And I'm talking like shaking like you can't fake it, right? There's no faking that shake. So let's
Yeah,
be
yeah.
serious. That was decades ago.
Yeah,
So
and
these
this-
doctors or the college and physicians or whoever's closing their eyes to the reality, right?
Well, what we're seeing is we're seeing proof of what we've been telling everybody.
Yep.
No, they always say, "Well, there's no research. There's no research. All your stuff is anecdotal."
Just
Well,
come off-
now that research is coming out,
Right?
and
Is
proving
this
what we've been saying.
the U.S. medical website?
What's
Because that's
that?
where the information's coming off of medical out of the U.S., right?
Yeah, this is out of a U.S. website, correct?
Because anytime you look to any information on any of the Canadian government websites or the previous task force that was supposed to, be put together for the Cannabis Act that is now no longer, and since 2019, it all refers back to that American cannabis page or medical page, everything. So the Canadians are just going, oh, well, we'll just let them do it. What?
What?
Like, what are they, like? We need to do our own research.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Unfortunately, I just don't. I don't see that. Like, it got to a point where the government wasn't doing it. They spent a little bit of money on doing some cannabis research, but it really came down to private companies having to do it. And people thought that the research would increase with licensed producers.
It hasn't.
Well, they have to have money. They got to have money to do the research, right?
Right. And that's the thing. They're not making the money they figured they were going to make because they're
No,
not.
and a lot of the research is being used to research new products.
Yeah, it is. Right. And to keep, pesticides and all the stuff that they can use, good, because they have to check on that too. Right. But I don't know if, I keep hearing that they're not making as much money as we think they are.
Oh, well, we know that because a lot of there's businesses going under,
right?
LPs as well as retail stores, right?
Right. So, I mean, we kind of figured that would be the way it would be anyway, because the market was oversaturated.
When it comes to I think the craft end of things, as far as of the LPs, have had better success than the big licensed producers.
I think so too. I think they've got too big too fast. I don't think they knew what they were in for without the size of facility.
Yeah.
That's a lot of plants.
Oh yeah.
Place and you got one master grower doing you need an army, and I don't think they were able to find qualified people to actually do it because they wouldn't let anybody in from the legacy market.
Well,
they had no experience, right?
Oh yeah. And there was a story that we covered on Tuesday on Three High Guys that AI is getting involved in the growing of cannabis.
Oh, is it going to grow hands and be able to trim the plants too?
I guess.
Well, I guess it got.
But as we discussed it during the show, it was sort of like, well, aren't we already doing automatic watering and automatic venting and automatic this and that with our existing timers and setups that are available. But yeah, so
Well, these producers, you know,
maybe with the AI was more along the line of smart technology, whereas it was more. But we still have humidity and fans that can come on and off with humidity controllers and heat controllers. So
yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. But again, like, you know, they claim that they're going to, you know, employ 200 people, but at the end of the day, because everything is automated, they employ 20.
oh yeah.
And then you
Automation
get
will redo what does
computer. Okay, I'm going to sit here and we're just, you know, like everything from a computer, and that, you know.
Well, I went into Home Depot recently, and there wasn't one till that was open, other than the commercial till and the self checkouts.
What? Really?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah. The regular tills were closed, other than the commercial till, and the self checkout section. I had like two things. I didn't want to go. I don't go through the self checkouts, and it was a bit of a pain going out the commercial door, I'll tell you, but I got out. It was just because of the lineup.
Yeah.
People, it wasn't just all commercial people that were down there. So,
well, I get it. Because, yeah, they want to see a person.
Yeah.
I can imagine people walking into that store that I work at, helping themselves, serving themselves, and then checking themselves out. Like, what? Do you not have a person there to watch? Like, is there not somebody like?
Well, you know, there are stores that are switching because they're losing money on them, but that's a different story. That's not got nothing to do with cannabis, because they're not going to have self checkout cannabis stores. I can tell you that. Huh?
I would hope not, but you never know. You know, vending machines. They got vending machines in downtown Vancouver for it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I haven't seen any around here, anyways.
They had the vending machines out before legalization too.
I was gonna say, well, I know they had them in a dispensary back in the day. I'm trying to think whether it was Bob's dispensary that had them.
Yeah, but yeah, I remember them having them downtown Vancouver, and the controversy about kids being able to get into them, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
That's why I think they took them out. I don't know if they still even have them, to be honest.
I don't know either. So, but it's sort of like right now. It's like back in the 20s. Used to go into the liquor store and write what you want on a piece of paper. At least now we don't have to write it on a piece of paper. You wrote it on a piece of paper, you gave it to the worker, and they went to the back to get it. But you know, now we don't write it on a piece of paper. But it's basically the same idea. Like our beer stores here, a lot of our beer stores, we had to walk in and go to the counter and ask for like 2-4 Canadian or 12 export or whatever, and then they brought it out the rollers out beside you, come down the conveyor belt. Yeah. Oh yeah. You never seen those? No. Oh yeah. That's basically what I was.
Liquor store in British Columbia, and it's fucking liquor from fucking the floor to the ceiling. And I grew up in Alberta. You could buy booze till 10 to 3 in the morning, right off the fucking off sales out of the bar.
Yeah, well, we have it now in our convenience stores. It's just
I seen that, and, you know, buck of beer there, fucking down.
well, buck of beer's gone. It's long gone, but yeah. All righty.
Are they going to put in the stores then too? Can every convenience store have a cannabis retail portion of it then? Are they going to allow the cannabis, you know, retail stores to sell cannabis joints from the counter?
No.
If you're going to let liquor in, then you got to, it's the same, well, can't you?
Well, I know, yeah. We have convenience stores here that selling beer and wine. So
then they should be
I
able
don't
to
drink either, so.
Do we have, I guess it's the same, you can't sell beer and cannabis out of the same store here either, so.
No, it's a no. You can't serve them at the same spot, so. All righty. Well, what do you think?
That's the most ridiculous part of it. Anyway.
What's that noise? Must be the dog. What's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is the dog. I figured out what the noise was.
Well, I'm surprised that mine wasn't whining the whole time too, but I don't know.
Here she is. Come over and say, "You looking at me, Dad?"
Right?
Yeah, she's waiting for her walk. We go for a walk after the show. So,
Right.
so what do you say? We might. I guess it's that time anyway. So looking at the clock, it's 9:29.
It is so.
It is.
I'm
It is.
fine, right?
All righty. Well, as we sign off, I'm gonna run the Apple promo again, and then the closing will just run right after that, and we'll finish off the test for the night. Because I didn't get into this. See, we're smaller, and we can get even smaller. We go round now.
And that's great. Like, it just gives us a little more, And if you got 4 people, you can just, move the circles around.
You can move the circles around just like the squares. Yeah. Rounded corners instead of square corners.
It's
The fun
always nice
things,
to
just so you know, those new toys, they cost more money too, Yeah. All
First,
righty.
everything costs more money.
That's right. Okay, here we go. Other than that, we'll be back next week. Who knows? We'll have a guest. Maybe we'll just do some more talking. Other than that, you can find us on Instagram. We're on Twitter. Well, we don't broadcast Twitter anymore because they want money, and we're not sending them anything. So we don't broadcast there.
Right? Like, richest man in the world wants money from you.
How much money? Well, it costs them $45 billion, right?
Not my problem.
They'll pay for it somehow. So, but you can always find us online at paceradio.net, and you can find our past shows there as well as on YouTube. So, thanks go to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, plus at ease.ca. Oh, and a message to Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. I gotta come in and see you. I got my orders, and so I gotta go pick it up before I forget. And thank you for everybody for tuning in to the program. We'll see you all next week. And here we go. Here's the apple. See you later. Bye-bye.
Night.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate. Correct. When we were young, right? Yes. This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
Each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good.
We're good. Yeah, good.
We're good. Thank you for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how. All right, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to Erfurt and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, PACE, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yep, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces. Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah,
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? We had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown. With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that. Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at, I
just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show,
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple crystal-berry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hating. No one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. Don't need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, stop using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this all is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution, and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coke. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the Queen, Perez Hilton. We all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? Feedback aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society building. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word out.
We also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually spray paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That you know, place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriol, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, you know, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event it is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand. Like, You know, small community, it's harder to make inroads in, and
Yep, it is.
definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Yes, thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too,
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Stay tuned.